The story begins with a dramatic confrontation where a man, surrounded by an angry crowd, had to resort to extreme measures to release all his internal energy, which provoked a powerful explosion. Watching this incredible display of power, his opponent, the founder of the demonic cult himself, was completely confused. He could not comprehend how it was possible to gather enough strength to resist him. Looking at his enemy, he realized with amazement the impossible. He had already managed to overcome the level of Gikma and rise to the heights of Talma. This fact seemed completely unbelievable, given all the circumstances of their confrontation. At this point, the narrative switches to the protagonist, whose attention was drawn to the call of the boss, calling him as number 2044. The hero slowly turned around, trying to understand what was required of him this time. After a long silence, it became clear that the boy had been so deeply focused on his training that he had missed the call. After apologizing sincerely, he met his master's surprised gaze. The teacher accurately identified the student's motives. The boy really did acutely feel that he still lacked skill, which caused obvious bewilderment on the adult man's face, because the hero had already achieved the impressive status of a second-level assassin. Deciding not to delve further into the matter, the master got down to business and handed the boy a new task. After unfolding the letter, the young man learned that his target was the Phantom Heavenly Sword Master of the Gongxiong Su faction. The teacher, supplementing the information, particularly emphasized the distinctive features of the target: indifference to women and a clear preference for monetary gain over military skill. These weaknesses could become the key to the successful completion of the mission. The mission required eliminating the man without leaving any trace of his presence. This meant careful planning and flawless execution to avoid compromising the organization. At the same time, a drama of its own was unfolding in the chambers of the Phantom Master. A debtor appeared to him, fell to his knees, desperately begged for mercy, and swore to immediately repay the entire debt. Seated in his luxurious chair, the Heavenly Swordmaster merely sighed wearily, reminding the petitioner that he had said exactly the same words last time. His patience was clearly running out. The debtor, bowing even lower in a deep bow, tried to convince the master that this time everything was completely different. He was ready to pay even at the cost of his own body. This statement caused a sinister smile on the master's face. The father, instantly turning pale with horror, began to beg the master even more desperately to have mercy and not do anything like that. His voice trembled with fear for the fate of his only daughter. However, his pleas only enraged the Phantom Master even more. In his rage, he ordered not only to bring the girl, but also to brutally beat this pathetic man. His eyes burned with cruel pleasure. Despite the brutal beatings, the unfortunate father continued to beg the master for mercy and not to touch his daughter until the very end. Each word was given to him with great difficulty, but he did not give up trying to save the child. The day was drawing to a close, and in the evening the Phantom Master visited his concubine, who had already heard that her master had once again failed to pass by yet another beauty. She met him with a barely noticeable sadness in her eyes. With a slight smile on his lips, the master explained that the royal concubine had no reason to be jealous. He assured her of his unwavering loyalty and special position among other women. She smiled and made it clear that she was not jealous, explaining that she was young and simply worried that such adventures might reflect poorly on his reputation. Her concern seemed sincere and touching, but he, looking smugly at his reflection in the mirror, declared that the girl had absolutely nothing to worry about. Very soon they would be able to significantly expand their influence. His ambitions knew no bounds. Intoxicated by his own greatness, he dreamed out loud about how incredibly lucky he was to choose the path of rule instead of perfecting his martial skills. He was absolutely sure that he would become the ruler of the entire world. But his presumptuous dreams were suddenly interrupted by the cold voice of the hero, who sharply noted that everything he had said was complete nonsense. His appearance was so sudden that the master did not even have time to understand how he had ended up there. Without wasting time on introductions and ceremonies, the hero drew his sword with lightning speed and delivered a devastating blow, instantly ending the life of the Phantom Master. His movements were precise and merciless. Returning to the Black Death headquarters, the hero was confronted with questions about the chosen method of eliminating the target. His calm and confidence indicated that he was in complete control of the situation during the mission. He calmly and rationally explained that using special equipment would inevitably leave too many traces. His logic was impeccable, as was the execution of the task itself. The management, quickly assessing the logic of his decision, let the guy go, saying that they would contact him later. Thanking him for his understanding, he left the room, feeling satisfied with a mission successfully completed. Later, sitting on the veranda and watching the families and couples strolling idly, the hero involuntarily plunged into bitter memories of his own past. His gaze was full of hidden sadness. The only thing he remembered was being kidnapped by the cult as a child, which is why he didn't even know his real name. His entire life since then has been dedicated to one thing only: the continuous honing of his combat skills. Once upon a time, many other boys had trained with him, but now his only faithful companion was the blade he fondly called Mukon. The sword had become more than just a weapon to him. Suddenly, his keen senses caught a presence. Instantly alert, he hid the blade of his sword and loudly invited the intruders to come out if they had anything to say. His body was ready for any surprises. A group of men appeared before him, clearly irritated by his apparent imperturbability, but they decided not to waste time on empty threats and to get straight to the point. Their intentions were obvious at first glance. Their leader angrily explained that this upstart had gotten their first-tier assassin group removed, and they couldn't understand how he could be placed under the direct command of the founder of the Black Death himself. These words caused only a slight smile on the hero's face. He, like no one else, understood that in the world of the demonic cult, everything is built on a single unshakable principle: the weak obey the strong. His condescending reaction seriously angered his opponents, and without even listening to him to the end, they rushed into a furious attack. Their anger and envy clouded their minds, preventing them from soberly assessing the situation. At the same time, somewhere else, an elderly man was having a leisurely conversation with the headquarters founder, asking if recruitment for the Black Death had been completed. His question seemed random, but it had a deep meaning. In response, he heard that there was still one unsolved matter, which clearly aroused the curiosity of the wise old man. He listened carefully to every word, trying to catch the hidden meaning. As it turned out later, the man showed a special interest in the fighter numbered 2044, believing that his innate abilities were designed for something more than just killing. His intuition rarely failed in such matters. Watching the boy closely, he came to the deep conviction that the young man would be much more suited to the path of a warrior than a killer. His potential seemed truly limitless. His passion for martial arts was not artificial or feigned. It was so deep and sincere that it allowed him to master true mastery on his own, without the help of a teacher. The old man was sure that if the boy became a warrior, he would justify all the expectations placed on him many times over. However, even the organizer of the headquarters himself was well aware that in the current situation, they needed killers. Meanwhile, when the hero finally dealt with all the enemies who attacked him, they realized with amazement that he had been deliberately hiding his true strength all this time. Their defeat was inevitable from the very beginning. However, the guy, calmly shaking himself off after a tiring fight, explained that he had never specifically tried to hide his power. He had simply never had the opportunity to fully demonstrate it before. The defeated warriors, struggling to get to their feet, expected that the hero would now certainly begin to gloat over them and complain to his superiors, but he did not need that at all. His behavior surprised them. On the contrary, thanks to this unexpected attack, he was able to understand which aspects of his craft he still had to work hard on. This admission brought genuine shock to the faces of the men. They couldn't understand why he wanted to become even stronger, but the hero calmly reminded them of an important truth. If you set out on the path of studying martial arts, you can't stop until you reach the level of Talma. The men's jaws literally dropped at these words. They were sure that the hero had already reached these heights long ago. However, he himself was well aware that this was still ahead of him. His modesty amazed them no less than his strength. Finally, he asked those present to no longer call him number 2044. From now on, his name was Mukyan. This name was to become a symbol of his new life and new path. As the next day dawned, the boy continued his continuous training, immersed in deep thought. He was preoccupied with questions about whether he would be able to reach the ultimate heights in martial arts. He was especially interested in the mysterious energy emanating from his sword, and what was the difference between this energy and the weapon's own power. He felt that this energy was due to the introduction of otherworldly forces. After finishing dealing with the training dummies, the hero decided to leave the training field, still deeply immersed in thoughts about whether there was any absolute limit in martial arts. The red-haired gentleman, who had already realized that it was the same Mukyan, was watching the diligently training boy closely. His intent gaze betrayed his genuine interest in the young man's technique. Watching his honed movements, he could not quite believe that the boy had never really learned to wield a sword under someone's guidance. Every movement was honed to perfection. Throwing aside the desire to fill his head with such trifles, the gentleman remembered that he just needed a skilled killer for one particularly important matter, and asked the old man to invite Mukyan to a meeting with him. The action soon moves to the headquarters of the Jackal Pack, where, having gathered all the necessary people, the leading man reminded those present of the need to properly greet their seniors. Immediately after this, the hero and several other people unknown to him bowed respectfully, greeting the master. The atmosphere in the room was filled with tension and anticipation. Soon, Chief of Staff Shakalov explained that he had called them together to entrust them with an extremely important task, and asked if they had ever heard of the blood cult of Asu. His voice sounded extremely serious. Hearing this name, the hero immediately plunged into memories. These were the descendants of the same cult that 80 years ago waged a fierce fight against their organization. Their methods were known for their cruelty. The leader explained that they were currently beginning to combine their forces and create new Jiangshi. The team's mission was to gather as much information as possible about their plans and intentions. Immediately after receiving the assignment in the evening, the whole team set off. The girl, realizing that she would have to spend a lot of time with these unfamiliar guys, suggested that they get to know each other better. One of the guys immediately stated that he thought it was a waste of time. But the dissatisfied On-young, unable to restrain herself, hit him and immediately introduced herself, and then introduced this grumpy guy named Hwansu. Then 2 more men introduced themselves. One was called Masik, he was from Muyong. The other was Chinchin, who came from the same place. Their manners showed that they were experienced fighters, accustomed to difficult missions. Finally, it was Mukyan's turn to introduce himself, and he calmly continued on his way, saying that he was a member of the Black Death's staff. His words made a strong impression on his companions. Hearing this, Masik instantly realized that Mukyan was the same legendary fighter who not only belonged to the best squad of assassins, but also directly reported to the founder of the demonic cult himself. On-young immediately thought about how incredibly lucky the hero was, because her friend Hwansu had always dreamed of joining the Black Death. She was sure that he should talk to Mukyan about the possibility of getting a good position. On-young, who was already fed up with such displays of rudeness from her friend, immediately tried to hit him again, and Hwansu begged the girl to stop hitting him for any reason. Their squabble made me smile. Watching their endless squabbles, the hero asked them without any emotion to hurry up and not get distracted, reminding them that their time was limited. His professionalism did not allow them to waste time. Now, On-young was angry at Mukyan, not understanding when they managed to appoint him as a commander, although Masik was well aware that the guy was absolutely right, so everyone followed him. Soon, when the group stopped on a vast plain, Chun urged everyone to be extremely careful, realizing that there could be enemy troops in the immediate vicinity. His experience told him of the danger. Unexpectedly for all of them, their attention was drawn to something strange sticking out from under the ground, which made Chun instantly wary. His intuition rarely failed in such situations. The first to sense something was wrong was On-young, whose heightened senses detected the approaching danger. She barely had time to warn the others to be careful when the undead attacked. Chun, thanks to his reaction, barely managed to dodge the sudden attack. Jumping back to a safe distance, he quickly drew his sword, successfully blocking the enemy's next blow. At this point, everyone was convinced that these were indeed the dead of the blood cult. The rest of the group began to worry, fearing that their discovery meant the failure of the mission. With a lightning-fast movement, he pulled out his trusty blade and, with one precise blow, cut the undead, threatening them in half, explaining to his comrades that these creatures were merely responsible for guarding the territory. He suggested that the team quickly deal with the living corpses to avoid further problems, although it was obvious to everyone that it would not be easy to deal with. Everyone understood the seriousness of the situation. They entered the battle in unison, not even suspecting that their every move was being closely watched by hidden enemies. Their presence remained unnoticed thanks to their skillful disguise. The members of the enemy unit immediately reported to their master about the invasion of the Western Territory. Their message caused an immediate reaction from the command. Not expecting any other developments, he immediately ordered the necromancer to be sent there, accompanied by a reinforced detachment of the living dead. His decision was quick and decisive. By this point, Masik was already feeling very tired, realizing that this undead was much stronger than it looked at first glance. Each blow required more and more effort. His attention was drawn to Muhyang, and a doubt arose in his mind. Was he really a human? Even he, the leader of Muyong, had a hard time dealing with these creatures, and the hero did not even lose his breath. Moreover, while maintaining amazing composure, he managed to warn the team members about the approach of a new wave of the undead. His abilities seemed truly supernatural. As if by dark magic, the earth began to shake, and on one of the hills they saw their new opponent, a woman with a bloodthirsty gaze. Her appearance foreshadowed new trials. She began to recite an ominous spell, commanding with her bloody hand all the dead in this place to rise and bring death to the uninvited guests. Her voice sounded like a song of death. A deafening explosion followed, and Masik, distracted by this spectacle, did not have time to notice the approaching huge corpse. His inattention could have cost him his life. He had to make a quick jump to avoid the devastating attack. And after analyzing the situation, he realized that this creature was significantly stronger than the rest of the undead. The necromancer only grinned slyly, proudly greeting her brute, and with feigned compassion sympathized with the arriving spies, who clearly did not realize what kind of force they had to face. At that moment, the hero, who had been methodically dealing with the incoming undead, suddenly froze, his face distorted with shock and disbelief at what was happening. It was something truly unexpected. Among all the dead that had fallen in battle, he recognized the familiar face of Gong Seong-su, whom he had just recently taken with his own hands. This discovery shook him to the core. Noticing his shock, Masik inquired about the reason, and the hero honestly admitted that his recent target was among the Jiangshi. This confirmed the rumors that the corpses of warriors became undead. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, the hero explained to his comrades that he was leaving the battle with the undead to them. Since their presence had already been discovered and time was running out, it was necessary to urgently find the enemy base. He rushed forward with lightning speed, realizing that he had no right to fail this mission. Logic dictated that if such a powerful necromancer and so many undead were here, then their hideout was nearby. He was concerned about whether it would be possible to penetrate directly into the headquarters, since to do this he would have to break through the entire line of defense, considering that the defensive forces were clearly located not far from the shelter itself. He soon discovered a cave, and from the characteristic energy emanating from it, he realized that it could very well be an enemy headquarters. His instincts rarely failed in such situations. Moving deeper, he saw a deep ravine containing many creatures. This was the secret place where the undead were created. His discovery confirmed his worst fears. Having assessed the situation, the boy realized that it was unlikely that he would be able to cope with such an army alone, and decided to retreat in order to return with reinforcements. His decision was dictated by common sense, but his plans were thwarted by the appearance of a particularly large undead creature, which crept up unnoticed from behind and knocked the hero down with a powerful blow. This attack took him completely by surprise. The cult leader even expressed surprise that Muhyang had managed to penetrate so deeply into their lair. His voice sounded with notes of sincere admiration and interest. Having examined his outfit, he immediately determined that he was facing a killer from a demonic cult. His experience allowed him to accurately determine the affiliation of his opponents. With a sly smile, he welcomed the guy into the bloody cult of the ASU, and then, looking closely at his face and assessing the strength emanating from him, he decided that the hero would make an excellent Jiangshi. The founder asked the hero if he had come with the intention of joining them, but received in response only a disgruntled demand to explain the purpose of creating such a large army of undead. The hero assumed that they were either preparing to start a new war or planning to gather all their supporters. His insight was obvious even to the enemy. These words only caused a slight smile on Sama Yeon's face, who noticed that he was not too interested in such reasoning, but already understood that his paths with the hero clearly diverged. His indifference was feigned. This was not surprising. The bloody cult of Asu was the successor of the same cult that had once destroyed 40% of the demonic cult's forces. It took the latter almost half a century to restore. The hero knew he had to report this to his superiors, but suddenly he felt his mind begin to cloud over. His strength was rapidly leaving his body. His legs treacherously gave way, and he sank to his knees. Samayon, with cold calm, warned the hero that any attempts to get out of here were useless. The entire space was saturated with poison. There was a hint of undisguised curiosity in his voice. He really wanted to know how long the boy could resist his puppets in this state, especially considering that the higher the hero's skill, the stronger the Jiangshi. At this time, the group, having successfully dealt with their opponents, was at a loss as to Mukyan's whereabouts. Some suspected that he had simply abandoned them, but Masik understood that there were good reasons for this. He sensed something, and soon everyone noticed the ominous cavern from which toxic fumes were emanating. Their instincts told them that this was where their comrade was. Meanwhile, the hero continued to fight tirelessly, refusing to accept a simple death. Bitterness engulfed his soul. Had all his endless training been in vain? He could not accept such an outcome. He realized that despite all the efforts he had made, he still had not reached the necessary strength. Thoughts about how to become stronger and defeat these creatures did not leave his head. Time was working against him. But soon he managed to pull himself together, realizing that it was too early to give up and bury himself ahead of time. The flame of struggle flared up in his heart again. Watching this confrontation, Samayon smiled contentedly, confident that no matter how hard the hero tried, he would soon inevitably become part of his Zhangshi army. His self-confidence knew no bounds. However, the hero was not going to resign himself to such a fate. Looking at the approaching crowd of undead, he felt new strength awakening within him. He realized that he needed nothing more than an answer to one question. Is there a limit to mastery in martial arts? This question gave him strength. He remembered how he used to sit on a rock and hold a sword in his hand, wondering about the source of the blade's energy. Could the sword's power be considered that very otherworldly energy? These thoughts always gave him the strength to move forward. How can an outstanding master stand against several dozen opponents at once? And suddenly it dawned on him. Everything was not as difficult as it seemed at first. The truth was before his eyes. The main problem was that cutting is always easy. You just need to swing the sword correctly. This understanding opened up new possibilities for him in martial arts. Seeing the sparks coming from the hero, Samayon was only happy. These were sparks of hope, and he couldn't wait to see how, after this hope, the hero would be completely consumed by despair. His anticipation was almost tangible. He was eager to demonstrate this, but Mukyan, clearing a path through the undead, suddenly asked if he had ever heard of the Black Death. This question caught his opponent off guard. The hero told an ancient story about how many years ago a demonic cult kidnapped several thousand young children and trained them. His voice sounded calm despite the horrific content of the story. Among these children, the most gifted were selected to be turned into masters of the highest class. Thus was born an elite squad of assassins, directly subordinate to the leader of the cult, the Black Death. That's why he, Mukyan, was once given the number 2044. Only those who had passed many tests could receive a real name. Each number was a symbol of a difficult path. As for the dark spirit inside him, it wasn't sinister or evil, it was just dark. At that moment, the hero released these spirits, who began to deal with his opponents in his stead. His name, Mukyan, literally translated as black smell. This name carried a deep meaning, reflecting his essence and purpose. At this moment, Samayon truly felt fear, not understanding how the hero managed to destroy the new Zhangshi with just one blow. His confidence began to melt away before his eyes. Mukyan realized with satisfaction that his opponent seemed to have enjoyed his apparent despair enough, although he did not understand why his face had darkened so much. The situation was clearly changing in his favor. Moving lightning fast behind the enemy, he quietly asked him to remember the name of the one who would one day reach the pinnacle of mastery, after which he inflicted a deep wound on the enemy's back. Samayon disappeared as if he had never existed. But before he disappeared, he managed to swear that he would definitely remember this name. There was a mixture of respect and hidden malice in his voice. He promised that they would definitely meet again, and asked Mukyan to try to survive until then. Even now, the area was literally crawling with Zhangshi. His words sounded like a threat and a promise. At that moment, blood gushed from the hero's mouth. The poison began to act more and more strongly, poisoning every cell of his body. He realized that he had been poisoned, or had inhaled too much toxic fumes, but he could do nothing about it. Time was becoming his greatest enemy. Before he could escape and get some fresh air, he had to get rid of all the remaining creatures. His determination did not wane even in the face of mortal danger. At this time, Onung, who had climbed the tallest tree in the area, saw the protective barrier begin to collapse, which clearly indicated that the situation was getting out of control. Her heart sank with anxiety. She went down to the team members and explained that they were in serious trouble and needed to find Mukyan and get as far away as possible. Every second of delay could cost them their lives. Some of the Imperial troops also noticed the barrier falling, wondering what could have destroyed such a powerful barrier. This event caused serious concern among the command. At this moment, an unknown warrior reported that the information from Muyang was reliable. The Blood Clan was indeed creating an army of Jiangshi and planning to attack the Imperial Palace. It became obvious that immediate intervention was needed. The dead had to be returned to where they came from. Delay could lead to catastrophic consequences. All 4 members of the team reached the cave, where, relieved to see Mukyan alive, they quickly picked him up and hurried away. Their relief was short-lived. As they walked, they explained that the Imperial troops had arrived to fight the blood cult and promised that they would take care of the rest. This news brought hope for a favorable outcome. Masik noted that their appearance was very opportune, although the hero tried to stay on his feet until the very end, not letting go of the sword, ready to continue the battle at any moment. Looking around, Huansu realized that thanks to the Imperial army, not only their mission, but also their lives were saved. He was overwhelmed with gratitude to fate for the timely help. However, he was still curious about what had happened here. Looking at the many fallen corpses, he could not believe that Mukyan alone had managed to destroy them all. Casting fearful glances at the poisoned boy, he realized that he had clearly underestimated his abilities. Mukyan's strength exceeded all his ideas about human capabilities. Soon, the Blood Clan troops began to suffer defeat. At first, they could not understand how the Imperial warriors managed to pass through the barrier, which was impossible to break through from the outside. But in the midst of the battle, they realized that something must have happened to their founder. This discovery sowed panic among the cultists. The leader of the Imperial troops ordered his soldiers to move forward. If the blood cult dared to threaten the safety of the Emperor and the people, none of them, desecrating the bodies of the dead, deserved mercy. The enemy leader tried to calm his soldiers, convincing them that even a battle with the Imperial troops would not pose any threat to them, contemptuously calling the enemy soldiers with mediocre skills. At that moment, the necromancer, having found her master, anxiously inquired about his condition. He calmly replied that everything was fine, although he was forced to stand motionless, like a statue. After that, they disappeared, and Sama Yun only said mysteriously that a smart bird will always find a worthy person, and a stupid one will try to get a few pitiful crumbs. His words sounded like ancient wisdom. The action moved to the headquarters of the Devil Cult, where a report of unexpected events appeared before the master. The atmosphere was tense and disturbing. The interested gentleman listened to the news that the Blood Cult had entered into a confrontation with the Emperor's army. This news clearly attracted his close attention. This clearly caused displeasure on the face of the founder of the Devil Cult, and he demanded more details. His reaction indicated that events were not developing according to his plan. The assistant explained that after rumors of a planned attack on the Imperial Palace spread, troops immediately moved in to stop the threat. Many Blood Clan masters and their undead were exterminated. Smiling slyly, the man noted that the matter was taking a very interesting turn, and asked if the devil from Muyang was involved. His intuition told him that she had something to do with it. The assistant did not understand who was being talked about, but the gentleman calmly noted that it was not so important, and turned the conversation to the fate of their detachment. He was more interested in the fate of his own warriors. The assistant reported that all the warriors sent on the mission had returned alive and were currently being treated. This news brought obvious relief to his master. He especially noted a warrior named Mukyan, about whom the chief had already heard. The young fighter's reputation grew with each passing day. The assistant even suggested that the master organize Mukyan's training in swordsmanship and make him a real master. But he calmly replied that this decision would remain at his personal discretion. When Mukyan finally felt better, his new teacher, known as Phantom Death, Yu Baek, came to meet him. He looked at his future student with undisguised interest. The hero, observing all formalities, bowed respectfully and introduced himself to his mentor. The latter only smiled slyly, promising that he would certainly take care of the hero. There was a slight mockery in his words. As soon as they started training, it became crystal clear to the hero why Yu Baek's words sounded so ironic. The reality exceeded all his expectations. The man demonstrated incredible speed and strength, and during the fight with him, the hero realized that he was not just another martial arts master. His level was truly impressive. After this short but impressive duel, the mentor noted with satisfaction that Mukyan could indeed become an excellent warrior. He warned about surprise attacks during training. Yu Baek mentioned that he had heard talk about how the character was more suited to the role of a martial artist than an assassin, and now that he had met him in person, he fully understood the reasoning behind such opinions. However, when Mukyan tried to start training immediately, the teacher stopped him, insisting on a full recovery. He scolded the student for his recklessness. He had no spare life. With undisguised irritation, Ubek began calling the hero a blockhead, a fool, and a real idiot, explaining that he had never met such a reckless student before. His concern was expressed in severity. Deep in thought, he realized that he would have to correct many things in Mukyan from the very beginning. However, looking into the young man's determined eyes, he knew that he would become a great master. Moving on to theory, Ubek explained the complex hierarchy of mastery within the cult. The faction that reached the edge were called Hwagyun, while those who reached the limit were called Hyunggyun, which meant one who knew the darkness. The cult also had levels of Gikma, the limit of magic, and Talma, beyond magic. Looking closely at the hero, the teacher asked if he wanted to know the highest level of Talma. Mukyan's face was distorted with shock. It was as if the mentor had read his innermost thoughts. This was exactly what he had been striving for with all his soul for so long. Having gathered his courage, the hero decided to ask the question that had been tormenting him for a long time. Why, even holding a sword in his hands, could he not see the limit of his skill? The teacher clearly liked this question. Mukyan believed that the most important thing in martial arts was knowledge, and he was right. Ubek explained that no matter how strong a person is, without understanding the truth, he will inevitably hit a dead end. Knowledge can only be obtained through an unquenchable, all-consuming desire, when it is impossible to simply sit still because of the constant thirst for power, and in no other way. These words deeply touched the heart of the student. Deciding to show the hero a small display of true strength, Ubek began swinging his sword with a mysterious smile. The air around him began to thicken with a concentration of energy. Seeing the attack coming, the hero instantly realized that it was aimed straight at him and prepared to dodge. His body acted faster than his thoughts. When the attack dissipated, the teacher praised Mukyan for not only managing to dodge it so well, but even moving behind him. His natural reflexes were impressive. The hero himself was outraged, believing that the teacher had decided to get rid of him before he had reached the truth. This seemed logical if the mentor wanted to avoid unnecessary trouble. But Ubek just laughed, explaining that he was confident in Mukyan's ability to dodge, and promised to teach him everything he knew. His eyes showed genuine faith in his student. At the same time, he honestly admitted that he could not guarantee reaching the level beyond, but he would do everything possible for this. Further progress depended only on the student himself. Before him was not a small stream, but a turbulent torrent capable of breaking through a rock. This metaphor accurately described the potential of the young warrior. Smiling, the teacher offered Mukyan to see how far his sword could take him, but he fell silent. His offer sounded like a challenge and a promise at the same time. Looking at this incredible master, the hero realized that this might be his only chance to fulfill his cherished dream. The determination in his heart became even stronger. Bowing respectfully, he promised to follow his master's will unwaveringly in order to learn all his wisdom. This promise marked the beginning of a new stage in his life. Thus began their regular training. The teacher explained that when the will of the weapon and its owner become one, even a dry branch can destroy a mountain. This was the same legendary power of the sword that he calmly demonstrated to the hero. Its power was astounding. Ubek also explained that it was possible to artificially create energy similar to the power of a sword, but it would require a huge investment of time and the difference in effectiveness would be obvious. After seeing such an amazing technique, the hero realized one thing. This realization changed his view of martial arts forever. If even the artificial sword energy was so strong, he couldn't even imagine what its true power was capable of. This thought both scared and excited him. 10 years had passed since that memorable conversation. The hero continued to meditate diligently, but he still could not fully comprehend the true nature of the sword's power. It was as if something was missing. One day, Ubek approached him, noticing his student in deep meditation. Mukyan immediately sensed the approach of his mentor, although he moved completely silently. Taking a closer look at his student, Ubek realized that the boy, without even noticing it, had actually reached the level he desired. His progress was astounding. When the teacher inquired about his progress, the hero sadly admitted that he could not overcome the last stage. The mentor wisely advised him not to rush. After that, he suggested practicing a little, so that the path itself would show the right direction. Having thanked him for the instruction, the hero noted that the teacher had become much more caring. This observation did not surprise Yu Baek. He admitted that as he grew older, he began to treat Mukyan as his last student, and therefore allowed himself to show more gentleness. He calmly told that he was already 70 years old, which caused genuine shock on the hero's face. The teacher's age seemed incredible. In response, the teacher asked Mukyan how old he was. He was only 27. However, even at that age, he looked much younger, as if he was practicing Chuansul. The hero assumed that these were the methods the teacher himself used, but it turned out that everything was much more complicated. Internal strength naturally influenced appearance. However, Yu Baek warned that this action was only external. Internally, the body continued to age inexorably. His warning sounded like an important lesson. He urged the student to be extremely careful with any methods of delaying aging, because sooner or later, the senses would inevitably begin to dull. The hero promised to remember all the instructions. Yu Baek, smiling warmly back, noted that Mukyan still had a long way to go. Decades of training, before he could leave the mountain. His words sounded prophetic. Initially, the hero took these words as a good-natured joke, but the reality turned out to be completely different. The future was preparing serious tests for him. A year of intense training passed. One day, during another lesson, the hero inquired about the fate of the bloody cult, but the teacher, living in solitude, considered such cults insignificant. 2 years later, Mukyan decided to ask Yu Baek about the cult of darkness, but the answer was predictable. A man who had lived in the mountains for a long time and never came down from them was far from worldly events. His solitude was complete. A few years later, the hero started talking about masters who could understand the true power of the sword, but learned from Yu Baek that they had all long since left this world. This news brought a slight sadness. The years flowed inexorably, and the hero's path increasingly resembled an ascent up an endless tower with no clearly defined direction, a path abandoned by countless warriors. However, it was Mukyan who managed to overcome this challenge. His persistence was rewarded with the understanding of the deep truths of martial arts. Now, holding the naked sword in his hands, he felt the raging dark energy enveloping him like a cloak. Power overflowed every cell of his body. Having made a single but incredibly powerful attack, capable of cutting down a mountain, he struck even the seasoned Yu Baek. The mentor finally understood the true ability of his student's sword. With sincere pride, he congratulated Mukyan, who had now become the strongest swordsman. His achievements had surpassed all of his teacher's expectations. Now he had to prove the power of his blade for the rest of his life. It was the path he had chosen for himself. However, the hero looked unusually sad. He admitted that although he had reached the level he had so passionately dreamed of, he felt an acute lack of something elusive. Looking inside himself, he realized that he had clearly not reached the absolute limit he had dreamed of. This realization gave him no peace. Noticing his doubts, Yu Baek asked the youth if he knew of a divine swordmaster named Gui. The hero had heard that he was the first to pass through the Huangyan and reach the Hyungyan. The teacher confirmed this information, explaining that this achievement was comparable to the transition to the level of Talma. His words awakened new hope in the hero. However, no one in the demonic cult managed to repeat this feat, so all hopes were placed on the older generation. This knowledge fell like a heavy burden on the shoulders of the young warriors. Yu Baek suggested that the hero look for answers in the Arts of the Dark Ghost, a collection written by Gui, which contained all the knowledge about the techniques of Parhe, allowing one to accumulate inner strength. The teacher was sure that studying this ancient knowledge would be beneficial to the hero, and suggested starting with studying the Parhe language, being absolutely confident in the abilities of his student. However, he warned that the language would have to be learned elsewhere. It was time to descend the mountain. These words meant the end of one stage and the beginning of a new path. After a deep bow and a touching farewell to his teacher, Mukyan finally left the place of his long training. His heart was full of gratitude. At the foot of the mountain, he noticed a carriage passing by and, stopping it, asked the driver if there was a free seat. Fate provided him with fellow travelers. He calmly replied that there would be a place if the hero didn't mind company, and offered to sit in the back. His friendliness was sincere. At that moment, an elderly man looked out of the carriage, curiously inquiring about the young man's destination. His gaze expressed genuine interest. Upon learning that he was heading to Cheonyang, the old man laughed good-naturedly, noting that the meeting reminded him of old times. He cordially invited the hero to join them. Mukyan gratefully accepted the invitation and joined the travelers in the carriage. The atmosphere inside was warm and welcoming. After a long silence, the gray-haired man inquired about the hero's marital status. His question was dictated by genuine curiosity. He, showing resourcefulness, explained that he practices donshagon, a technique that prohibits any contact with the opposite sex. It was his little lie, but the old man, remembering this technique, admitted that he himself had never been able to master it. His frankness made me smile. His curious granddaughter immediately began asking her grandfather about this special martial art. The old man explained that the technique improves skills, but has many disadvantages. When the girl tried to find out more about the shortcomings, the grandfather strictly ordered her not to interfere in the conversation. His tone did not allow for objections. She became sad, but soon her attention was drawn to something more interesting. They began to approach the city walls. Her childish curiosity quickly found a new object. Stopping for a bite to eat, the old man asked Mukyan if he could drink and offered him any dishes he liked. His hospitality was boundless. But as soon as the hero took the menu and thanked the man, their attention was drawn to the loud shouting of drunken patrons at the neighboring tables. The atmosphere instantly changed. 3 rich young men, with obvious disregard for propriety, loudly expressed their indignation at the presence of commoners, although one of them tried to resolve the situation peacefully. They declared that they would not sit down to eat simple food unworthy of their status, deliberately spoiling the meal for other diners. Their arrogance was unbearable. The old man, calmly observing what was happening, philosophically remarked that if such people were considered the elite of society, then the world would soon come to an end. His wisdom was obvious. The hero asked the old man if he wanted to help restore order, since he obviously had martial arts. His observation was accurate. The old man was a little embarrassed, realizing that the hero had figured out his essence, although he had not admitted it. His secret was revealed. The wise companion explained that Mukyan could easily handle the youths, but the 5 men at the other table were experienced masters from the 5 great ones from the Shaman Ridge. At this time, Yubek's thoughts returned to his student. Thinking about Mukyan, he realized that the beautiful mountain scenery had to be sacrificed for the sake of his training. Letting the boy go so easily was like releasing a tiger into a peaceful village. His concerns were well-founded. Now the mentor only hoped that immediately after descending the mountain, his student would not decide to attack some important person whose behavior he considered unworthy. Soon, the wise old man, driven by curiosity, decided to look into the deserted restaurant. The sight that appeared before his eyes made him freeze in amazement. At that moment, he finally realized the truly amazing power of the mysterious hero's skills. Coming closer, he pointed out to his granddaughter the perfectly smooth cut of the metal leg. Apparently, the stranger used the ancient art of kangi, the highest manifestation of chi energy in martial arts, which few people have heard of these days. His skill was unmatched. It is not surprising that his opponents did not even have time to realize the reason for their death. The old man realized that he had greatly underestimated this warrior. His skill was comparable to the level of Huagyong. When the hero arrived at Chontan, he immediately presented his appointment order to the guard. His appearance was official and expected. Having carefully studied the document, the guard respectfully invited him in. The formalities were observed. In the luxurious chambers, a high-ranking official named Pan Tain was already waiting for him, who inquired with visible interest about the guest's origins. The meeting was important. Mukyan, maintaining an unperturbed calm, introduced himself as a first-level assassin from the elite Black Death Squad. His words left a strong impression. Hearing this, the official froze in amazement. The very thought of meeting a member of the legendary squad of the demonic cult made him tremble. The first level meant the highest rank. The hero, slowly sipping his fragrant tea, philosophically noted that the world was a very cruel place and asked the official to take care of him. His calm was unshakable. These simple words caused Pan Tieying to jump to his feet, and bowing low began to apologize for not recognizing such an outstanding warrior. Mukyan gently stopped the flow of apologies. The official cautiously inquired about the need to keep the presence of an important person a secret. The hero asked to use another name to avoid unnecessary suspicion and unnecessary attention from local residents and authorities. He inquired about the number of local cult masters. Pan Tieying reported 1,000 masters, with 100 on missions. He emphasized that despite some deviations from the law among the residents, any illegal activity required serious efforts to conceal. The official anxiously asked permission to warn the household of the guest's identity, especially the children, among whom were spoiled brats. He expressed fear that they might behave inappropriately, unaware of the guest's importance. Mukyan firmly responded that he preferred maximum secrecy regarding his identity. He emphasized the importance of maintaining anonymity for the success of his mission and the safety of all parties involved. Moreover, he gave strict orders to warn all members of his household not to follow him or be in his vicinity. He especially emphasized the importance of this requirement for the general safety and success of his mission. After the hero left, the official breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the encounter with the first-class killer had left an indelible mark on his soul. He could not come to his senses for a long time, realizing the importance and danger of the situation. A trusted spy approached the official, inquiring about his well-being. He reported recent rumors regarding a mysterious warrior who had killed members of the Mudan faction in Chonilla. This information made them wonder about what was going on. The spy began to suspect that the invincible warrior could be Mukyan. He carefully analyzed all the available data and came to the conclusion that the coincidence of details could not be accidental. If their guess was correct, then a true martial arts monster had arrived in the city, one whose skill exceeded all known limits. This discovery forced them to rethink their plans and strategies. A drama was unfolding at the city market. A little girl caught stealing a bun was hit in the face by a vendor. The situation was getting more and more heated with each passing second, attracting the attention of passers-by and other vendors. The enraged merchant, not having calmed down after the slap, and remembering the girl's previous thefts, in the heat of anger declared that one of them must die today, either she or he. He pounced on the child, shouting insults and calling her a little piece of trash. At the critical moment, Mukyan's firm hand stopped the merchant. The hero considered that the man had clearly crossed all acceptable boundaries, especially considering that there was a defenseless child in front of him. Such cruelty could not go unnoticed. The merchant, having torn his hand from the hero's grip, angrily explained the situation. According to him, the girl, instead of honest work, had chosen the path of theft from an early age. He insisted on the need for punishment to prevent such behavior in the future. The hero offered a peaceful solution to the situation, giving the merchant monetary compensation. Having taken the money, the man cast a warning glance at the girl, making it clear that the next offense would not go unpunished. Mukyan approached the trembling child, gently asking about her condition and the reasons for the theft. He asked why she had not tried to find an honest way to earn money, trying to understand the true motives behind her actions. The little thief told her story through tears. Her mother was seriously ill and bedridden, and the girl herself could not find work because of her young age. The situation seemed hopeless. Touched by the girl's story, the hero decided to help her and offered to take him to their home. He saw in this situation an opportunity to change the child's life for the better, directing her on the right path. Seeing the girl's bewilderment, Mukyan kindly explained his intentions. He wanted to offer her a job, but to do so he needed her mother's permission, which was an important condition for starting their collaboration. Upon entering the wretched dwelling, the hero immediately noticed the woman's serious condition. The girl confirmed his fears about her mother's serious illness, which explained their plight and the child's actions. Without wasting any time, Mukyan carefully picked up the sick woman in his arms. Realizing the urgency of the situation, he immediately took her to an experienced doctor, hoping that it was not too late to provide help. After several days of treatment and a thorough examination, the skilled physician felt the patient's pulse. With obvious relief, he reported the good news. The woman's life was now out of danger, and she was recovering. The woman, noticeably cheered up after the treatment, warmly thanked her unexpected savior. At the same time, she admitted her embarrassment, not knowing how she could repay such boundless kindness and help. Mukyan hastened to reassure the woman, explaining his decision. He suggested that she and her daughter move into his house, where they could live and work, which would undoubtedly improve their current situation and give them a new chance in life. Seeing the woman's bewilderment at such generosity, the hero admitted his loneliness with a slight smile. He suggested that the girl go outside to give her mother the opportunity to rest peacefully after the treatment. Once outside, the curious girl began asking the hero about his fighting skills. Her childish curiosity and genuine interest in martial arts manifested itself in a series of questions about his skills and abilities. She inquired about Mukyan's fighting ability, comparing it to the fighters she had seen at the market. According to her, they moved like the wind and seemed to be able to fly, which left a lasting impression on her. Mukyan smiled and confessed his inability to fly, which made the girl suspect his weakness. This sincere, childish conclusion amused the experienced warrior who was hiding his true strength. He, amused by the girl's spontaneity, supported her assumption about his weakness. He jokingly explained that this was precisely why he lived in such a modest house, observing the reaction of the curious child. He could tell from the girl's glowing eyes that she was passionate about learning martial arts. Her enthusiasm and genuine interest in martial techniques did not go unnoticed by the experienced master. Having decided to help the child, he offered to teach her the most amazing technique, the art of transparent emptiness. This offer opened up new opportunities for the girl and a path to self-improvement. Mukhyun explained that mastering this technique could make her incredibly strong. He saw potential in the girl and the willingness to put in the hard training needed to master the martial arts. He immediately warned about the training conditions. Keep the technique secret from the other children and train twice a day, morning and evening. The strictness of these requirements emphasized the seriousness of the upcoming training. The girl passionately assured of her readiness to fulfill all the demands. Her only wish was to learn how to fight so that her body seemed to float in the air, like those masters she had seen before. Rich caravans moved slowly along the dusty road, guarded by a small detachment of warriors. This standard protection from common bandits seemed sufficient, but they did not even suspect the ambush that was being prepared. An entire army of experienced bandits was waiting in ambush for them. Their leader, hiding in the dense bushes, with a predatory smile, ordered to prepare for an attack, comparing the victim to a deer wandering to a tiger's den. After a bloody battle, one of the surviving masters, having gathered his last strength, tried to intimidate the bandits. He threatened them with terrible retribution for daring to contact those whose power they were unable to comprehend. The bandit chief only laughed like an autumn wind. He calmly explained that he knew that the valuables belonged to an important person who was now waving the money from afar, like a fan on a hot day. The wounded master tried to warn of the inevitable punishment from his master and the cult. His last words were filled with confidence in the inevitability of retribution for the crime committed. Before he could finish speaking, the master fell from a lightning-fast sword strike. The bandit, wiping the blade, cold-bloodedly noted that such threats would not frighten the mountain bandit, after which he turned his attention to the other survivors. He suggested that they run, knowing that death would catch up with them no matter how high they climbed or how fast they ran. It would catch up with them like a persistent shadow. In the evening, Mr. Pantelli, out of breath, burst into Mukhyun's place begging for help. Barely catching his breath, he told of a robbery attack on an important caravan in the mountains and the theft of its contents. Catching his breath, the official explained the importance of the cargo. It was carrying military stock. Despite the protection of 5 skilled craftsmen, their forces were insufficient to protect the caravan from the attackers. When the hero inquired about the identity of the attackers, the official quickly suggested the involvement of the bandits from Mount Desol. This information caused an immediate reaction from Mukhyun, who was familiar with the reputation of this gang. At the mention of Mount Desol, Mukhyun began to prepare for the march. Pantelli warned of 200 experienced bandits and masters in the lair, expressing doubts about the ability to deal with them alone. The hero responded calmly to the warning, noting that the task would not take much time. His confidence in his own strength and abilities left no doubt about the successful outcome of the upcoming operation. The bandit lair was soon filled with alarming cries and screams of terror. The sudden appearance of Mukhyun, like a punishing sword from heaven, sowed panic among the bandits, who did not expect such swift retribution. One of the leaders, jumping out and seeing the pogrom that had been committed, desperately tried to wake up his subordinates. His panic and powerless attempts to organize resistance spoke of the seriousness of the situation. The unwavering hero was already standing before him, demanding to know the location of the loot. His determination and calm contrasted with the panicked state of the bandit leader. The bandit, laughing hysterically, said that Mukhyun was too late. Everything stolen had already been sold. His words sounded like a last attempt to maintain control over the situation. Realizing the futility of further conversation, the hero raised his sword with a lightning-fast movement for a fatal blow. The robber's fate was decided the moment he confessed to selling the loot. Unexpectedly, the blow was parried. The leader's brother managed to intervene in time, protecting his relative from imminent death. His sudden appearance and fencing skills caught the hero off guard, creating a new threat in the development of the situation. Ordering everyone to retreat, he demanded that the hero identify himself, but the latter merely stared at him. A tense anticipation hung in the air as the opponents assessed each other's strengths. The next moment, the bandits, like a pack of hungry wolves, rushed at the hero. Looking at the approaching crowd, Mukyan only smiled, remembering his previous battle with a similar number of opponents. Comparing the current battle with the confrontation with the Jiangshi, he realized the difference. Things were different then, and he himself was much weaker, like a young bamboo that had not yet experienced the power of the wind. His opponents considered him a simple magician who could only show off beautiful tricks. They did not suspect that in the fight with them, the hero experienced only endless boredom, like a swordmaster forced to fight with straw men. When the overconfident leader rushed to attack, Mukyan waited for the right moment, and with one movement of his hand cut off his head. It rolled to the feet of his dumbfounded comrades, like a withered autumn flower. After this, the bandits scattered in panic, finally realizing the futility of confronting such a powerful enemy. Their fear of the unknown warrior turned the once formidable bandits into frightened fugitives, but the hero had no intention of letting them go. He summoned his shadows, the silent servants of darkness, ordering them to finish the job. His determination to finish off the bandits was unwavering. By dawn, the entire lair of bandits lay in ruins, like ancient ruins that retain only the memory of their former greatness. The destruction of the once impregnable fortress became a testament to the strength of one man. Only one man managed to escape death by hiding in a wine barrel. When he saw the scale of the destruction, he realized that they were facing a true monster, capable of turning an impregnable fortress into a pile of rubble in one night. He was preparing to run to report everything to his elder, but he did not expect that the hero was still there. A sharp sword pierced his chest. The last attempt to save himself was futile in the face of the implacable warrior. Panteli's assistant appeared. Mukyan calmly asked him to collect all the illegally appropriated goods and go downstairs. The assistant bowed respectfully, although he was inwardly in deep shock from what he saw. He could not believe that one man could destroy a bandit fortress that was considered impregnable in one night. In his eyes, Mukyan was not a man, but the embodiment of the spirit of vengeance. The hero picked up an elegant hairpin from the ground, lying near the body of one of the bandits. He thought that this small trophy would certainly appeal to a certain person, and carefully hid the find. When all the loot had been delivered and counted, the assistant reported to Panteli that the total cost was about 100,000 silver coins. This amount alarmed the official. The official realized that the amount was catastrophically small, considering that the bribes to cover up the incident would exceed this figure. Panteli asked Mukyan to take care of finding the missing person, but the hero had already given the appropriate orders. He warned that such items and weapons would easily find buyers. Following his advice, Panteli immediately ordered his assistants to sell the items and begin transporting them. He informed Mukyan about personally selecting 10 escorts for the transport, since an agreement had been reached with the central department. This decision required careful preparation and coordination of actions. The hero could only obey, understanding the difficulty of independently penetrating Nagyan. He recognized the need to follow the established plan to achieve the common goal. Late at night he returned to his humble home, where he was met by a little girl and her mother. They greeted the gentleman respectfully, rejoicing at his return after a long absence. Mukyan, tenderly embracing the girl, asked about the peace in his absence. His concern for his household was evident in every word and gesture, creating an atmosphere of family comfort. The little girl happily confirmed her well-being, but confessed to her longing for her benefactor. She was perplexed by the reason for his long absence, showing sincere affection for her savior. Instead of answering, the hero asked with feigned severity why the girl was not sleeping at such a late hour. His feigned severity only emphasized the warmth of his relationship with his ward. It turned out that she had been patiently awaiting his return. The mother explained that her daughter had spent the entire day waiting, not wanting to miss the moment of her benefactor's return. The girl, noticing the hero's fatigue, suggested having dinner together. The woman volunteered to set the table, but Mukyan, touched by their concern, asked to serve something simple, not wanting to bother them. After the incident, the faction's affairs improved significantly. The effective solution to the problem with the bandits strengthened their position and authority in the region. Despite the theft of valuables, they managed to defeat the bandits and earn money by transporting goods. The successful completion of the operation brought not only material benefits, but also strengthened the faction's reputation. By hiring a skilled warrior, they destroyed the main bandit camp so effectively that there were virtually no bandits left near Nagyan, an achievement that greatly improved security in the region. 3 years had passed since then. The little girl had grown up and was now racing on a horse, trying to break away from her assistant. Time had changed her appearance, but it had not affected her lively character and love of adventure. The man galloped after her, begging her to stop and warning her of the dangers of riding too fast. But she only laughed, urging her horse on, showing complete confidence in her abilities. At this time, Mukyan was quietly meditating. The last quiet days allowed him to devote himself entirely to training, perfecting his skills in solitude. Suddenly he felt someone's presence, and soon he saw a horse rearing up. His sensitivity and attentiveness allowed him to react instantly to the appearance of an unexpected guest. He immediately recognized So-yeon and noticed her improved riding skills. Years of training and persistence had paid off, turning the clumsy girl into a skilled rider. She laughed in response and told him about her return from a nearby village. Her cheerful disposition and cheerfulness remained unchanged despite the passing years. The girl asked to evaluate her new skills and demonstrated martial arts techniques. Her desire to get the teacher's approval showed a serious attitude to training. Mukyan watched with interest, thinking about mastering the techniques. It turned out that the girl was picking up techniques from passers-by and was now waiting for his assessment, demonstrating her resourcefulness and desire to improve. The hero smiled, remembering little So-yeon, but she proudly reminded him that she was 16. Time flew by, turning the frightened girl into a confident young woman. The assistant approached and greeted the gentleman respectfully. Mukyan sympathized with the man, believing that he had suffered because of the restless So-yeon, whose character caused a lot of trouble to those around her. The assistant assured him that there were no inconveniences, although Mukyan clearly felt the insincerity of his words. The assistant's politeness and respectfulness could not hide the true state of affairs. Later, another assistant reported the good news. The central headquarters, delighted by the hero's merits, generously rewarded him. This recognition became an important stage in Mukyan's career. After reading the message, Mukyan learned of his appointment to the position of Great General of the Thousand Wolves Society. This promotion opened up new opportunities and imposed serious obligations. After quickly studying the location, he realized his purpose in Cheolgu-kwan. This purpose required a major change in his life and future plans. The mayor sincerely congratulated the hero on his promotion, expressing his respect with a deep bow. His formal demeanor reflected the importance of the moment and Mukyan's new status. Mukyan felt awkward hearing the formal speech from this man, although he understood the logic of the situation due to his new high position. The change in their relationship was an inevitable consequence of the promotion. Returning to business, he clarified the time of arrival at the central headquarters. He was given 2 months until May to settle his affairs and carry out the move, which required careful planning. The hero was saddened by the need to leave this place and return to the center, understanding the importance of stabilizing current affairs. His feelings were mixed with the awareness of duty and responsibility. He inquired about the state of finances, planning to make farewell gifts. His concern for loved ones was evident even at the moment of preparation for departure and a new appointment. Soon he brought So-yeon to their new home. Knowing that the girl was growing up, he offered her to choose a room to her taste, paying attention to her wishes and preferences. The mother and daughter were amazed at the generosity of the gentleman who had already done so much for them. Their gratitude and surprise reflected the depth of their affection for their benefactor. Mukyan calmly handed them a bag containing the house deeds and money for living expenses. His final gift was to ensure their future and a peaceful life in his absence. Despite the woman's fearful protests, he insisted on his decision, explaining the need for funds for the future, especially when marrying off his daughter. His far-sighted concern covered all aspects of their future life. Having explained his upcoming departure in the morning and the unlikelihood of further meetings, he sought to ensure their future. His parting gift was an expression of genuine concern for the fate of his adopted family. The woman was upset at not being able to repay his kindness and burst into tears. Her tears expressed deep gratitude and sadness at the upcoming separation from her benefactor. So-yeon ran to her mother to find out the reason for her tears. The hero explained about the upcoming long journey and asked the girl to obey her mother in everything, giving her final instructions. He told her not to be lazy and to develop herself. So-yeon happily promised to become stronger than the hero himself, demonstrating her undying enthusiasm and determination. These words at first surprised Mukyan, but then he smiled good-naturedly, seeing the girl's sincere desire to improve. Her ambitions evoked warm feelings in him. Afterwards, he said that he would wait for their next meeting. when she would be able to amaze him with her successes. These words were supposed to be an incentive for the girl's further development. This was his last meeting with his family and the girl who became his daughter. At this moment, an important stage of his life ended, leaving a deep mark on the hero's soul. A powerful explosion thundered near the central plain. The leader of the Jackal Squad had finished his training. His display of strength attracted the attention of everyone nearby. He soon arrived at his workplace to meet the hero, who greeted him respectfully. Their meeting was to determine the further development of events. The man smiled warmly, noting Mukhyun's noticeable improvement since their last meeting. His attentive gaze assessed the young warrior's progress. He announced the time to study the most powerful technique of the Thousand Wolves Society and to be appointed as the Great White General. This decision opened a new chapter in the hero's life. Bowing respectfully, the hero expressed his readiness to immediately begin carrying out the order. His devotion to duty and discipline were evident at this important moment. Time passed. The hero took up the post, but discovered that being a general was more boring than expected. The routine of administrative work weighed on his active nature. The aide was taken aback by this admission. Mukhyun apologized for thinking out loud and began recalling the structure of the troops, trying to focus on his duties. Each endless regiment of devil swords consisted of 10 people. A squad of 100 swords consisted of 100, and a battalion consisted of 1,000 warriors. This complex military organization required constant attention. The monotony of training weighed on him, making him want to return to his own studies. His desire for personal development conflicted with his duties as a commander. When he suggested handing over the training to an assistant, the assistant was shocked, explaining that it was against the rules. Such a proposal was outside the established order. The aide was worried about the possible losses in a real battle without the general. His concern about the consequences reflected the seriousness of the situation and the responsibility of the command position. Mukhyun calmly proposed a compromise. In battle, the assistant would lead the troops, and he would follow behind. The assistant's uncertainty caused the hero a headache and a desire to stop the discussion. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck the hero, causing him to glance slyly at his assistant. His resourcefulness could offer an unexpected solution to the current situation. The head of the Jackal clan checked the training. The assistant reported on the training from morning to evening, and the man was satisfied with Mukhyun's performance of his duties. Soon, his attentive gaze noticed something strange on the training ground, forcing him to head there immediately. His experience suggested that there was an unusual situation. What he saw astounded him. A warrior, pretending to be Mukhyun, was conducting training. This discovery caused an immediate reaction from the clan leader. The clan leader tore the impostor's wig off before he could greet him. Grabbing the intruder by the face and silencing him, he demanded information about the whereabouts of the real Mukhyun. The real hero trained quietly alone, enjoying the effectiveness of individual training over group training. His solitude was soon to be broken. His peace was interrupted by an angry gentleman demanding an explanation for his independent training, instead of teaching others. Confrontation was inevitable. The hero, remaining unperturbed, calmly explained his decision to study alone. His confidence in the correctness of his choice remained unshakable. This explanation enraged the gentleman. He did not understand the priority of personal training over the training of troops. The conflict between personal improvement and duty reached a critical point. When pressed for further clarification, the hero bowed respectfully and firmly stated the priority of self-improvement. His convictions remained unchanged even under pressure. The master ordered the sword to be drawn. Seeing the threatening glow of the enemy's weapon, the hero understood the extent of his anger, but decided to follow his will. Preparing for the inevitable duel, the man announced his desire to see the hero's true strength, hinting at the possibility of forgiveness if he demonstrated his skills with dignity. This challenge was a test of Mukhyun's skill. The hero was excited by the opportunity to show his skills for the first time in many years. His long concealment of his true abilities was coming to an end. Remembering Yubak's lessons, he gripped the sword's hilt tightly and used the rock decoration technique. His movements reflected years of training and martial arts perfection. The master felt the powerful energy of the blade, realizing the manifestation of absolute mastery of the sword. Every moment of the battle revealed the true level of the enemy. When the hero attacked first, the lord barely managed to dodge, defending himself with his blade. The speed and power of the attack exceeded his expectations. He immediately counterattacked, warning the young man not to get cocky. His experience and pride did not allow him to easily acknowledge the superiority of the young warrior. Infuriated, he decided to teach a lesson by showing his true strength with the Blood and Heavenly Dragon technique, which was capable of destroying 10 fortresses. His display of strength was to be decisive. The hero pondered the essence of martial arts: energy, the power of destruction, or something deeper that controls all living things. These philosophical questions occupied him even in the heat of battle. He believed that martial arts existed to hone skills, crush enemies, and overcome the limits of mortality, following in his father's footsteps. This conviction defined his path as a warrior. In the midst of the battle, the Lord realized Mukyan's use of the highest art of swordsmanship. This discovery changed his perception of the young warrior. His technique was unstoppable, and the man thought about his last hour. The enemy's skill had exceeded all his expectations. However, the hero stopped the attack in time and returned the sword to its original position. His control over the technique demonstrated not only strength, but also wisdom. After the duel, the hero acknowledged the man's impressive technique and thanked him for the lesson. His respectfulness and modesty contrasted with the strength he had displayed. He asked about the possibility of making amends, and the man mentally admitted that he had underestimated Mukyan's strength. This moment became a turning point in their relationship. The man left, freeing the hero from the obligation to attend general training. This decision gave Mukyan the long-awaited freedom for self-improvement. After the humiliating defeat, the clan leader, in a rage, destroyed the pillar with a single blow. Even this display of strength did not bring any consolation to his wounded pride. The events were observed by a raven, an assistant of the founder of the devilish cult, who immediately went to report. His attentive observation did not miss any important details of what had happened. Upon hearing the raven's report, the gentleman was astonished by the unexpected turn of events. The hero had certainly caught his attention with his unusual abilities. Responding to the challenge, the hero respectfully came to the founder of the cult to find out the reason for the call. This meeting was to determine his future fate. The founder warmly welcomed the long-unseen youth and informed him of the news that had reached him about his becoming an outstanding martial artist. The meeting between the two mighty warriors was filled with mutual respect. He was called to discuss further plans. With a snap of his fingers, an assistant appeared, who greeted the hero and told him about his knowledge of him since the time of Nagyan. Their meeting promised important changes. The assistant noted the hero's enterprise in accumulating forces in the central headquarters, thanks to which their enterprise expanded significantly and created 3 new guilds. Mukyan's successes did not go unnoticed. However, this led to serious conflict with the dominant clans. Growing influence and power inevitably caused opposition from the established power structures. The hero asked again, having never heard the name of the clan commanding him before. His genuine surprise showed his ignorance of some influential forces in the martial arts world. The assistant explained the peculiarity of the situation. Although the enemy clan numbered only 200 people, their master was an exceptionally strong warrior, one of the 5 rulers and 3 emperors. This great master, who had reached the level of Huangyan, was known as the Thunder King of the Lightning Sword. His reputation inspired fear and respect, even among the most powerful warriors. The assistant explained the likelihood of a powerful warrior interfering in their affairs if the situation was left unattended. The need for action became increasingly obvious. They had a special request for the hero: to eliminate this man. This task required exceptional skill and courage, posing a serious challenge for Mukyan. If they succeeded in their mission, they would show the world that they could defeat one of the 5 rulers and 3 emperors. Such a feat could change the balance of power in the world of martial arts. The founder of the devilish cult, noticing the hero's doubts, hastened to reassure him, promising the support of 4 experienced warriors. His concern for Mukyan's safety was obvious. To everyone's amazement, the hero refused help, confidently declaring his ability to deal with the enemy alone. His self-confidence amazed even seasoned warriors. After the conversation, the hero went to carry out the task and settled in the forest. At this time, a group of 4 people were conducting reconnaissance of the territory beyond the river, unaware of his presence. The girl from the group, having studied the description of the task, expressed doubts about its feasibility. Their target could have died years ago. Despite the promised reward, the mission seemed hopeless. While preparing for the search, they noticed a fire nearby. Deciding to question the unknown person about the purpose of the search, they headed towards the fire hoping to get information. Apologizing for the disturbance, They hastened to assure the stranger that he had no hostile intentions. Their cautious approach showed experience in dealing with strangers. Seeing an attentive listener, one of the men explained his desire to ask questions. The stranger's calm reaction inspired confidence in the possibility of obtaining the necessary information. Unrolling the scroll, he spoke of the search for the man who had committed the massacre in Chonilla, and asked about possible meetings with him. Their purpose was clearly stated, although they did not suspect the truth. The hero smiled calmly, and taking off his cape, replied that he had never met the person he was looking for. His ironic answer contained some truth, because he really had never met himself from the outside. Soon everyone was sitting at a rich table, exchanging toasts and kind words. The warm atmosphere and generous refreshments created ideal conditions for easy conversation. The man, who had initially been suspicious of the hero, sincerely apologized. Hospitality and good conversation quickly smoothed out the first impression, creating an atmosphere of mutual trust. The atmosphere became warm and relaxed. The man noted the pleasantness of communicating with the hero and offered to drink more of the exquisite alcohol, which the guest had already appreciated for its excellent taste. As the evening progressed, the hero began to cautiously question the group about the wanted man. His interest in his own story was disguised as mere curiosity. This criminal committed a massacre and took the life of an important person. The hero was surprised by the persistence of the search after so many years, which spoke of the importance of the murdered person. The interlocutor explained. The murdered man was the head of an influential organization, which explained the length of the search. The status of the victim determined the persistence of the pursuers and the size of the reward. He acknowledged the difficulty of the task due to the catastrophic lack of information about the killer. The lack of details made the search almost hopeless, despite all efforts. The hero understood the difficulty of obtaining new information about this case. His inner knowledge of the situation gave a special irony to the conversation, remaining unnoticed by his interlocutors. The tipsy member of the group happily patted the hero on the shoulder, urging him not to worry, and reported receiving a detailed description of the wanted warrior. His enthusiasm created a comical contrast. Despite his comrades teasing about his drunkenness, he insisted on revealing the information. His insistence on sharing information created a tense moment in the conversation. According to him, the wanted man wore black clothes, just like the hero. This first coincidence began to create an atmosphere of uneasy recognition among those present. He had a sword of special dimensions, a blade 70 centimeters long and a handle about 30. Each new detail of the description increased the tension at the table. The description included long hair and a piercing, cold gaze. As the details were listed, the exact match with Muhyang's appearance became apparent. A sudden realization struck everyone. They realized who was in front of them. Hands reached for weapons, but the master commanded his assistants to freeze in a commanding voice, realizing the danger of the situation. They looked at the master with incomprehension and anxiety, not understanding the reasons for the order, but he firmly insisted on his decision. His experience suggested the correct course of action. The hero calmly raised his glass and thanked for refreshing his memory of old events. He admitted that the memories had begun to fade with time, while maintaining complete calm. He made it clear that he had no hostile intentions towards those present, and invited them to return to their seats. His peaceful gesture helped to diffuse the tense atmosphere at the table. The master expressed gratitude for sparing their lives, to which the hero shrugged indifferently. His indifference to their fate emphasized the difference in power and status. He explained that he usually showed no mercy to those who pointed a gun at him, but that sharing a meal with them had earned him mercy. This revelation underscored the danger of the situation and the hero's nobility. The master's assistant watched, trying to comprehend the hero's strength. The master felt that their opponent could destroy everyone in a second, realizing the enormous difference in capabilities. He explained to his subordinates their inability to resist such a powerful warrior. His straightforward assessment of the situation helped avoid unnecessary bloodshed. The master reproached himself for the unforgivable oversight, recalling his usual prudence in business. His self-criticism reflected a professional approach to work. He assumed that the customer had deliberately concealed the true level of strength of the wanted man. This assumption explained their unpreparedness to meet such a dangerous opponent. The hero unexpectedly offered a chance to defeat him, although he was not going to give in voluntarily. His offer intrigued those present, creating a new twist in the situation. The hero revealed to the intrigued master the plan for the duel with the Thunder King of the Lightning Sword. The mention of this name made a strong impression on the listeners. The master's face was distorted with surprise and fear at the mention of the name. He excitedly asked about the realization of the Thunder King's power, not understanding the reasons for such a decision. The hero explained his ignorance of the road and asked them to accompany him, offering a condition. In case of defeat, they could receive a reward for his body. This offer demonstrated his confidence. The master, having assessed the situation, agreed to accompany Mukyan and his team. The lack of risk and potential benefit made the offer attractive to them. The next day, the group set out on horseback. The master noticed the hero's unusual alertness, which attracted his attention and caused concern. He turned around worriedly and tried to find out the reason for the hero's behavior. Instead of explaining, Mukyan commanded his pursuers to show themselves. A multitude of shadows jumped out of their hiding places, as if they had materialized out of thin air. This appearance caused the team members to look at each other in alarm, realizing the seriousness of the situation. The four unknown men bowed, and their leader explained his mission. They were sent from the center to help the hero in critical situations. Their appearance demonstrated the command's concern for Mukyan's safety. After casting a careful glance at them, the hero made it clear that there was no need for protection and asked them to return. His confidence in his own strength was obvious to everyone present. The warriors regretfully explained that they were unable to fulfill the request. Strict orders required them to follow Mukyan relentlessly. Their devotion to duty exceeded their desire to please the hero. The hero, after some thought, allowed them to follow the group, but strictly forbade them to act without direct orders. This compromise allowed them to follow the order and maintain control over the situation. The warriors, grateful for the permission, swore unquestioning obedience and vanished into space. Their disappearance was as impressive as their appearance. The master's team, amazed by the speed and skill of the warriors, realized their extraordinary nature. The fact that such fighters considered Mukyan as their master made them marvel at his strength once again. By evening, the group's journey had taken them to a high mountainside. The natural landscape provided a majestic backdrop for the events to come. The master announced the approach to the goal by pointing to the mountain behind which the residence was located. The proximity to the destination made everyone feel the importance of the moment more acutely. The hero directed his horse in the indicated direction, soon seeing the majestic entrance to the residence. The architecture of the place reflected the status of its owner. In the residence, a man sat by an ancient tree, surprised to see an important procession approaching. His attentive gaze assessed every detail of what was happening. He addressed his assistant, affectionately calling her baby, and asked her to invite guests. His calm reaction to the unexpected visitors spoke of his confidence in his abilities. As he watched his assistant walk away, he pondered the reasons for the unexpected visit. His experience told him that such visits were rarely accidental. Soon, the master introduced the hero to the house of the legendary Thunder King of the Lightning Sword. The moment of meeting of two outstanding warriors filled the air with special tension. After the performance, the host came out to greet the guests, surprising everyone except the unperturbed Mukyan. His appearance left an indelible impression on those present. The Thunder King smiled and asked not to be surprised, and cordially invited them in. His hospitality was a strange contrast to the tension of the situation. The hero accepted the invitation, while the man was surprised by the youth of the legendary Thunder King. The unexpected discrepancy between the host's reputation and appearance was astounding. The aides, watching the general's actions, tried to guess his intentions. Their concern about the upcoming events was reflected in their wary looks. They did not understand his slowness and decision to go inside, suggesting a hidden plan. The lack of immediate action gave rise to many guesses about the hero's strategy. A richly laid table greeted the guests in the spacious hall. The hero and the Thunder King took their seats opposite each other, preparing for an important conversation. The host offered the hero a special tea, which he treasured, following the traditions of hospitality. The tea ceremony created an atmosphere of refinement and culture. The hero's handling of the cup revealed his ignorance of etiquette. The man noted the guest's rural origins, who had not received a courtly upbringing. These thoughts made the hero smile. He admitted his lack of upbringing and alienation from secular manners. His honesty and simplicity contrasted with the refinement of the setting. The host, raising his cup, noted Mukyan's extraordinary nature. His penetrating gaze revealed a deep understanding of human nature. His gaze became wary when asked about the purpose of the visit, although he knew the real reason: the desire to get his head. The directness of the situation required special delicacy. Mukyan calmly confirmed the guess, explaining his actions as orders from his master. His honesty in such a delicate matter deserved respect. The Thunder King accepted the answer without concern, and asked for his opinion on the tea. His unperturbed attitude in the face of the threat showed exceptional self-control. The hero praised the taste of the drink, but admitted to preferring strong drinks. His simple honesty created a strange contrast with the seriousness of the situation. The master couldn't take his eyes off the young blonde master. He couldn't believe his legendary status. The Thunder King's appearance contradicted the general idea of a great warrior. He remembered the techniques of preserving youth of those who had reached the level of Huangyong. Even personal experience did not help him fully accept this incredible phenomenon. The master's companions were interested in the necessity of his continued presence, seeing a peaceful conversation without signs of a fight. The absence of conflict cast doubt on their payment. The discontent disappeared with the appearance of exquisite dishes. The owner apologized for the modesty of the treat, explaining the remoteness of the house in the forest. The assistants eagerly reached for the food, urging the master to join in to avoid offending the master. Their enthusiasm belied the seriousness of the moment. The master mentally called his subordinates a pathetic rabble, ordering them to moderate their ardor because of the spit-spattered dishes. His irritation showed the gap between their behavior and the situation. The master's followers flocked to the garden, calling him father, and inquiring about the reason for the meeting. Their presence gave the meeting a new level of significance. The assassin generals realized the Thunder King's intention to gather the masters of the Cover Clan. This discovery increased their anxiety about the mission. The realization of the situation made them seriously nervous. The turn of events could significantly complicate the mission. The presence of many masters created additional obstacles. The Thunder King invited everyone to listen to the conversation, considering it useful for development. His pedagogical approach to the situation gave the meeting an educational character. The hero noted the upbringing of his subordinates, but the master laughed, recognizing only a few as worthy. His honesty in assessing his students showed high standards of excellence. The owner asked Mukyan about his other interests besides martial arts. The hero confessed his love for music, the only activity that touched his soul. The host asked with interest about the ability to play the hyungum, the Korean zither. His question opened a new dimension in understanding the guest's personality. Having learned of the guest's musical abilities, the host ordered an instrument to be brought for demonstration. His enthusiasm created an unusual turn in the development of the meeting. The hero, respecting the wish, began to play beautiful music, which caused everyone's amazement. His performance revealed an unexpected side of his personality. When he finished, he modestly thanked them for their attention to the imperfect melody. His humility contrasted with the impressive skill of his performance. The host applauded, noting the technical shortcomings but admiring the soulfulness of the performance. His assessment showed a deep understanding of art. This moment led the host to a philosophical question about the meaning of the sword for Mukyan. His interest reflected a search for a deeper understanding of his guest's worldview. The hero simply replied that a sword was a sword for him, perplexed by the purpose of the question. His straightforwardness created a striking contrast with the philosophical approach of his interlocutor. The answer pleased the host, who had found an interlocutor with consonant thoughts. This coincidence of views created the basis for a deeper mutual understanding. Those present were perplexed, watching the casual conversation with the revered father. The strange closeness of the guest and the host raised many questions. They doubted the guest had reached the level of Huangyong, angry at not understanding the deep conversation. Their limitations prevented them from grasping the essence of what was happening. Late in the evening, the man, reflecting on the path of the swordmaster, asked an important question about the right attitude in the matter. His interest in the philosophy of mastery was becoming more and more evident. The hero had two answers to the philosophical question about the path of the swordmaster: the best and the worst. The first suggestion about the need to forget about everything aroused the lively interest of the interlocutor, showing the depth of the hero's understanding of the essence of martial arts. For an ordinary person, such a task seemed almost impossible. The hero decided to keep the second answer a secret, since it was the most important secret of his unique technique, the transfer of which could have serious consequences. The owner assumed that the hero intended to pass on his knowledge to a future student, but Mukyan refuted these guesses. He explained his desire to perfect the technique until old age, after which he would simply pass away without leaving heirs. This unusual answer deeply impressed the host, and he asked the hero to at least name his technique. His growing interest in Mukyan's methods reflected the sincere professional curiosity of an experienced martial artist. Seeing no problem in revealing the name, the hero presented Musan Kombab, the highest technique of swordsmanship. This simplicity, combined with the grandeur of the name technique, created a special atmosphere of mystery and power. The man acknowledged the majesty of the sound of the technique, but expressed a desire to see its practical application. His professional interest required not only theoretical knowledge, but also real confirmation of mastery. The hero assured that the opportunity to see the equipment would present itself in the near future, which intrigued his opponent even more. His calm confidence created an atmosphere of anticipation of the inevitable duel. Deciding to end the verbal discussion, the Thunder King rose to his feet, silently signaling the start of the long-awaited battle. This moment marked the transition from theory to a practical test of strength. The opponents came out onto a spacious training ground. Drawing his blade from its sheath, the master remembered with nostalgia how long it had been since he had had to draw his weapon for a serious duel. Seeing the enemy's weapon, the hero could not contain his sincere admiration. The magnificent blade radiated the sinister energy characteristic of swords of the highest level. His experienced gaze immediately assessed the exceptional nature of the weapon. Driven by professional curiosity, Mukyan inquired about the name of the impressive weapon. The opponent, with undisguised pride, introduced his blade as the greatest king, emphasizing its special status. He frankly admitted to having initially had difficulty accepting the blade's true nature, but noted that he had grown accustomed to it over time and had given it its majestic name. In response, he inquired about his guest's sword. Mukyan introduced his sword as the Black Soul, modestly noting its ordinariness in comparison to the greatest king. His words were filled with genuine affection for his faithful companion of many years of wandering. The enemy, feeling the growing excitement, confessed to his eagerness to see their combined capabilities in battle. His sincere interest in the abilities of the unusual guest created a special atmosphere for the upcoming duel. Calling his son, he seriously announced the start of the duel and strictly instructed him not to think about revenge in the event of his death. This instruction emphasized the honesty of the upcoming duel between equal masters. The young man, with his head bowed, could only swear his loyalty to the promise he had made to follow his father's will. His respectful demeanor reflected deep respect for his parents' wisdom at this important moment. The master then turned to one of his disciples, explaining his desire to pass the greatest king to him in the event of his death. This decision demonstrated a special trust in the chosen follower. The young apprentice, embarrassed and frightened by the honor bestowed upon him, looked away awkwardly, doubting his right to accept such a powerful weapon. His uncertainty contrasted with the gravity of the moment. The master explained his choice with a knowing smile. Despite the young man's imperfect skill, his energy and thirst for life reminded him of his own youth. This revelation showed the depth of his wisdom. Moreover, he expressed hope that the student would be able to become a reliable support for his son, replacing him. These words demonstrated sincere concern for the future of the family and the entire clan. The moved young man could only bow deeply, promising to fulfill his teacher's will. His emotional reaction showed the depth of his gratitude and devotion. Having completed all the preparations, the man finally turned to the hero, apologized for the delay, and suggested that the long-awaited duel begin. The formalities were completed, and it was time for the decisive test. Mukyan immediately assumed a fighting stance, announcing the start of the death hands technique. His readiness for battle created an atmosphere of tense anticipation among all present. The aura surrounding the hero struck the enemy so much that he froze in amazement. It was the first time he had seen such a performance of this technique. A guess about the enemy's supreme skill flashed through his mind. Mukyan calmly explained that he was using the Mangang technique from the 4th chapter of an ancient martial arts book, noting its exceptional effectiveness in defense. His knowledge demonstrated deep study of ancient texts. Delighted by what he saw, the enemy immediately rushed into battle, wanting to personally assess the true strength of the hero. His enthusiasm showed a genuine interest in the abilities of the unusual guest. After the first exchange of blows, it became obvious that Mukyan's defense was truly unsurpassed. It seemed almost impossible to break through it even for an experienced master of this level. However, the hero only noted with a slight smile that for a swordmaster of such a level, this should not be particularly difficult, urging the enemy not to hold back his true strength. Realizing the seriousness of Mukyan's intentions, the Thunder King thrust his sword into the ground, using the terrifying technique Black Dragon Power. His determination showed that he was ready for a serious confrontation. At that very moment, a deafening explosion rang out, momentarily blinding everyone gathered. The power of the technique used clearly demonstrated the true level of confrontation between the two masters. The hero managed to dodge the deadly attack at the last moment, demonstrating exceptional skill and lightning-fast reactions. His skills once again confirmed the highest level of training. He admitted to himself that he had underestimated his opponent, believing it impossible to find a flaw in the man-gun technique. This made him remind himself to be mindful of his opponent's true strength. Before he could catch his breath after the previous attack, the hero discovered that the enemy had already approached to perform the next technique, Dragon Body Power. The speed of movement demonstrated skill. Even though he was at a disadvantage, Mukyang managed to dodge by using the commanding sword technique and delivering a slash that stopped his opponent's attack. His skill was impressive. The Thunder King was deeply surprised that someone had managed to counter his powerful technique with the commanding sword. His surprise emphasized the uniqueness of the hero's abilities. With each passing second, Mukyang surprised him more and more, and he decided to use one of his strongest techniques to test the hero's reaction. The confrontation reached new heights. The blades clashed once more in a fierce battle, and the spectators could only gaze in awe at their incredible power. Every move demonstrated the highest level of skill of both fighters. The master accompanying the hero, although he had understood their strength from the very beginning, only now realized its true extent. Watching the duel revealed new facets of martial arts to him. He could not comprehend how such power could even exist, and was sincerely grateful to fate that Mukyang had shown mercy to them earlier. His assessment of the situation reflected understanding. As the duel continued, the Thunder King was lost in his memories of achieving the Building Dragon technique and the Huangyong level. These thoughts reflected his long journey of cultivation. Since reaching the highest level of mastery, there has not been a single worthy opponent who could cross blades with him. The loneliness at the top left a deep mark on his soul. Now, having met a warrior of equal strength, he was eager to show off his full power and use the power of the Flying Dragon technique. His enthusiasm reflected the joy of meeting a worthy opponent. The hero was surprised when the enemy suddenly threw his sword straight at him, but he had the right technique to counter such an unusual move. His preparation was comprehensive. Using the commanding sword energy from Chapter 3, he confidently repelled the attack, throwing the Thunder King's blade aside. His mastery of ancient techniques was impressive. The man instantly recognized the technique and was amazed that someone had managed to master absolutely all the techniques in the ancient book. This achievement seemed almost unbelievable to him. At this point, the hero switched to the Tongan technique from Chapter 4, which meant a powerfully approaching strike. His choice of technique demonstrated a deep understanding of martial arts. The opponent was surprised to realize Mukyang's intention to attack with his bare hands, not expecting such an unexpected turn in their duel. The development of the fight took on an unpredictable character. When the fist struck him with a powerful explosion, the man realized that he had almost died. The force of the unarmed attack clearly demonstrated the versatility of the hero's fighting skills. He managed to jump back at the last moment, realizing that he should have taken cover as soon as he heard the name of the technique. Experience told him the seriousness of the threat. Without giving the enemy a break, the hero immediately used the Dragon Hurricane technique from Chapter 2. His continuous attacks demonstrated his desire to completely dominate the duel. Like a magical pillar, the energy rushed towards the enemy, filling the air with incredible power. This display of power made everyone present feel the grandeur of the duel taking place. As he dodged the attack, Thundersword felt a strange turmoil. Until that day, he had been absolutely sure of his knowledge of every master in the Muram world. But the reality was different. Fighting for supremacy with a mysterious stranger, he felt an inexplicable excitement. An uncertain smile appeared on his face. The world of martial arts gave him an amazing surprise. After another attack, the hero used a technique similar to a powerful hurricane, sucking everything into its inexorable whirlpool. The scale of the confrontation reached a critical point. At the critical moment, the Thunder King managed to get close enough to Mukyang to fire a bolt of lightning directly into his face. His tactical mastery created a deadly threat. However, he miscalculated. The hero appeared behind him in a flash, using the Tongan technique again. Mukyang's ability to anticipate and counter attacks was impressive. The hero's assumptions were confirmed. His opponent really did have incredible strength. Despite obvious signs of exhaustion, he successfully repelled all previous attacks. The Thunder King, breathing heavily, acknowledged his good fortune in escaping mortal wounds, though it no longer seemed so important to him. His admiration for his opponent grew. Picking up a fallen leaf from the ground, he sincerely admired Mukyan's abilities and expressed confidence in his ability to continue the fight. This gesture showed respect for the skill of his opponent. Attacking with lightning speed, he signaled his intention to fight with all his might. His determination to show his best abilities created a new level of tension. Despite the suddenness of the attack, the hero managed to dodge, earning sincere praise from his opponent for his excellent reaction. His skill earned him more and more respect. After the divergence, the Thunder King, still holding the leaf, used the impressive technique White Dragon Power. His mastery of complex techniques demonstrated the highest level of skill. A beam of lightning shot up to the sky, reflected off an invisible dome, and scattered into a multitude of small discharges aimed at the hero. The beauty of the technology captivated everyone present. Mukyan watched this beautiful technique with admiration, recognizing its perfection. His professional assessment showed a deep understanding of martial arts. The enemy was perplexed by the hero's lack of attempts to evade the attack. It seemed that Mukyan was ready to take the full power of the White Dragon on himself. At the last moment, the hero used the defensive technique from the first chapter, redirecting all attacks back to the sky. His defensive skill exceeded the enemy's expectations. The observers saw a huge explosion, doubting the survival of the hero. The scale of the destruction made it seem fatal for any warrior. When the smoke cleared, everyone saw the hero without a single scratch. His unharmed state after such a powerful attack seemed almost unbelievable, demonstrating exceptional skill. At this point, the master's son ordered his student to carefully follow his father's techniques. His concern for preserving knowledge reflected an understanding of the importance of the moment. He himself was in deep amazement, seeing such ancient and complex techniques for the first time. The level of the duel surpassed everything he had ever seen before. The sword technique demonstrated incredible difficulty in mastering, but with amazing efficiency. The one who mastered it could rightfully be considered a true master of martial arts. Walking across the ruined arena, the Thunder King attempted to sheathe his sword, wondering why he had no time to do this simple action in his fight with Mukyan. He was deeply puzzled by the unknown status of such a powerful warrior in the world of martial arts. The hero only smiled mysteriously in response to these thoughts. They clashed again in a fierce battle, demonstrating new facets of their skill, each movement revealing the depth of their understanding of martial arts. The Thunder King remembered the last technique, the ability to attack with a dagger while holding back the opponent's sword. This trump card could change the course of the duel. Deciding to take advantage, he launched an attack with the Black Dragon Power technique. His tactical plan was to take the enemy by surprise. However, the hero instantly figured out the enemy's plan and stopped the attack with his bare hands, using the Wind of Destruction technique. His insight showed itself once again. The enemy was engulfed in a furious whirlwind, leaving many small but deep wounds. The effectiveness of the technique exceeded all expectations of those present. The man realized the pitifulness of his situation. The technology had not only caused physical damage, but also deprived him of a stable stance. His defenselessness became obvious. One precise strike ended the epic duel, demonstrating the hero's superiority. The final move was executed with impeccable skill. Having been fatally wounded, the Thunder King knelt down with gratitude in his eyes. His attitude towards defeat showed true greatness of spirit. He confessed to Mukyan his joy at meeting an opponent of such a level. This sincerity created a special atmosphere of mutual respect between the masters. In his final moments, he wished to know the hero's true name, but the latter suggested calling himself Mr. Dark Energy. The secret of his identity remained undisclosed. The dying master understood the reluctance to reveal the real name and asked to spare the students. The hero gave his word to fulfill this last request. Gathering his last strength, the man told the children not to think about revenge until they found 5 masters of his level. His wisdom was evident even in the last minutes of his life. He then turned to his son with hopes for a worthy leadership of the family. His last words were full of concern for the future of the clan. When he lost consciousness, he found solace in a duel with a warrior of the Huangyong level. The possibility of such an encounter gave meaning to his life's journey. As soon as the teacher breathed his last, the students, driven by rage and grief, rushed at the hero. Their emotions overshadowed the promise they had made not to take revenge. The new head of the house tried to stop the madmen who had forgotten their oath to their father. His understanding of the situation contrasted with the recklessness of his comrades. It was too late. With one movement, the hero cut down the attackers. His actions were a forced reaction to the violation of the teacher's last will. He expressed regret for breaking his promise and reminded the survivors of the teacher's request. His words called for prudence and respect for the master's memory. However, the students, blinded by grief, demanded silence from the scum. Their arrogance and ingratitude left the hero no choice. Mukyan had no choice but to punish the ungrateful students. Their behavior contradicted all the principles of honoring the teacher. In this chaotic moment, the new leader ordered his disciple to take his father's sword and spread the news of what had happened. His actions showed strategic thinking. Seeing the students' hesitation, he insisted on an immediate escape, explaining the strength of the Huangyang-class enemy. His understanding of the situation could save at least part of the legacy. However, the hero coldly promised to catch and kill the fugitive. His determination to leave no witnesses was unshakable. An even more intense battle broke out as the assistants pursued the student. The scale of the conflict continued to grow, involving new participants. The master's assistants watched the methodical destruction of the opponents in confusion. It was the first time they had seen such an effective use of combat techniques. Their confusion grew with each minute they watched the hero's actions. The inability to make a decision paralyzed their will. Events developed rapidly, leaving no time for reflection. The situation required an immediate choice of sides in the conflict that had flared up. The master understood the inevitability of approaching Mukyan. They were too deeply involved in what was happening, and any attempt to escape meant certain death. The situation required careful consideration of the next step, because the fate of everyone involved depended on this decision. At this time, the hero methodically examined the house in search of survivors. Moving carefully from room to room, he listened carefully to the slightest rustle, hoping to detect signs of life. Soon, in one of the distant rooms, he found two children hiding from danger. The little boy, holding a wooden sword in front of him, stood bravely between Mukyan and his companion, demanding that he not come closer. His eyes showed the determination to defend to the last, despite the obvious difference in strength. The hero, deeply moved by this scene of childish bravery, gently inquired about the children's identities. After a short conversation, it turned out that the boy was the grandson of the deceased clan leader, which gave special meaning to his defensive stance. Upon learning of this, Mukyan expressed his sincere warmth in expressing his hope for the boy's future, wishing him to become as mighty a warrior as his illustrious grandfather. He looked closely at the girl, who turned out to be a simple servant in the clan's house. At this point, the accompanying warriors approached. Mukyan apologized with sincere regret for not being able to give the promised reward, but philosophically noted the fickleness of fate. The warriors, impressed by what they saw, began to apologize for their previous doubts about his strength. The hero had no time for their apologies. At that moment, his assistants returned, who with deep remorse reported the failure in the pursuit of the escaped boy. The situation required an immediate solution, and the tension in the air became more and more noticeable. The general, holding back his anger at the incompetence of the assistants sent, suggested that everyone leave the scene. The atmosphere was becoming tense, and it was obvious that further delay could lead to undesirable consequences. The assistants were puzzled about the reasons for sparing the lives of the grandson and the maid, but Mukyan sternly ordered them not to worry about the children, advising them to focus instead on improving their own skills. His tone left no room for objection. He then took out some silver bars and handed them to the master, asking him to fulfill his promise of a reward and convey an important message. This action demonstrated his intention to maintain honor even in such a difficult situation. Before leaving, the hero looked at the boy one last time and warmly asked him to become a strong warrior, promising to meet him again in the future. These words carried not only hope, but also a certain omen for the young warrior. The master, watching his assistants, did not hide his joy at saving one of the young warriors, which ensured the survival of the others. His inner relief was obvious, although the assistants still did not understand the significance of what had happened. The master calmly explained that in such events, it was customary to eliminate all witnesses to preserve the secret. However, the escape of one made the killing of the others pointless, which in fact saved their lives in this dangerous situation. Reflecting on what had happened, the man realized how incredibly lucky they were to not only witness the legendary fight, but to survive it. This event forever changed their understanding of the limits of what was possible in martial arts. At this time, the escaped boy reached the clan's shelter and breathlessly warned his older brother of the impending danger and the need to prepare for an attack. His appearance disturbed the usual peace of the shelter, bringing disturbing news. The man, who had just woken up, was at first unable to comprehend what was happening, trying to understand the reason for such excitement. Drowsiness gradually gave way to growing anxiety as he listened to the words of the excited boy. When the boy reported the death of his teacher, the elder stood up abruptly, remembering that he had not even heard of his mentor's illness. The news took him by surprise, and the confusion on his face gave way to deep concern. The young student, holding back tears, explained the tragic truth about his teacher's death in battle. His voice trembled with emotion and grief as he tried to convey the gravity of the situation to his older brother. The older brother demanded details, and the boy told of a mysterious adversary who called himself the Lord of Dark Energy, an extremely powerful master. Every word of his story increased the anxiety and tension in the room. He relayed the teacher's last words about the joy of fighting a warrior of the Hwangyon level and his will not to avenge his death. These words sounded especially heavy in the silence of the room, filled with grief and mistrust. The boy couldn't believe what he heard, but the frightened student continued to tell how this warrior had destroyed everyone present at the duel. Every detail of the story made the situation more and more alarming and frightening. The appearance of a warrior of the Hwangyon level, previously only known in legends, required serious preparation for the upcoming events. The awareness of the scale of the threat forced them to act quickly and decisively. At that moment, it became clear to the elder that his brother had also died. He was tormented by curiosity about the identity of the mysterious enemy, for the sake of which the teacher had risked his life. The questions multiplied, but the answers became fewer. He asked the boy to sit down and carefully write down all of his father's last words and instructions. This was critical to preserving the late master's legacy and understanding his final wishes. After this, he ordered the clan members to be told to prepare for revenge, realizing the contradiction with the teacher's last will. A sense of duty and a thirst for retribution outweighed the wisdom of the mentor's last words. After completing the task, the hero returned to the devil cult, where the founder warmly thanked Mukhyun for successfully completing the mission. The atmosphere of the meeting was filled with respect and recognition of the merits of the new member of the cult. The founder was interested in the reason for choosing a fair fight instead of a simple murder. His question was asked with obvious curiosity about the motives for such an unusual decision in such a situation. Mukhyun calmly explained that the opportunity to fight a master of such caliber was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. His words conveyed a genuine passion for martial arts and respect for worthy opponents. These words brought a knowing smile from the founder, who recognized the hero's thirst for battle with the strongest. He asked about Mukhyun's readiness to measure his strength against him, testing the new warrior's resolve. The hero accepted the challenge to a duel without hesitation, which made the founder smirk at his self-confidence. This demonstrated not only Mukhyun's bravery, but also his willingness to take risks to reach new heights. The next moment, the founder experienced an incredible sensation of his head being separated from his shoulders, although it was only an illusion. This moment showed the true strength and skill of the young warrior, who was able to create such realistic images. When he opened his eyes, everything was in place. But what had happened left a lasting impression. Mukhyun's ability to create such a powerful illusion spoke of his exceptional skill and control over his internal energy. The founder realized that Mukhyun had demonstrated this using only internal energy without the use of weapons. This level of mastery of energy was rare even among the most experienced martial artists. This made him burst out laughing, recognizing the hero as a true madman. His laughter reflected not only surprise, but also genuine admiration for the courage and skill of the young warrior. The founder understood the need for such confidence for someone who dared to challenge one of the three emperors. He then inquired about the hero's possible claims to the post of head of the cult, assessing his ambitions. Mukhyun bowed respectfully, explaining that he had no such ambitions and wanted to continue improving his martial arts. He admitted to doubts about his ability to manage large numbers of people. This surprised the founder. Seeing the hero's desire to dominate the martial arts, he could not understand his reluctance to create his own school. Such a contradiction between strength and modesty seemed unusual. The founder admitted that his own son was significantly inferior in skill to Mukhyun, who had reached the level of the cult founder at such a young age. This admission demonstrated a high appreciation of the young warrior's abilities. He could not allow such an outstanding master to remain on the sidelines and offered the position of deputy to the founder of the cult. This decision reflected his strategic thinking and desire to strengthen the position of the cult. The hero bowed and expressed his willingness to accept the position, provided he had enough time to perfect his skills. His answer showed his priorities and dedication to the path of martial arts. The founder assured him of free time, explaining that he had no direct subordinates other than personal security guards and was exempt from administrative duties. Such conditions fully corresponded to Mukyan's wishes. Finding the terms acceptable, Mukyan agreed, with the only requirement being that there be no demonic poison masters among the guards. This condition reflected his principles and preferences in choosing allies. The founder agreed and added the requirement that the new sword be forged from high-quality steel using the Jinwonjigi technique. This requirement emphasized the importance of the new position's status and special privileges. The founder spoke enthusiastically about the Jinwonjigi technique, explaining the uniqueness of swords crafted with this method and their connection to the owner. He was confident that such weapons would emphasize the status of the new deputy. The founder's final question was about Go, which prompted Mukyan to admit that he only knew chess. This left the founder a little disappointed, but created a new point for their relationship to develop. Mukyan, realizing the importance of strengthening connections in his new location, decided to learn the game of Go. His willingness to learn new things demonstrated his flexibility of thought and his desire to develop beyond martial arts. Observing the young warrior, the founder noted his true nature as a fighter. In the absence of obvious ambitions, his courage was boundless. Only a truly brave man could dare to provoke the founder of the cult himself. In response to the hero's willingness to learn Go, the founder smilingly promised to master chess, acknowledging the time it would take to do so. This exchange of promises laid the foundation for the future development of their relationship. The founder presented Mukyan with an exquisite Go set, jokingly remarking on the condition of winning Go before the chess games began. The gift symbolized the beginning of a new stage in their relationship. On this friendly note, the conversation ended. Returning home, the hero reflected on his swift appointment as deputy founder and his new home, which resembled his former home in Luoyang. These memories made him think about So Hyun. The interest in the fate of the girl and her mother did not leave his thoughts. Moments of their communication and the circumstances that connected their destinies in the past surfaced in his memory. Suddenly, the image of his mentor Yu Baek appeared before his eyes, warmly noting the fleetingness of time and the achievements of his student. This mental encounter filled Mukyang's heart with special warmth and gratitude. Yu Baek invited Mukyang to share a cup of wine, and he happily accepted. This moment symbolized a special bond between teacher and student that went beyond the usual mentor-mentee relationship. They talked until the early hours of the morning, their conversation filled with warm memories and heartfelt laughter. Time flew by in these conversations about the past, present, and future, strengthening their spiritual connection. As dawn broke, the hero's new subordinates came to him, humbly apologizing for the early disturbance. Their respectful demeanor reflected their respect for the founder's new deputy and their willingness to serve him. Looking at the four assistants, Mukyan was surprised to recognize them as his new personal guards. Their appearance had hardly changed since the last time they met, which aroused his genuine interest. Onyeon explained with a smile that their youth was the result of a special technique for controlling internal energy. This information emphasized the uniqueness of their skills and the depth of their mastery of the cult's secret techniques. Hwansu bluntly noted Mukyang's lack of commentary on their appearance, earning a slap on the back of the head from Onyeong. The scene made the hero smile, showing the unchanging relationship between the guards. It was time to name the deputy's personal guard. Mukyan suggested 4 warriors and code names based on noble plants: plum, orchid, chrysanthemum, and bamboo, giving them the right to choose independently. Onyeon chose the name Orchid, and Masik, after some thought, settled on the name Bamboo, considering the other options unsuitable. Their choices reflected the individual character traits and personal preferences of each warrior. Chunchin was given the name Plum, and Hwansu, still recovering from Onyeong's blow, became Chrysanthemum. The distribution of names completed the formation of the new structure of the founder's deputy's personal guard. The choice of the name Chrysanthemum suited Hwansu perfectly, since he himself had planned to choose this nickname. This coincidence demonstrated the correctness of the distribution of code names among the guards. Having completed the formalities, The hero warmly greeted the guards, announcing a new order of address and personal training of each in his martial art. His words inspired the team to further development. He encouraged them to work hard to improve their skills in preparation for future difficult tasks. This motivation created an atmosphere of determination and readiness for serious challenges. That night, the founder's assistant pondered the value of acquiring a new deputy. The founder explained the special treatment for Mukyan, exempting him from the no-gun rule that applied to the others. The reason for this exception was simple. The hero did not need this rule. His courage was a powerful weapon in itself. This recognition demonstrated special trust and respect for Mukyan's abilities. The assistant wisely remarked on the uselessness of even a thoroughbred horse without obedience to its master, although he acknowledged the unlikelihood of Mukyan's success in a fight with his master. His words reflected healthy skepticism and practical thinking. Their conversation gradually moved to the topic of games, chess and Go, reflecting the deeper meanings of these ancient strategic pastimes. The discussion demonstrated the importance of intellectual development along with physical development. The founder was enthusiastic about explaining his preference for Go, seeing a special philosophy and depth in the game. His enthusiasm showed how seriously he took the intellectual aspects of development. He emphasized how the number of interconnected stones increases as the game progresses, similar to the elements of the martial arts world. This metaphor reflected his deep understanding of the connection between various aspects of life and martial arts. The main difference from chess, in his opinion, was the immobility of the Go stones until they were captured by the opponent. This observation demonstrated his ability to see philosophical aspects in the simple rules of the game. In chess, the pieces must constantly move to achieve victory, which created a different dynamic and strategy. This comparison highlighted the different approaches to achieving the goal in both games. The next day, the hero began training with 4 warriors, allowing them to attack him simultaneously. This practice was meant to show the real level of their fighting skills and coordination. Onyang and Hwansu tried to attack from both sides, but the hero immediately noticed their maneuver. Their tactics were well thought out, but not enough for the level that Mukyan had reached. He praised their tactics, then suddenly disappeared from view, much to the surprise and annoyance of his attackers. This moment demonstrated the vast difference in skill between him and his subordinates. The girl was puzzled as to why she had missed, despite the carefully calculated range of her attack. Her confusion reflected the difficulty of understanding the true level of her new master's skill. Mukyan watched their amazement with a slight smile as he explained the purpose of the fight: to evaluate their abilities. His calm demeanor demonstrated the confidence of an experienced mentor who knows how to develop the potential of his students. He noted Plum's high level of swordsmanship, and Bamboo showed himself to be the strongest of the 4. This assessment was important in understanding the strengths of each team member. Orchid impressed with her ability to combine martial arts with throwing poisonous daggers, while Chrysanthemum showed her skill as an experienced assassin. Their diverse skills made for a well-balanced team. Despite the praise, Mukyan understood that their strength was insufficient for personal protection, which was explained by his request for a minimum level of demonic energy. This compromise solution required additional work on their development. He announced the start of daily, half-hour individual training sessions with each of them. This plan demonstrated his intention to personally participate in the development of his subordinates. The scene shifted to the Demon Cult's library, where Mukyan studied an impressive stack of materials. His immersion in the cult's lore showed a desire to deeply understand his new environment. With growing disappointment, he realized the questionable value of books, despite their quantity. His critical eye for materials demonstrated high standards in assessing knowledge. Even the cult leader's books had not brought the desired result, which increased his disappointment. The search for truly valuable knowledge turned out to be more difficult than he had initially expected. The described techniques, based on witchcraft, were useless against martial artists. This discovery highlighted the limitations of the cult's methods in real combat situations. The hero found himself in a difficult situation, unable to find ways to improve further. The existing tests seemed too easy to him, which created a serious problem for his development. One of the assistants approached the deputy, who was deep in thought. The hero recognized Chrysanthemum by her characteristic gait. This moment showed his constant vigilance even in moments of deep thought. The warrior came to the training, but noticing the thoughtfulness of the gentleman, he cautiously inquired about the reason for the concern. Mukyan shared a philosophical question about the existence of truly insurmountable obstacles. Chrysanthemum suggested testing himself by climbing the peak of Sibmundisen, but for the hero it was just a warm-up. Even splitting a huge rock did not present any particular difficulty for his skill level. Seeking a serious challenge, Chrysanthemum proposed an unusual task: to count all the needles in the pine forest on the southern slope. This proposal reflected an ancient tradition of testing patience and concentration. He told a story about the Shaolin Monastery, where disobedient monks were punished by counting needles in a special pine forest with strong winds. This legend emphasized the importance of discipline and patience. According to Huansu, there were actually over 3,000 pine trees there, making the task nearly impossible for an ordinary person. The scale of the task demonstrated the true difficulty of this ancient test. The intrigued hero asked about the fate of the punished monk. Chrysanthemum reported his inability to complete the count and his death in the forest. This story showed the seriousness and danger of such trials. Mukyan realized that the task was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person, and decided to test his capabilities. His solution demonstrated an unquenchable desire to overcome any obstacle. Arriving at the location, the hero was amazed by the true scale of the forest. But he set about the task, moving swiftly between the trees. His methodical approach showed how seriously he took this challenge. Having counted 1,375 needles, he realized the need for not only a phenomenal memory, but also exceptional mastery of martial arts. This realization revealed the versatility of true mastery. The slightest imprecision in the movements could cause the needles to fall and the counting to have to start over. This detail emphasized the need for absolute control and concentration. Flying above the forest to assess the work that remained, the hero was struck by its vastness. This moment allowed him to fully comprehend the scale of the task before him. He now understood the reason for the monk's failure and pondered the possible limits of martial arts mastery. These thoughts reflected his philosophical approach to understanding the limits of human capabilities. His thoughts were interrupted by the excited Chrysanthemum, who informed him of the blacksmith's desire to meet. This moment brought the hero back from philosophical reflections to current affairs and duties. Arriving at the forge, the hero found the master in deep distress. He, bowing low, begged for forgiveness for unjustified expectations. His sincere remorse and deep concern were evident in every movement and word. Intrigued, Mukyan asked for an explanation of the reason for such despair. He watched the blacksmith closely, trying to understand the real reason for such great anxiety in a master known for his professionalism. The blacksmith, without raising his head, admitted to wanting to create a superior sword for his deputy, but considered the result unsuitable. He asked permission to make a new blade, which would require a repeat sample of Mukyan's energy. However, the hero insisted on seeing the sword already created, explaining that the quality of the weapon was not of primary importance to him. His calm confidence and sincere interest in the master's work created an atmosphere of trust. Despite the resistance of the blacksmith, who considered the creation defective, the order of the deputy was law, and the sword had to be presented. The master, with obvious reluctance and embarrassment, took out the blade, preparing for the inevitable criticism. To the master's amazement, when the hero took the blade, the weapon seemed magnificent to him. Carefully studying the sword, Mukyan tried to understand the reason for the blacksmith's dissatisfaction, noting every detail of the skillful work. The problem was the blade's unusual mixture of good and evil energies, making it strange and, in the blacksmith's opinion, unsuitable for the highest skill of the demonic cult. This contradiction seemed to the master an insurmountable defect. Wanting to test the sword's true capabilities, the hero headed to the training ground. His determination and calm confidence made the blacksmith follow him, wanting to see the result of testing his creation. Releasing his internal energy, he used the Jinpa Chonwol technique. The concentration of power and mastery of the movements demonstrated a deep understanding of the technique and complete control over his abilities. Watching the demonstration, the blacksmith was in deep shock. He knew that the energies of good and evil must oppose, making the possession of the sword impossible. His amazement grew with every movement of the hero. When the smoke from the blow cleared, everyone saw a massive rock perfectly cut in two, and the hero noted with satisfaction the excellent quality of the blade. The result exceeded all expectations of those present. At that moment, the blacksmith realized his mistake. Mukyan's unique ability to control the energies of good and evil made him the only possible owner of the unusual sword. This discovery completely changed his outlook on his work. Inspired by this discovery, the master suggested that the hero also take a pair of daggers, which would complement the sword's unique properties. His enthusiasm and pride in his work were now evident. The dagger was called mukyambi and was created as part of a single set with the sword. Using them together could reveal new facets of the owner's skill. Hearing the name of the dagger, the hero smiled. Now he had a new mukyan and mukyambi, making a perfect pair. The symbolism of these names did not escape his attention. Having thanked the blacksmith for his work, he went home. But even as he approached his home, he sensed something was wrong. His heightened senses and experience told him that danger was approaching, requiring increased vigilance. His senses detected the presence of 3 unfamiliar energy signatures, all belonging to skilled masters. Each energy was unique and spoke of a high level of martial arts proficiency. It was obvious from the nature of their energy that they did not belong to a devilish cult. This made the situation even more intriguing and potentially dangerous for all involved. The audacity of entering the heart of the cult's territory made the hero wonder about the strangers' motives. Their courage bordered on recklessness, indicating the seriousness of the situation. The 2 men and the girl in the house also sensed the approach and became wary. Their reaction showed professional training and readiness for a possible confrontation. The hero, who decided to play along with the guests, entered the house, where a sword was put to his throat, demanding silence in exchange for life. He remained calm, carefully assessing the situation and the capabilities of his opponents. Another man confiscated his weapon, trying to prevent resistance. Their actions were precise and coordinated, indicating good training and experience in joint operations. Having studied the strangers, the hero noticed their wounds from the technique of the demonic cult. They were fugitives. Their condition and the nature of the wounds confirmed a recent encounter with the cult masters. The one holding the sword to his throat demanded to be shown the way out of the demon cult's territory. His voice was a mixture of desperation and determination, characteristic of people driven into a corner. The hero, amused by the situation, considered 3 options: immediate destruction, delayed reprisal, or playing with them. Each option had its advantages and consequences. Choosing the latter option, he reported 12 kilometers to the border. One man was confused, and his partner, showing suspicion, began interrogating Mukyan's identity. The hero had skillfully crafted a story about being exiled from an obscure clan after a failed fight against a demonic cult, now perfecting his craft and dreaming of a return. His story sounded convincing. The man found the story strange due to the lack of demonic energy, but his appearance and manners spoke in favor of the truth. The stranger decided to trust him and asked for help in escaping. Feigning concern, the hero explained the mortal danger of helping and asked for a reward for the risk. His acting skills did not arouse suspicion among the fugitives. After the men agreed, he thanked them for their understanding and decided to help. His willingness to help was motivated by deeper reasons than simple compassion. Approaching the group and noticing the wounds, he offered to help treat them, demonstrating his knowledge of healing. His concern for the wounded seemed sincere and professional. The elder asked to examine the student whose condition was of the greatest concern first. His priorities showed concern for the younger generation. After examining the girl's wound, the hero identified the technique, Demon's Soft Fist. His experience allowed him to accurately identify the nature of the damage and the methods of its infliction. Fortunately, her mastery of the Yunmen technique saved her from death. This circumstance aroused the hero's special interest in the girl's personality. Looking at her features, he felt a strange recognition, although he was sure that there were no familiar masters of the Yunmen technique. This feeling did not give him peace. After the group's treatment, the escapees were effusive in their gratitude, especially for their companion. Their sincere appreciation contrasted with their initial hostility. While examining the men, the hero noted that they lacked the Yunmen technique, unlike the girl. This oddity deepened his suspicions about the unusual origin of the group. The difference in internal energies while belonging to the same clan seemed difficult to explain. This discrepancy required additional study and understanding. His thoughts were interrupted by Orchid with an important message for the deputy. Her appearance added a new element to the development of events. The hero asked to buy rice, wine, painkillers, and Haeryung Masehuan with a mysterious smile, slamming the doors. His actions seemed strange, but had a clear purpose. Intrigued, Orchid sensed the fugitives and learned that they belonged to the Skygate clan in Luoyang. This information shed light on the group's origins. Their clan had fallen into disfavor, and through the combined efforts of the cult and the authorities, 200 disciples had ended up in prison, from which some had escaped. This story explained their current situation. After analyzing the information, the hero asked Onion about the fame of the fugitives' hideout. He was worried about the possible impact of this situation on his situation. It turned out that the entire demonic cult, including the founder, knew about this. This circumstance required careful planning of further actions. Understanding the limited time, the hero could not get rid of a strange feeling about the girl. His intuition persistently signaled the importance of this meeting. He asked Onyong about the practices of teaching the Hyunmun technique in the Gate to Heaven clan. His interest in this aspect was not accidental. Onyon answered in the negative, explaining the contrast between their sword-based martial arts, which confirmed the hero's suspicions about the girl's unusual origin. The hero put together the pieces of the puzzle: the Hyunmun technique, the traditional clan, the Luoyang County, a girl named So. Each element brought him closer to the solution. Suddenly, all the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, revealing the girl's true identity. The time that passed before they met again seemed incredibly long. Having established a telepathic connection with Orchid, he asked to convey to the founder a personal solution to the fugitive's problem, and instructed her to bring an important item. His plan was beginning to take shape. Realizing the correctness of his guesses, the hero could not leave the girl in trouble. His inner duty and sense of responsibility demanded immediate action for her protection and safety. Mukyun led the group to the cliff, showing them a safe 2-day route to freedom. His knowledge of the area and routes demonstrated a deep understanding of the terrain. Upon reaching the place, the men returned the sword, and he ironically noted their bad manners. The situation took an increasingly interesting turn, revealing the hero's true intentions. Everyone felt the sudden change in his energy when the hero called Orchid over. This moment became a turning point in the development of events, demonstrating the true power of the deputy. He hastened to calm the tense fugitives, explaining that he had no intention of causing harm. His words sounded sincere and convincing. Orchid handed the girl an elegant box, and Mukyun apologized for the modesty of the gift, citing a lack of time. This gesture had special meaning. He then gave the men bags of silver coins to help them with their travel expenses. His generosity demonstrated a genuine desire to help the fugitives. The girl was wary of the gift, not understanding its meaning. The hero was surprised by her forgetfulness, expressed joy at the meeting, and asked her to take care of herself. After he disappeared, she opened the box to find expensive earrings and a pendant. These decorations awakened long-forgotten memories in her. She was overwhelmed by childhood memories. A walk with her uncle through the market, requests to buy beautiful jewelry. The past suddenly became real and tangible. Her uncle had gently refused, citing her young age, but had promised to give her even more beautiful jewelry when she grew up. This promise remained in her memory as a symbol of hope. Years later, this promise was fulfilled, demonstrating loyalty to the word and the constancy of feelings. The moment of receiving the gift became a link between the past and the present. Looking sadly after her disappeared benefactor, she could not believe that she was meeting her uncle from childhood. Emotions overwhelmed her, mixing the joy of recognition with the bitterness of separation. Later, while walking with Onyong, the hero spoke of the girl as his adopted daughter, surprised by her joining the Gate to Heaven clan. This conversation revealed new details about their relationship. He had never wanted her to be involved with martial arts, marveling at the strangeness of fate that had led to their meeting under such circumstances. His concern for her future was obvious. Upon his return, the hero was met by an excited chrysanthemum with news of the cult founder's desire to see him. The atmosphere of tension grew with each passing moment. Mukyun, noting the cult leader's impatience, understood the inevitability of the meeting and headed towards him. His calmness contrasted with the seriousness of the situation. The founder, while setting up the pieces for Go, reflected on the truth. Even a perfect pawn is useless without the ability to fulfill its role. This metaphor reflected his view of the situation. Upon entering the chambers, the hero sensed an ominous force and the presence of other martial artists of the cult. His premonition turned out to be correct. Among those present were influential figures: the Azure Poison Emperor, Deputy Nangbin Yu, Elder Samu Yun, and Xianmo Sang with a crimson smile. Also present were the lone wanderer Zhang Long and the demonic flutist Han Chulong. The gathering of the cult's top officials underscored the seriousness of the situation. The great Emperor of Dark Demons offered the hero to justify himself. His tone did not foretell an easy resolution to the situation. The hero bowed respectfully and began to explain, sensing a deeper meaning behind the founder's simple question. His intuition told him the true reason for the discontent. It became obvious that the founder wanted to show the hero that independent decisions were unacceptable. This lesson was supposed to determine future relationships. Having understood the essence of the claims, the hero asked about the possibility of releasing the captives and a peace agreement with the cult of the divine land. His question was bold and unexpected. The Crimson Elder barely contained his anger, even though his deputy called for calm. The tension in the room reached a critical point. The founder coldly explained the possibility of the destruction of 2,000 disciples by a few masters. His words demonstrated confidence in the superiority of the cult. The hero calmly explained the connection with his adopted daughter, but the founder considered it necessary to agree on the actions in advance. The conflict of principles became obvious. The founder was contemptuous of caring for a girl he had met 10 years earlier. He did not understand the attachment to someone not related to him. The hero could not agree with her being equated with a random passerby. His principles and feelings remained unchanged. The founder asked for the last time about the readiness to submit to authority. This question required a final decision. The hero firmly answered about the unchanging attitude towards his adopted daughter and his readiness to apologize for saving her. His position was unshakable. The founder realized that the hero's stubbornness was incorrigible. This realization determined the further development of events. The hero thanked for the mercy, and the founder instructed the elder to report the details of the case, leaving the deputy of the cult. The formalities were observed. The founder was amazed at the strength of Mukyan's sense of justice. This quality did not fit into his idea of an ideal subordinate. His hopes for an obedient performer were not justified. Reality required a revision of the attitude towards the new deputy. Watching Mukyan leave, he realized the need to solve the problem on his own to prevent senseless actions. The assistants came to inquire about the hero's condition, having received orders to urgently go to Nanyang to protect his adopted daughter. The time demanded decisive action. He ordered information to be gathered on the cult of the divine earth, emphasizing the importance of speed. A strategy was beginning to take shape. Having announced his arrival in Nanyang in a month, he gave his assistants the same amount of time to carry out their assignments. They immediately disappeared. The hero's new target was the founder of the cult of the divine land, the Sword of Mighty Power. His figure acquired key significance. Aides described him as a muscular man, 2 meters tall. The opponent's physical characteristics were impressive. He was distinguished by the honor of a warrior and loyalty to his word. These qualities earned respect even from his opponents. His hatred of the demonic cult was due to his father's death in battle with their master. Personal tragedy determined his life's path. The hero saw in their anxiety the fear of external reinforcements. The assistant confirmed this by mentioning the 200 masters of the captain of the Justice faction. Surprised by the elder's knowledge, he modestly noted that he had fulfilled his duties in collecting information. His professionalism was obvious. The hero approved, but doubted the accuracy of the data. The elder seriously offered his life in case of an error. The hero's habitual gesture with the sword made the man tense, but the apology explained the old habit. The moment of tension was skillfully resolved. He remembered his teacher's advice about instilling fear in those who use their wits, instead of force to prevent betrayal. The lesson remained relevant. The hero assured that he would not use the sword against people like the elder, and asked about the possibility of a peaceful agreement with Jin Yang. His desire for a peaceful solution remained unchanged. The elder explained the difficulty of realizing the hero's hopes. If the Justice faction attacks the demonic cult, the cult of the divine land will be forced to submit. However, he allowed for the lack of hostility on their part. The hero took the hint and expressed hope for the elder's diplomatic skills in preparing the negotiations. His keen understanding of the situation and ability to read between the lines could be the key to a successful resolution of the conflict. After 10 days, the cult sent 20 additional martial artists to the region. This reinforcement demonstrated seriousness of intent and readiness for any development. They were accompanied by Sol Yakbyun, the beauty of sound, who taught Mukyang how to play the zither. She received her nickname for using qi in the form of sound waves to give enemies a blissful death. The nickname Beauty of Sound eventually became synonymous with sensual beauty. Sol Yakbyun, known for her passionate nature, did not hide her love affairs. Her squad included 20 experienced martial artists. Thanks to the squad's skill, the journey to the cult of the Divine Land took 20 days instead of the expected time. Upon arrival, the hero met with assistants who had collected information about the cult leader. The cult leader was famous for his honesty and loyalty to his word, never refusing to help those in need. His only drawback was his penchant for love affairs, but overall, he was considered a worthy person. One warrior noted with a grin that the leader was always surrounded by beautiful female companions, which was typical for members of the Justice faction. His remark added a human touch to the leader's portrait. The young girl, reporting to the deputy founder of the cult, asked about plans for a peace agreement. His determination to achieve this goal was obvious to all present. Mukyan decided to check out the residence he had purchased for his adopted daughter and her mother. This decision demonstrated his unwavering concern for his loved ones. The girl's mother lived in a small house near the domain of the cult of the Divine Land. The head of the cult offered her patronage, appreciating her modesty and nobility. The woman rejected the offer of patronage and the subsequent proposal of marriage. To Mukyan, this seemed unreasonable, given the possibility of a comfortable life. In his thoughts, the hero noticed a small boy with a wooden sword, demanding to know about the presence of the cult of the Divine Land on the lands. This unexpected meeting disrupted the flow of his thoughts. The young guard, mistaking Mukyan for a spy, demonstrated an unchildlike seriousness. His behavior evoked both a smile and respect for such determination. Observing the child, the hero noted an unusual manner of speech and good posture. These details spoke of the boy's careful upbringing and education. The elaborate wooden sword indicated the boy's noble origins, probably the son of a high-ranking member of the cult of the Divine Land. The quality of the toy reflected the family's status. Mukyan, tired of boredom, was glad to meet him. His condescending tone angered the boy, who considered the hero impudent. This situation promised an interesting development of events. The hero calmly noted the boy's own impudence and pretended to report the mission to capture a representative of the cult of the Divine Land. His playful approach to the situation only increased the tension. A small duel ensued, with Mukyan holding back his strength, noting the child's potential. His attention to the details of the boy's technique showed the professional interest of a mentor. The boy managed to direct the wooden sword into the enemy's body, causing premature jubilation. This moment demonstrated the child's sincere joy at the imaginary victory. Understanding the safety of the blow, Mukyan gently pressed on the boy's pain points, paralyzing the life streams. His actions were precise and controlled, causing no real harm. The little warrior was indignant at the unfairness of the blow after his own. Mukyan explained the lack of fairness in real combat. This lesson contained an important truth of martial arts. The hero noted the boy's mastery of basic techniques despite his lack of internal ki. His professional gaze saw the potential of a future master. The young disciple showed intelligence in leaving the fate of the promising representative of the Divine Land cult to Mukyan. The situation required careful consideration. Having made up his mind, the hero brought the boy to a diner, explaining his temporary paralysis and offering to share a meal. With a smile, he added about his ability to deal with 100 such warriors. The boy stubbornly refused to eat the food offered by such a person. His fortitude of character was evident even in small things. Mukyan grinned slyly, asking for confidence in the decision and hinting at the possibility of force-feeding. His approach was both gentle and firm. Assessing the situation, the boy began to eat, understanding the benefit of preserving his dignity and the promise of free return. His decision showed growing wisdom. After the meal, Mukyan thanked the young warrior for the company and entertainment. The sincerity of his gratitude eased the tension that had arisen earlier. The boy who was running away promised to meet again. Mukyan wished him a safe journey with a smile, returning his thoughts to the main goal. This episode added warm colors to his mission. 2 divine cult sentries were on duty awaiting their change, their attention focused on their usual duties. Suddenly they noticed approaching warriors with a gray-haired old man, who politely asked to call the founder of the cult. His appearance disrupted the usual course of duty. The sentries watched the strangers, who seemed to appear out of thin air, anxiously. Their anxiety was heightened by the realization of the alien's unusual abilities. There was no need to report to the founder. He was nearby. His presence significantly changed the dynamics of the situation. The founder introduced himself and coldly noted the expectedness of their arrival, given by the dark aura. He expressed his reluctance to associate with dishonest people and demanded an explanation. The elder, surprised by the reaction, reminded him of the fate of the captured novices. His hint contained a clear threat, although it was expressed politely. The demonic cult's attempt to use threats did not surprise the founder, who had expected such things from such individuals. His prejudice was based on past experience. The beautiful girl intervened, offering to listen to the proposal before refusing. Her appearance brought a new note to the tense atmosphere. Introducing herself as a member of a demonic cult, she explained the purpose of peace talks. Her insistence on the need to hear the proposal was convincing. The founder, realizing the hopelessness, reluctantly agreed, allowing only official representatives in. His decision was a compromise between principles and necessity. The three envoys appeared before the cult founder and the leader of the Justice faction. Their appearance created an atmosphere of importance for the moment. The leader felt uneasy, not understanding what was happening. His presence for formalities went beyond his authority. The leader's attention was drawn to the old man with a dark blue aura, a rank 13 dried blood demon. This discovery increased the significance of the meeting. The presence of the beauty of sound and the demon seemed sufficient to destroy the cult, making peaceful intentions mysterious. This situation required careful analysis. The leader directly asked the elder about his identity as the demon of withered blood. His question reflected a desire to clarify the situation. The question aroused the elder's sincere interest in the reasons for curiosity. His reaction added intrigue to what was happening. The man admitted to being surprised by the presence of such a person, noting his concern about the old man's character. His frankness created an unexpected turn in the conversation. The demon coldly pointed to the presence of a higher-ranking person, justifying his presence there. This remark contained an important hint. Fear distorted the man's face as he realized Mukyang's position was higher than rank 13. This revelation completely changed his perception of the situation. He assumed that he was meeting a genius elder, wondering about Mukyang's lack of demonic energy. This mystery added complexity to the overall picture. The girl entered the conversation, explaining the purpose of the visit, to conduct negotiations, and laid out the documents with the terms of the agreement. Her businesslike approach and professionalism created an atmosphere of constructive dialogue, necessary for successful negotiations. The possibility of such a pact astounded the man. The leader standing nearby warned the founder of possible trickery, suspecting the negotiations were a ploy to take over the cult. His fears were based on past experience. His words were interrupted by a wave of ominous energy from the girl. This demonstrative release of force clearly showed the seriousness of their intentions and their readiness to defend their position by any means necessary. Looking sternly at the man, the girl emphasized the exclusivity of the matter between the demon cult and the divine land cult. The founder of the cult, Jin Yang, had to decide on his own, without the leader's interference. Her tone left no room for objection. She also guaranteed the safe return of all captives if the terms were agreed to. This guarantee was an important element of the negotiations, demonstrating the goodwill of the demonic cult. As the man studied the agreement, he was surprised by the lack of any particular benefit to the demonic cult. The terms seemed unexpectedly fair, which raised some suspicions about their true intentions. Sol Yakbyun, noticing his confusion, reassured him by telling him that the founder had approved the terms. Her confidence and calm helped to create an atmosphere of trust. She explained the desire for transparency in the negotiations. Although the demonic cult trusted Jin Yang, the actions of his subordinates were cause for concern. This explanation showed reasonable caution. Sol Yakbyung then recalled the Divine Land cult's first attack on their secret base. This reminder provided important context for the current negotiations. The man admitted his mistake, explaining that he had mistaken the base for a mountain bandit hideout. Of all those sent, only 3 returned, revealing that the base belonged to a demonic cult. Sol Yakbyun calmly assured that she had no desire to antagonize the Divine Land cult, although her words contained a warning of serious consequences. Her diplomatic approach combined gentleness with firmness. She warned of the forced total destruction of the cult of the Divine Land if the offer was refused. The advice to carefully consider the decision sounded like a final warning. The man demanded guarantees for the return of the novices and the observance of the terms of the agreement. His concern for the safety of the students showed the true priorities of the leader. Having received assurances, he promised to remain neutral towards the demonic cult. This compromise opened the way for the peaceful coexistence of both cults. He was concerned about the lack of demonic energy in the young high-ranking man, but he had no choice. Accepting the terms was a necessary step to preserve the cult. The old man congratulated the deputy on the successful negotiations. The hero expressed gratitude for the wise decision. emphasizing the importance of avoiding unnecessary bloodshed. The founder did not believe in the reality of the deputy founder of the cult, who was capable of destroying thousands of masters. The scale of his power seemed incredible for such a young man. The leader, shocked by the information about the deputy of the demonic cult, decided to immediately inform the Justice faction. Reaching the level of the Boundless Realm required serious preparation. The hero suddenly addressed the invisible presence, promising a treat for its voluntary appearance. His ability to sense the hidden presence demonstrated a high level of skill. The boy who had hidden was surprised to be discovered, but decided not to give in to persuasion, remembering the meeting yesterday. His stubbornness showed a strong character. The founder was surprised to recognize the boy as his grandson. This discovery added a new level of complexity to the situation and required special attention to what was happening. The child, noticing his grandfather's reaction, expected Mukyan to be punished, knowing his grandfather's reputation for dealing with such people. His gloating was premature. The hero instantly appeared behind the boy and began to mock the words about murder. His actions demonstrated complete control over the situation. The child's piercing scream startled the founder. His emotional reaction showed the depth of his affection for his grandson and his concern for his safety. Mukyan offered the boy an apology for his inappropriate remarks in exchange for his release. His approach combined strictness with the opportunity to make amends. The boy stubbornly demanded his release, refusing to apologize and calling the hero a villain. His steadfastness in resistance showed strength of character. Seeing the stubbornness, Mukyan decided to teach a lesson by pressing on the back. This action had a deep teaching meaning. Although it seemed cruel on the surface, the blood from the wound made the founder angrily demand a stop, reminding him of his kinship with the boy. His reaction was natural for a protective relative. Sol Yakbyon and the elder blocked the way, demanding that both of them remain where they were. Their intervention prevented the conflict from escalating. The hero suggested that the boy scream under the threat of breaking his bones. This provocation was part of his plan, which had a deeper purpose. Showing unchildlike firmness, the boy refused, and Mukyan began to carry out his threats. This test revealed the true potential of the young warrior. The founder watched his grandson suffer, not understanding the cruelty after the peace agreement. His confusion reflected his lack of understanding of Mukyang's true intentions. Jin Yang realized the impossibility of inaction as a cult founder, unable to protect his grandson. This moment became a test of his leadership qualities. He demanded an explanation from Sol Yakbyon for the length of time the screaming boy had been tortured. The half-hour screams seemed senseless cruelty. The girl, blocking the way, asked to wait a few minutes. Her calmness hinted at the hidden meaning of what was happening. The hero praised the boy's fortitude and explained the continuation of channeling his inner energy for meditation. This revelation revealed the true purpose of his actions. Jin Yang realized that the child was not suffering in reality. His understanding of the situation changed completely with this revelation. The hero explained to the boy the successful mastery of the technique of cultivating a free spirit, protecting the mind from corruption. This gift was an unexpected result of the test. The technique allowed the accumulation of inner strength and the beginning of the path to the spiritual realm. Its significance for the boy's future development was enormous. Sol Yakbyung explained to a bewildered Jin Yang the use of bone and muscle modification techniques to prepare the boy's body. Her explanation revealed the complexity of the process. The process caused excruciating pain, beyond the capabilities of many adults, and outside interference could harm the child. This explained the need to restrain Jin Yang. The girl calmly declared it a gift in honor of the successful negotiations. Her words gave new meaning to the ordeal that had taken place. The hero expressed hope for the boy's impressive skills the next time they met. His expectations showed faith in the young student's potential. Having completed the case, the hero was going to return to the demonic cult after completing the mission. His business-like approach demonstrated professionalism. Noticing the leader's confusion, Sol Yakbyong explained the honor bestowed upon her grandson. Her explanation helped to realize the significance of what had happened. She added with a smile about the rarity of such a blessing, even in a demonic cult. This comparison emphasized the exceptional nature of the gift. Dissolving into thin air, she congratulated Jin Yang and reminded him of his promise to return the disciples. Her disappearance was a spectacular end to the meeting. All three watched them go, fascinated. The moment left a strong impression on those present, emphasizing the unusualness of what was happening. Jin Yang, who had heard about the bad reputation of the beauty of sound, was convinced of the truth of the rumors. His observations confirmed the girl's reputation. In the forest, the hero suddenly asked the others to continue on their way without him. This decision added intrigue to the end of the meeting and hinted at his personal plans. Sol Yakbyun reminded the founder of his order to return immediately with a report, trying to understand Mukyang's intentions. However, he calmly explained that there were unfinished business that required his attention. He called Plum and Chrysanthemum over, ordering them to return to the main base. His orders were clear and left no room for discussion. He approached Mr. Oak Guanpai and asked for Sol Yakbyon's temporary assistance. His request was unexpected but confident. Without waiting for an answer, the hero threw the surprised girl over his shoulder, explaining the need for company and the completion of zither lessons. He asked to tell the founder about returning after completing his business. They dashed off, leaving the old man to call on the deputy founder of the cult and to exhort Mukyang. His calls vanished into thin air without an answer. Seeing the futility of his calls, the old man sighed and shook his head in disappointment, realizing the need to return. His reaction reflected an understanding of the inevitability of what was happening. On the way, Sol Yakbyun calmly asked about the hero's plans and urgent matters. Her interest was natural, given the unusual nature of the situation. Mukyang laughingly explained his intention to collect debts from the Mountain Cult and the Heavenly Sun Cult. His frivolous tone contrasted with the seriousness of his intentions. He reminded them of their reward for his head, indignant at the 40 silver pieces they had placed on it. Such a low price seemed to him a personal insult that demanded a response. Sol Yakbyun tried to convince them of the wisdom of attacking with the main force, considering the task dangerous for a single person. Her concerns were based on common sense. The hero smiled, asking not to worry. He alone was enough to destroy these cults. His confidence was based on a realistic assessment of his own strength and experience from past battles. At the residence, the cult founder thanked the assistant for the documents, offering to stay the night. His care for his subordinates was evident even in the little things of everyday life. A sudden, powerful explosion blew the front door apart, causing the man to order everyone to take up arms. The peaceful evening atmosphere instantly changed to combat readiness. Mukyang appeared in a cloud of dust, sword drawn and eyes fierce, declaring that what was due was being returned. His appearance was as dramatic as it was menacing. The mountain cult founder and his warriors, enraged by the stranger's audacity, rushed to attack. Their reaction was predictable, but fatally flawed. Within moments, both attackers were dead, and the assistant was trying to revive the frozen founder. The speed of the massacre demonstrated the enormous difference in strength. The hero smiled, surprised at the man's obliviousness to the man with the bounty. His irony underscored the absurdity of the situation with the hunt for his head. The founder was struck by a revelation. Before him was a warrior who had killed 5 fighters and defeated the Emperor of the Divine Thunder mission. This realization completely changed his perception of the situation. The warrior, not understanding the strength of the enemy, attacked Mukyang, indignant at the raised sword against the founder. His loyalty proved stronger than his instinct for self-preservation. Easily dodging, the hero praised his attacker's skill and offered to introduce himself. His calm contrasted with the tension of the moment. After confirming the safety of the founder, the warrior introduced himself as the deputy founder of the Golden Dragon cult. His introduction demonstrated high status and confidence. Mukyang explained the lack of conflict with the Golden Dragon cult by not wanting to make new enemies. His rational approach showed his ability to think strategically. The deputy took the words as arrogance and attacked with a slashing moonblade. His anger overshadowed his ability to soberly assess his opponent. The hero ripped open his opponent's stomach with lightning speed, noting the discrepancy between bragging and skill. His actions were as swift as they were instructive. The cult founder realized the level of Mukyang beyond the boundless realm, making resistance pointless. This realization demanded immediate solutions. He ordered the wounded deputy and the soldiers to leave the premises. His concern for his subordinates was evident even at a critical moment. The hero assumed the man's desire to fight personally. His interpretation of the founder's actions was logical, but wrong. The man, without drawing his sword, acknowledged the futility of resistance after the defeat of the Sword Emperor. His sober assessment of the situation demonstrated wisdom. Turning to his servants, he announced a successor and forbade revenge for his death. These orders showed his responsibility for the future of the cult. He reminded them of the fate of the disciples of the Heavenly Thundersword Emperor, warning them not to repeat the mistake. His concern for his followers continued until the very end. The man asked to take his life, sparing the novices. Such selflessness inspired respect even from the enemy. Admiring the resemblance to the Thunder Sword warrior, Mukyan put down his weapon, noting the rarity of such nobility. His decision demonstrated an ability to appreciate worthy qualities. The founder asked in surprise about the hero's intention to simply leave. His bewilderment was natural, given the enemy's reputation. Mukyan calmly explained the necessity of visiting the cult of the Heavenly Sun. His determination left no room for compromise. The founder pleaded, asking for a stop and apologizing on behalf of the Celestial Sun cult. However, Mukyan's gaze betrayed his anger at these words. The hero was interested in the reason for the founder's willingness to protect strangers. His curiosity reflected a desire to understand the motives of the enemy. With his business done, the hero vanished, leaving the collapsed founder to marvel at his survival. The encounter forever changed his understanding of the limits of the possible. The wounded deputy, clutching his wound, tried to figure out the founder's connection with this monster. His question reflected the general lack of understanding of what had happened. The founder admitted guilt, recognizing his incredible good fortune to have survived. His humility demonstrated a wise acceptance of reality. He was astonished by the first evidence of the sword's command, certain of Mukyang's historical significance as the second master of the Bottomless Realm. The history of martial arts was gaining a new legend. After freeing the disciples and demonstrating his power in the mountain cult, the hero was put on probation. This decision was a compromise between punishment and recognition of his value. He spent the test time monotonously counting needles in the main forest, a task that required incredible patience and concentration. Having completed the counting of all the needles on the 3,000 pine trees, Mukyan decided to take action. His patience was rewarded by a readiness for the next step. He approached the founder of the demonic cult for permission to study the divine knowledge of the northern skies. His ambitions extended far beyond ordinary aspirations. The man strictly limited access to knowledge to the level of the highest founder, doubting the adequacy of the hero's skills. His refusal was based on tradition and rules. Mukyan, bowing, continued to hope for the founder's generosity. His persistence demonstrated the steadfastness of his intentions. The founder noted the hero's sufficient strength without this art, wondering about the reason for his persistence. His misunderstanding reflected a difference in worldview. The hero calmly explained his aspirations as a martial artist. His answer revealed a depth of understanding of the warrior's way. He wanted to reach the bottomless demonic realm, to transcend the limits and approach perfection. This goal reflected his insatiable thirst for development. There were two obstacles: the probationary period and the rules of the cult, which required the murder of the founder to gain access to the treatise. The entire structure of the cult and the traditions of centuries created an insurmountable barrier to the hero's aspirations for new knowledge. The outwardly humbled hero alerted the founder with his gaze. Behind the ostentatious calm, one could guess the tension of a predator ready to pounce. The experienced cult leader unmistakably read these barely noticeable signs. The founder understood Mukyan's impatience. Any weakness could provoke an attack. Years of cult leadership had taught him to recognize moments like these, when ambition becomes more dangerous than open hostility. The founder asked about their willingness to risk everything to improve their martial arts. This question required an honest answer, on which depended the future of their relationship and the possibility of access to the secret knowledge of the cult. Seeing the unwavering determination, the founder allowed the treatise to be studied in the study room without the right to transmit knowledge. This compromise allowed the traditions of the cult to be preserved and the hero's desire for development to be satisfied. After expressing gratitude, the founder scheduled a meeting for the following day. Formalities were strictly observed, creating a basis for further cooperation and mutual trust. In the library, Mukyan studied the sacred lore of the northern skies, recalling Mr. Yubei's wise advice about learning the Bohai language. His prior preparation now proved invaluable. The book contained the teachings of the first master to reach the bottomless realm in the Justice faction. Each page of the ancient manuscript held the secrets of the greatest mastery and spiritual perfection. The complexity of the teachings lay in the priority of the spiritual component over technique. Having reached the spiritual level of the author, Mukyan hoped to find the path to the kingdom of life and death through the synthesis of all the knowledge received. The next morning, the hero received a new assignment from the founder. His readiness to perform any tasks demonstrated professionalism and dedication to the chosen path of serving the cult. The conflict with the Tang family in Sichuan had escalated from a dispute to violence, threatening a major clash between the factions. The situation required immediate intervention and a diplomatic solution. With the 5 great families supported by the 9 cults and the Murim alliance, the conflict was potentially devastating for the entire martial arts world. Preventing a full-scale war became paramount. The founder counted on the hero's diplomatic talent, despite his doubts due to the probationary period. Previous success in negotiations with the cult of the Divine Land gave hope for a peaceful resolution of the conflict. The probationary period was lifted, given the founder's special favor and the hope of a return favor. This gesture demonstrated trust and the importance of the upcoming mission for the entire cult. The hero ironically inquired about the lack of more suitable candidates, including the reluctant elder Hyun Mo Sung. His insight allowed him to see the hidden motives in his appointment. The founder insisted on Mukyan's exceptional suitability, preparing harsh measures if negotiations failed. The choice of the executor was determined not only by diplomatic skills, but also by combat skills. Having understood the true reason for the appointment, the hero received a squad of developing demon at his disposal. The scale of the allocated resources emphasized the seriousness of the mission and the trust of the founder. Mukyan gathered 4 warriors for a reconnaissance mission to the Tang family. Careful preparation and information gathering were necessary for successful negotiations. The Eastern Thunder Squad was ordered to maintain combat readiness, along with the Demon Tier Squad at the secret base. Strategic planning took into account all possible scenarios. The warriors immediately went to carry out orders, demonstrating absolute loyalty and discipline. Their efficiency was the key to the successful implementation of the master's plans. Left alone, the hero decided to devote time to himself, freeing himself from duties and escorts. This moment of solitude allowed him to collect his thoughts before an important mission. Dismounting, he set out to find an inn in the forest, following simple human needs. Even great warriors need rest and food before serious trials. Having found a place among the rocks, he decided to have a snack before completing the task. His practical approach to business was evident even in such simple decisions. In a crowded tavern, the owner lied about the lack of free seats. His obvious lie contrasted with the empty tables, visible to a careful eye. The hero, noticing the empty tables, insisted on a quick meal. His calm insistence met with unexpected resistance from those present. The bully threatened to break bones if he refused to leave, demonstrating typical behavior of local bullies. His rudeness was a common way of resolving conflicts in such places. Mukyan calmly inquired about the consequences of refusal, provoking the aggressor with his unperturbed behavior. His confidence was based on the colossal difference in strength. By throwing the attacker out with one movement, he demonstrated his superiority in martial arts. The effectiveness of his actions left no doubt about his skill. The repeated appeal to the host about the desire to eat in peace demonstrated the hero's patience and politeness. His intentions remained peaceful, despite the provocations. The young commander ordered her warriors to seize the hero, displaying authority and a habit of unquestioning obedience. Her appearance added a new twist to the development of events. Mukyan was genuinely surprised by the youth of the leader of the thugs, not expecting to meet such an unusual opponent. The situation was becoming more and more interesting. He quickly took the girl hostage and put a blade to her face, changing the balance of power. His actions were precise and effective, leaving no chance for his opponents to resist. Frustrated by the ignoring of his polite requests, he demanded immobility from his assistants under threat of their mistress's death. The situation was completely under his control. The red-haired captive showed unexpected calmness as she assessed the quality of the knife. Her composure in a dangerous situation spoke of an extraordinary character. The hero introduced a knife called Mukyan, usually used for cooking. This moment added irony to the situation, highlighting his unusual approach to conflict resolution. The captive doubted his chances of surviving such impudence, hinting at the possibility of revenge. Her threats sounded confident, but betrayed a lack of understanding of the enemy's true strength. Tightening his grip, he explained the complexities of the world, demonstrating a deep understanding of the laws of power and authority. His words carried a hidden lesson for the overconfident captive. Offering to spare his life for a plea, the lady tried to get rid of the unexpected substance in her mouth. Her attempt to maintain control ended in complete failure. The explanation of the blooming pleasure pill revealed the hero's thoroughness in preparing for any situation. His plan took into account all possible scenarios. The advice to choose a worthy partner and the promise to disappear until the feelings returned showed his peculiar sense of humor. Even in such a situation, he maintained a special style of communication. By taking the second sister hostage, the hero showed foresight in ensuring his own safety. His decision was dictated by practical considerations. The warning about the destruction of the girl's meridians during the chase served as an effective deterrent. The threat was formulated clearly and convincingly. The lady, ignoring the warning, ordered an immediate search for the offender. Her stubbornness and pride outweighed common sense and concern for her sister. The evening conversation in the forest began with a question about the name of the captive, causing her bewilderment. The informality of the conversation contrasted with the tension of the situation. Under the threat of taking the pill, the girl introduced herself as Oka Ryun, demonstrating a reasonable approach to the circumstances. Her decision was forced, but wise. The correct guess about the connection of the name with birth in a downpour showed the hero's insight. His ability to understand hidden meanings impressed his interlocutor. The remark about the dissimilarity of the sisters and the assumption about the depravity of the elder one's character revealed his powers of observation. The accuracy of his judgments was based on his rich life experience. In defense of her sister, Oka Ryun explained her arrogance by her invincibility in duels with suitors. Her devotion to her family was evident even in the difficult situation of being held hostage. Mukhyun noted the significant difference between friendly duels and mortal combats, doubting the true mastery of the sword. His remark was based on actual combat experience. After learning of the sisters' ages and noting their ease of communication, he created a relaxed atmosphere despite the circumstances. His social skills were as impressive as his combat skills. The request not to try to escape and the offer of company on the journey opened a new chapter in their interaction. This moment became a turning point in the fate of both sisters. Oka Ryun noted with irony that the kidnapper was now asking her opinion, although she had already doubted the possibility of escaping from the martial artist. After inquiring about their destination, she heard that they were heading to his friend's house. The girl assumed that she had been kidnapped specifically for this visit, but noticing the hero's obvious reluctance to go there, she showed her intelligence. Having assessed her intelligence, Mukhyun decided to ask for a favor. Looking at the girl's worried face, Mukhyun began to explain the situation. His friend came from a wealthy family and had recently encountered serious problems. What began as a simple squabble between servants of different families had escalated into a full-fledged confrontation. Now the conflict involved martial artists, and a friend asked Mukhyun to act as a mediator between the warring parties. The hero admitted with annoyance that if it were up to him, he would simply kidnap the enemy's family to quickly resolve the conflict. Oka Ryun, after listening carefully, rightly noted that such a solution would only worsen the situation. Having delved into the essence of the problem, the girl suggested trying to appease both sides by offering them compensation. Mukhyun acknowledged the wisdom of this approach, but explained his main weakness. He was poor at making concessions when communicating with people, and such situations caused him great irritation. Suddenly, an idea popped into his head. Oka Ryun could negotiate for him, not only because she spoke much more politely and diplomatically, but also because as an uninterested party, she could conduct the dialogue without bias. The girl noted with doubt that it was precisely her lack of interest that could become an obstacle. Hardly anyone would want to listen to the opinion of a stranger. However, Mukhyun immediately found a solution. She could act as his official representative. And if someone didn't like it, he was always ready to teach a good lesson to intractable opponents. Oka Ryun, after weighing all the circumstances, agreed to help. Since she was going to travel with Mukhyun, she could do him this favor. However, she had a counter-condition. Since meeting a martial arts master of such a level was a rare fortune, she asked to teach her his style. The hero's obvious reluctance caused a flash of righteous anger in the girl. She reasonably noted that since she was going to be his companion, he should at least respect her wishes. Besides, she had agreed to help him, so he should reciprocate. Finding no counter-arguments, Mukhyun proposed an exchange. He would teach her his style if she showed him hers, which amazed the girl. After demonstrating her techniques, the hero immediately identified the style. It was the willow dance at sunset, a graceful martial art created specifically for sword dancing. He saw echoes of the techniques power of the setting sun, sky of the setting sun, and departure of the setting sun in her movements. When the girl finished her demonstration, he sincerely praised her skill. The style was truly graceful, combining softness with unexpected sharpness. However, Mukhyun noticed that this was not the willow dance at sunset that he was familiar with. As if someone had stolen the original technique and modified it. These words deeply touched Oka Ryun, as her grandfather had personally created this style after achieving enlightenment in swordsmanship. Not wanting to argue, the hero simply offered to show her the original version of the style, what was called the real willow dance at sunset. He repeated all of her moves exactly, causing Oka Ryun to freeze in amazement. Despite the fact that the hero's internal energy significantly exceeded her own, the girl doubted that anyone could accurately repeat complex movements after seeing them only once. She even began to doubt whether their family's technology had been stolen. But still, trying to defend her grandfather's honor, Oka Ryun brought up what she thought was a weighty argument. The original style had only 144 movements, while their version had 432. Even if you judged only by the number, didn't that prove the originality of their technique? Mukhyun responded with a wise metaphor. A thin branch covered with many leaves will not yield as much fruit as a strong branch with fewer leaves. So the strength of a martial art is not determined by the number of movements. He was shocked by the girl's distrust, even after such a clear demonstration, and declared that he no longer wished to learn her version of the technique. Oka Ryun, realizing the truth of his words, was forced to agree with the obvious, and asked Mukhyang to continue her training. He agreed on the condition that she keep the truth about the true origin of the sword style a secret. Soon after, the hero saddled his horse and casually announced that they were heading to Sichuan province. This caused his companion genuine surprise and slight indignation. Why hadn't he said this before? After thinking about it, the girl assumed that the hero had been sent by the Murim Alliance to resolve problems with the Great Family. And now she understood why he had decided to involve her in this matter. Mukhyang just smiled, wondering why she thought he was connected to the Murim Alliance. Seeing the puzzlement on her face, she explained the reason. All his combat techniques that she had seen were indeed very different from the styles of the Justice faction. Along the way, he mysteriously hinted that a surprise was waiting for her ahead. When they arrived at the place, Oka Ryun froze in amazement. In front of them stood the walls of the Hidden Spider Triad, the very organization that was currently feuding with the Great Tang family in Sichuan. She looked at the hero with fear, wanting to make sure that they were not in the wrong place, but he only smiled slyly. At that moment, the massive gates swung open and the assistants appeared, bowing deeply, expressing their respect to the deputy founder of the cult. The leader of the squad asked the gentleman about the identity of the young companion, while the girl herself panicked, realizing that Mukhyang was the deputy founder of the cult of the Injustice faction. The hero casually explained that the girl was the granddaughter of a wanderer, and ordered that she be addressed as Lady Chol. Without further ado, they were led inside, where in a secluded room, Oka Ryun gave vent to her indignation. She couldn't believe that Mukhyang was the deputy of the founder of a demonic cult, their sworn enemy. The girl assumed that her kidnapping was planned because of her kinship with the leader of the Murim Alliance. However, the hero calmly explained that he had no idea that she belonged to the martial artists of justice, without going into details. Oka Ryun, still confused, asked if Mukhyang really intended to reach an agreement. He confirmed this, noting that they both see things the same way. When the girl asked him about his plans in case the negotiations failed, the hero paused and then gloomily confessed. He will have no choice but to use the Demon Ripping Squad to completely destroy the opponents. At that moment, the frightened Oka Ryun remembered her grandfather's stories about the 5 mighty armies of the demon cult's martial artists. According to him, the Demon Blood Sword and Ripping Demon troops had never appeared in the Murim world. However, the reality turned out to be different. Both squads had acted many times, but only a few knew about their existence. The girl understood the meaning of Mukhyang's words. Neither the Alliance of Vagabonds nor the Cult of Warriors without a shadow could find information about them. The hero calmly explained the reason for such secrecy. Everyone who could tell about these 2 detachments was no longer among the living. He issued a stern warning. If an agreement could not be reached, he would personally behead all participants in the negotiations and order a squad of Asura demon killers to eliminate all witnesses. When Oka Ryun said that he would not be allowed to do this, the hero only smirked coldly. They would have no choice. It was no coincidence that the demonic cult sent him on this mission. Even the girl herself understood that if someone else had said such words, she would not have believed them. But this man's martial arts mastery was far from empty words. Realizing that inaction would lead to tragedy, Oka Ryun promised to do everything possible to ensure a peaceful meeting. She could not allow the deaths of innocent people. Soon Mukhyang and his 4 assistants arrived at the appointed place. The guards let them in, after warning them about the ban on weapons and asking them to hand them over. The hero calmly explained that he would only enter with Lady Chol and sent his assistants away. However, an unexpected meeting awaited the hero inside. He could not even imagine that he would see his older sister Oka Ryun again. The girl immediately launched into an angry tirade, calling Mukyan a vile deceiver, because of whom she had to rush all over the city in search of a cure. Her rage only increased when it turned out that the drug given to her was not even a real aphrodisiac. Seriously angered by such impudence, Mukyan coldly informed Oka Ryun that they could forget about negotiations. It would be easier for him to just kill everyone. Summoning the energy of his sword, he asked the girl not to hold a grudge against him. The man and the older sister froze in shock, feeling the power of the sword's heart energy. Oka Ryun stood up for them, begging Mukyan not to act so rudely. She did not understand his constant desire to solve everything by force, and reminded him of the true purpose of their visit, peace talks. Since he himself asked her to take care of this matter, she deserved a chance to fulfill her promise. The owner of the house joined the conversation, apologizing for his relative's disrespectful behavior and asking permission to hear both sides first. Mukyan, having calmed down a little, agreed to negotiate, but warned that if he was angered again, he would no longer hold back. Later, already at the negotiating table, the owner introduced himself as Tang Jinchong from the Tang family. In response, the hero identified himself as the deputy founder of the demonic cult, sent to resolve the conflict between the Hidden Spider Squad and the Tang family. He also introduced Oka Ryun, explaining that he had asked for her help in reaching a peace agreement. Tang Jinchong, still puzzled by Lady Oka Ryun's presence, reminded Mukyan of her status as the granddaughter of the Murim Alliance leader. He doubted whether the demonic cult would agree to an agreement brokered by her. The hero assured that he had already explained the whole situation to the lady, and there would be no problems. Oka Ryun, taking on the role of mediator, began negotiations. She noted that the cult was aware of the situation that had arisen due to the clash of pride between the Tang family and the Spider Squad. She asked Tang Jinchong if he saw any possibility of a peaceful resolution to the conflict. The man believed that it was impossible due to the heavy losses his family had suffered and demanded compensation. Mukyan asked what they would do if they refused to pay compensation. Tang Jinchong and the red-haired girl unanimously declared that in that case, they would have no choice but to fight. Tang Jinchong proudly listed his forces: 40 martial artists from the Murim Alliance, 3 martial artists from the main family of this place, plus the support of 3 cults. Mukyan, showing interest, asked to name these cults. Seeing his curiosity, Oka Ryun calmly reminded those present that the cult's deputy founder had arrived with a squad of asura demon slayers. At the mere mention of this name, Tang Jinchong shuddered with fear and asked if Mukyan was trying to intimidate them. The hero coldly noted that this was not a threat and advised him to calm down. Oka Ryun took the floor, explaining that the demonic cult did not want war, as it would bring nothing but meaningless sacrifices. She revealed the order of the demonic cult. A squad of asura demon killers must destroy anyone who stands in their way. The red-haired girl confidently remarked that even the asura demon slayer squad would have a hard time dealing with the Tang family and the allied cults. However, Oka Ryun knew the true state of affairs. The plan was ruthless in its effectiveness. First, the deputy founder of the cult must kill everyone present at the negotiating table, then destroy the heads of the involved cults, and after that deploy a detachment to completely exterminate the army left without leaders. The girl called this plan stupid, not understanding why it was spoken about so openly. Mukyan, realizing her ignorance, reminded her of the special rule of the demonic cult. No one dared to approach the founder of the cult closer than 10 meters with a weapon. However, he was the only exception to this rule. To confirm his words, he summoned the sword into his hands with just his energy, and he explained that even the founder of the cult himself understood perfectly well that if Mukyan really wanted to kill someone, no one would be able to stop him. Drawing his blade, he offered those gathered a choice: truce or death. Tang Jinchong recalled the recent assurance not to resort to intimidation, to which Mukyan politely asked not to consider his words as rudeness, assuring that he tries to speak as respectfully as possible. Oka Ryun was quick to ease the tension by explaining that this was why the demonic cult was proposing to end the conflict without bloodshed. She handed the box to Tang Jinchong, explaining that they were willing to return the 3 martial arts scrolls that had been taken away by the ghost cult, as well as pay 2,000 silver coins. The terms of the agreement stipulated that half of this amount was to be given to the hidden spider troop as reparations. After the terms were announced, Mukyan, feeling the tension growing, asked Oka Ryun to join his 4 men waiting outside while he continued to monitor the situation. As Oka Ryun watched the heated argument between the red-haired girl and Mr. Tan, she was tormented by doubts. She was tormented by the question, would the hero really carry out his threat and kill everyone if the Tan family refused the offer? Mukhyun's grim silence only increased her anxiety. Gathering all her resolve, she warned that she would not remain indifferent and would stand up for her sister if the situation got out of hand. Mukhyun, instantly catching her intention, showed unexpected nobility. He explained that in case of battle she would need a sword. He wanted to ensure that everyone had an equal chance. This was the most he could do for her in the current situation. After receiving her sword back, Oka Ryun thanked Mukhyun with sincere gratitude for his kindness and care. At that moment, the hero thought with slight sadness that under different circumstances they really could have become good friends. Oka Ryun shared these feelings, although she added with a slight smile that perhaps they were not such close friends. Mukhyun loved to tease her too much. After she left, the atmosphere in the room thickened. Mr. Tang, standing up straight and squaring his shoulders, solemnly announced the decision to the deputy cult founder. In response, Mukhyun released his sinister energy, so powerful that the people around him literally fell to their knees under its pressure. The air in the room became heavy and dense, as if before a thunderstorm. With a sly smile playing on his lips, he invited Mr. Tan to finally voice his answer so that he could listen to it. On behalf of the entire clan, Mr. Tang accepted the offer, and as a sign of good intentions, they immediately offered 1,000 silver coins. Mukhyun's ominous energy began to dissipate like morning mist. He nodded approvingly, noting the wisdom of Mr. Tang's choice, and expressing satisfaction that senseless bloodshed had been avoided. Noticing Oka Ryun, who literally sank to the ground in relief, he admitted with sincerity in his voice that he was glad that he didn't have to kill her. At this tense moment, a familiar voice suddenly rang out, expressing satisfaction with the successful resolution of the situation. Everyone present turned around sharply, and before their eyes appeared the leader of the Muram Alliance himself. His appearance obviously caused a wave of respectful bows from his subordinates. Only Mukhyun remained motionless, trying to understand the reason for the appearance of such a high-ranking person for what seemed like an insignificant reason. His attention was drawn to the subtle yet impressive energy emanating from the leader. Reminiscent of the aura of a majestic tiger reigning over a mountain peak, the Alliance leader seemed to be deliberately ignoring the hero, although it was obvious that he had already heard a lot about him from his granddaughters. The hero noted with a smile that he had not expected the Alliance leader to appear for such a trivial matter. The old man laughed, wondering why his presence had caused such surprise. To dispel Mukhyun's doubts, the Alliance leader released his inner energy, making it clear that he had come for the same purpose, to prevent conflict. When the energy died down, he expressed his gratitude to Mukhyun for reaching a peace agreement and offered to share a meal with him to celebrate the occasion. Mukhyun, although he was inclined to refuse, understood that it would be an extreme display of impoliteness, especially when Oka Ryun kept hinting with her looks and gestures that he needed to agree. He accepted the invitation, deciding to stay until he left. Soon the Alliance leader, showing an amazing knowledge of his interlocutor's tastes, served Mukhyun his favorite drink, the famous wine of the earth, waiting with interest for the guest's reaction. The wine turned out to be truly excellent, which the hero could not help but notice. The hero noted with a smile that strong drinks are always preferable to tea for such conversations. But Mukhyun expressed slight doubt about the appropriateness of a joint feast of representatives of opposing factions. But the leader dispelled his fears, noting that hardly anyone would dare to reproach him for drinking wine with the deputy founder of a demonic cult. Moreover, he admitted that he had long been looking for an opportunity to ask Mukhyun one important question. This question concerned the hero's feelings during the duel with the Sword Emperor. Noticing Mukhyun's concern, the leader hastened to clarify that he was not trying to reproach him. He was sincerely interested in learning about the last moments of the old warrior's life. Lost in his memories, Mukhyun respectfully described the Sword Emperor's incredible martial art style, comparing him to an incarnate thunder dragon. He especially noted that the old man maintained the dignity of the clan leader until the very end. The Alliance leader asked Mukhyun if he thought they were on the same level of skill. The hero honestly admitted that he could not give a precise answer without engaging in direct combat, but he confirmed that the Sword Emperor was certainly among the strongest masters of the Justice faction. The conversation gradually moved to deeper topics, and the Alliance leader asked Mukhyun's opinion on what could prevent a martial artist who had reached the boundless realm from rising to the level of the abyssal realm. Mukyan, after a moment of thought, expressed an unexpected thought. Excessive thinking can become the main obstacle on the path to perfection. In his opinion, people think too much about the blade itself, constantly analyzing combat techniques, ways to kill an opponent, the choice of style and counter techniques. It is these obsessive thoughts, in his opinion, that become an obstacle on the path to higher mastery. The alliance leader, carefully observing his interlocutor, came to the conclusion that during the battle, Mukyan had already reached the level where the sword became a simple extension of the owner's will, without unnecessary thoughts and doubts. Developing this idea, the hero explained that the blade itself does not have a will. It is only necessary to follow its natural movement and achieve complete unity with it in a spiritual sense. To demonstrate his words, he performed an amazing trick. He broke his drinking cup with chopsticks. This impressive display of skill amazed those present not only with the precision of the blow, but also with the fact that the table remained completely undamaged. The hero noted with approval the obvious potential of the alliance leader to achieve even greater heights. Suddenly, the girl who had been standing aside all this time at her grandfather's request, not to interfere in the important conversation, burst into the room. But she could not help but be indignant at how Mukyan dared to speak so arrogantly. The alliance leader tried to call his granddaughter to order, but the hero calmly responded to her outburst, realizing that the girl simply did not believe his words. Rising from the table with a smile, he offered to prove his point in practice so that she could see for herself. Soon everyone moved to the training ground, where the girl, burning with righteous anger, demanded from Mukyan a fair sword fight, without any tricks. However, the hero explained that it was not appropriate for the deputy founder of a demonic cult to fight a young girl, as it could negatively affect his reputation. Instead, he proposed an unusual solution. Let Oka Ryun fight her, and if she lost, he would admit defeat. Oka Ryun began to protest, claiming that her sister was far superior to her in swordsmanship, but Mukyan calmed her down by promising to guide her movements with sound vibrations. He reminded her of the demonic sword techniques he had taught her and assured her that this fight would make her stronger. Although Oka Ryun herself understood that in practice, everything would be much more complicated. The older sister, furious that Mukyan was going to defeat her using the weakling Oka Ryun, decided to act ruthlessly. Believing that the hero was underestimating her abilities, she rushed into the attack, intending to instantly crush her sister and chop her into pieces. Seeing the girl's lightning-fast attack, Oka Ryun began to panic. But Mukyan's voice, clear and confident, ordered her to use the fourth move and then immediately move on to the fifth. Gathering all her concentration and trying to remain calm, Oka Ryun followed the instructions exactly. She managed to penetrate her sister's blind spot, and turning around masterfully, she used her fifth move, Power of the Setting Sun, forcing her experienced opponent to retreat. The older sister was shocked, unable to believe that Oka Ryun was so easily pushing her aside in a duel. Mukyan, watching the fight with a barely noticeable smile, understood that this was only the beginning. It would be even more interesting further on. In the heat of battle, the older sister had to endlessly fight off Oka Ryun's attacks. She couldn't comprehend what was happening. None of her techniques were hitting their target. Watching the fast-paced battle, she refused to believe that her younger sister could achieve such a level of skill in such a short time. Mukyan, who was closely watching the fight, directed Oka Ryun's actions with special sound vibrations. He ordered her to immediately move on to the 12th technique after completing the 6th basic technique. Following his instructions, Oka Ryun, having dodged another attack from her sister, used the most difficult technique, Dragonborn under the blood-red light of the sun, directing its power straight at her opponent. The older sister barely managed to dodge this deadly move. She was sure that Oka Ryun must be at the limit of her strength by now, and was looking for the moment to strike the decisive blow. However, her expectations were not met. The younger sister continued to attack without the slightest respite, now using the combination of willow flowers under the blood-red sunlight. Astonished by the constant pressure, the older sister couldn't believe the amount of internal energy that Oka Ryun possessed. She was convinced that Mukyan was somehow transferring his energy to her, but the hero only smiled, explaining that this power had always been within Oka Ryun herself. He encouraged his student, urging her to increase her attack. The alliance leader, carefully analyzing the battle, was convinced that Mukyan was indeed not directly interfering in the fight. The duel continued, and although Oka Ryun continued to attack, her movements showed a noticeable concern for her sister's possible injuries. Sensing her hesitation, Mukyan ordered the fight to end by stopping the sword at her opponent's heart. However, Oka Ryun hesitated, finding the move too dangerous. Her hesitation did not escape the notice of her older sister, who immediately recognized the gap in her defense. The next moment, they attacked simultaneously, with the older sister's blow clearly showing the intent to kill. Only then did the redhead realize how far the confrontation had gone, and only Mukyang's timely intervention prevented tragedy. The hero sternly reminded Oka Ryun of an important lesson. When it comes to the sword, one must not let emotions take precedence over technique. The alliance leader inquired about the deputy founder's condition after he took the blow, but Mukyon merely waved it off. The energy of his eldest granddaughter's sword was too weak to cause him any harm. However, the alliance leader cautioned his eldest granddaughter against being overconfident, noting that if Oka Ryun had not shown weakness at the end, the fight could have ended in her victory. Mukyon philosophically noted that only the end result mattered. Admitting defeat, he announced his departure and bowed to bid farewell to the alliance leader. As he bid farewell to Oka Ryun, he expressed his hope that she would be much stronger by the time they met again. After saying these words, he disappeared as if carried away by a gust of wind. As the alliance leader watched the hero leave, he reflected that under normal circumstances, Oka Ryun would never have been able to stand up to her sister in battle. Even with Mukyang's guidance, the hero's ability to enhance a martial artist's abilities to such an extent seemed incredible. The leader understood that although Mukyon was undoubtedly the strongest Murim in the world, he would not be able to seize power over the world alone. With these thoughts, he took out a stack of papers, pondering the sad fate that awaited the deputy founder. Meanwhile, the hero was reunited with his 4 warriors, who respectfully greeted their master. However, Chrysanthemum immediately reported strange events that had occurred in their absence. The dark demon cult had merged with the demonic cult. Mukyon expressed surprise, and Chrysanthemum explained that they apparently voluntarily joined the demonic cult, and their founder was given the position of deputy founder. Orchid, having important information, decided to tell about the true nature of the cult of the dark demon. She explained that they, like the cult of the tainted blood, used the dead as soldiers and practiced forbidden techniques. Behind them stood a powerful martial artist who had reached the great demon's spiritual realm, one of the 4 demon emperors. Mukyon became lost in thought, remembering how the demonic cult rejected their ideology, causing them to be persecuted and driven into the shadows. He hoped that this news would not lead to serious consequences. Soon the deputy of the cult arrived to the founder, but noticed that the leader was accompanied by a tall man. After greeting him with due respect, the man couldn't hide his excitement at meeting the legendary martial artist of the demonic cult. Mukyon also welcomed them, and the founder, thanking him for the successful completion of the task, invited him to share food and drink with them. However, the hero, citing fatigue from the journey, politely declined, promising to join them another time. After his departure, the man noted the truth of the demonic cult founder's words about the deputy's waywardness. The founder especially emphasized the fact that Mukyon remained the only one who could be near him with a weapon. When the founder asked his new comrade's opinion about Mukyon, he confidently stated that there was nothing to worry about. The preparations were complete. He compared Mukyon to a proud but useless horse, hinting that there is only one possible way to deal with unruly horses. These words clearly indicated that the plan to eliminate Mukyon was already prepared, and the founder could only say goodbye to his failed deputy. Mukyon was walking slowly through the forest towards his home when his heightened senses detected the presence of pursuers. He had been followed for some time by 2 spies who, noticing an opportune moment, decided to act immediately. However, they did not expect that literally a moment later the hero would appear behind their backs and ask what these rat spies were up to. Without waiting for an answer, he dealt with the first opponent in a flash, and then with the second, without even resorting to the help of his blade. He was amazed at the recklessness of these people who dared to attack him. From the very beginning, the hero felt he was being followed and, driven by curiosity, decided to take a closer look at the defeated enemies. The one whose face he had disfigured died instantly, but the other, with his stomach ripped open, displayed incredible regenerative abilities reminiscent of the Zhangshi, the undead creatures he had encountered when he was younger. This ability was characteristic of Yan Ingol, which left Mukyon puzzled. Why would this man follow him? Addressing the half-dead servant of Jian Ingol, the hero noted with surprise their newfound supernatural abilities. He quickly understood the principle. As long as the head is intact, the body can be completely restored. This creepy feature should now play into Mukyon's hands. Since the prisoner cannot die, it does not matter how much pain he will have to endure before giving up all the necessary information. It took time before the hero collected all the necessary information and began an attack on the place where the captives were being held. Oka Ryun and her sister, locked in the dungeon, listened in fear to the noise coming from outside, not understanding what was happening. Oka Ryun, cowering in the corner, was afraid to even raise her eyes. Suddenly, a powerful explosion shook the room. The walls of the dungeon collapsed, and the iron cage in which the girls were held shattered into small pieces. Mukyan calmly entered the opening that had formed. He glanced at the captives, inquired about their condition, and immediately freed them from their shackles. The older sister, still not believing in salvation, asked about the further plan. Mukyan explained that he intended to find the organizers of their kidnapping and ask them some questions. The cunning girl expressed her willingness to help, but pointed out the lack of weapons. After examining the fallen guards, the hero discovered that they were all unarmed. In a difficult decision, Mukyan handed over his personal weapon to the girls. To the elder sister, a precious dagger, asking her to handle it with care. And he gave Oka Ryun his beloved and only blade. When he said goodbye, he especially insistently asked Oka Ryun to be extremely careful. At this time, in his chambers, Jan Ingol praised the founder of the devilish cult, bowing before his ingenuity. But the founder proudly noted that the entire plan was developed by him, and he himself only gave the order for its execution. Although even the founder clearly did not expect that Jan Ingol would manage to capture both granddaughters of the Murim alliance leader so quickly, anticipating Mukyan's reaction. Their conversation was interrupted by the shouts of guards outside, demanding that someone stop. Both men instantly realized who had come to visit them. The founder greeted Mukyan with feigned cordiality, acknowledging his authorship of the pogrom outside. The hero apologized for the interrupted drinking session, explaining the need for an urgent meeting with the founder. Jan Ingol asked the reason for the deputy's visit, to which Mukyan calmly explained their mistake. If they were going to plot, they should have chosen their agents better. The spy they caught turned out to be unusually talkative. The document found on him confirmed the long-term collaboration between Jan Ingol and the founder of the cult, in plans to eliminate Mukyan and confront the Murim alliance. The hero dryly noted that these discoveries had significantly spoiled his mood, and said goodbye to the annoying men. The founder of the devilish cult laughed, surprised at the arrogance of his deputy, who believed that he knew all their plans. At that moment, Mukyan felt a killing intent behind him, and it was Oka Ryun, who plunged his own blade into his shoulder. Through her tears she struck, and the hero, acting instinctively, responded in kind, causing the girl to fall to the ground, bleeding. Ignoring the sword stuck in his chest, Mukyan caught the falling Oka Ryun, trying to understand the reasons for her betrayal. As she died, she begged for forgiveness through her sobs, explaining that she had been powerless to resist her grandfather's orders. With these words, she breathed her last, taking with her the unbearable shame of betraying the man who had done so much for her. At that very moment, her older sister attacked from behind, plunging a dagger into Mukyan's back. She burst into malicious laughter, noticing that the blades looked quite organic in his body, and even cynically asked not to hold a grudge against her. She also referred to her grandfather's orders. The founder of the demonic cult, watching the unfolding drama, burst into laughter. Admitting his initial doubts, he admired the flawless execution of the plan. He decided to convey his gratitude to the Murim alliance for their assistance, noting that even pawns could be put to good use. Approaching the bleeding Mukyan, the founder asked him if he understood the reason for such a sophisticated plan to eliminate him. The answer lay in Mukyan's very nature. He used his sword only for his own purposes, refusing to submit his will to his master. No matter how great a sword is, if it does not serve its owner, its fate is sealed. Following his heart and not wanting to share his power with others became the hero's fatal qualities. If he had agreed to submit, the consequences of his arrogance could have been prevented, but now no one will recognize him. The rest of the demonic cult founder's subordinates entered the room, including 4 of Mukyan's former assistants who turned out to be traitors. They hypocritically thanked the hero for everything he had done, and the red-haired girl only regretted that she would not be able to personally deliver the final blow. This honor should have gone to the elder. However, just as the fatal blow was about to fall on the hero, Mukyan unexpectedly used the body of the arrogant granddaughter of the Murim alliance leader as a shield, and the deadly attack struck her. Rising to his feet, his body began to radiate murderous energy, and in his eyes there was only one question: how dare they do this to him? Everyone present stood frozen in stupor, unable to believe that Mukyan was still capable of resisting. Jan Ingol, trying to calm his comrades, explained that the hero's energy core and heart should already be destroyed, which means his resistance cannot last long. At that moment, Mukyan used a forbidden technique. The demonic art of asura blood flow reversed. His body began to emit pulsating dark energy, as if feeding on life itself. Jan Ingalls sneered, stating that before them was only a walking corpse that could barely move with the help of forbidden arts. This power could not last forever. After these words, all those present, inspired by the words of Jan Ingalls, rushed to the attack, intending to finally destroy Mukyan. The hero, feeling his death approaching, let out a chilling scream, warning that no one would leave this house alive. His voice, filled with rage and the pain of betrayal, echoed throughout the room. In the midst of a fierce battle, Mukyan suddenly felt like his body refused to move. Looking around, he discovered the source of the paralysis. Jan Ingalls had used an ancient binding spell, enveloping the hero in invisible chains. Taking advantage of his helplessness, the leader of the Jackal Pack, who had long dreamed of a real fight with Mukyan, dealt a crushing blow directly to the hero's body. Seriously wounded, Mukyan knew he had to find a way to survive. A few more attacks like this, and his existence would be cut off forever. Suddenly, a smoke bomb landed next to him, exploding and enveloping everything around in a thick fog. From the smoke appeared his faithful assistant Chrysanthemum, who hurried to his master, begging him to leave this place immediately. While Chrysanthemum tried to raise the wounded Mukyan, the founder, seized with panic, shouted to his warriors, demanding that they stop inaction and finally get rid of the traitor. Unable to see anything through the thick curtain of smoke, the enraged gentleman released his inner energy, instantly dispelling the smokescreen. However, it was too late. The fugitives had disappeared without a trace. The founder couldn't believe that someone dared to go against the demon clan by siding with Mukyan. Realizing that the wounded could not have gone far, he ordered everyone to immediately begin searching and find the fugitives at any cost. His voice trembled with barely contained rage. Meanwhile, Chrysanthemum continued to carry his master in his arms, making his way through the forest. Mukyan, barely holding on to consciousness, did not understand the motives of his assistant's betrayal of the demonic cult. Chrysanthemum only asked the gentleman to hold on, promising to explain everything later. Now the main thing was to save his life. However, their path to salvation was blocked by the leader of the alliance, Muram himself. As it turned out, the founder of the devilish cult made a deal with him. In exchange for using his granddaughters as bait, he promised the guaranteed elimination of Mukyan. Now, seeing the plan fail, the alliance leader decided to personally finish what he had started. Noticing the approach of a powerful enemy, the hero asked his friend to step aside. At the last moment, they managed to dodge the deadly attack. The alliance leader could not hide his admiration for Chrysanthemum's dodging technique. His slight movement was truly impressive. Chrysanthemum, panicked at the sight of the alliance leader, frantically searched for an escape route. However, looking around, he realized with horror a strange feature. Despite the long journey, they seemed to be marking time, still being on the territory of the demonic cult. The alliance leader explained with a triumphant smile that he had been leading them in circles all this time, luring them into a trap. Then the Chrysanthemum realized how bad their affairs were now. The escape routes were blocked. Mukyan, having gathered his last strength, demanded an explanation from the leader of the alliance. Why did he decide to cooperate with the demonic cult? The answer was simple and cynical. Like the founder of the cult, the leader of the alliance could not allow the existence of such a powerful and independent warrior. Mukyan represented a threat to the established balance between the factions of justice. Then the hero inquired about the true reason why he sent Okaryun, who had recently appeared in his life, on the mission. The alliance leader admitted with a cruel smile that he had chosen her, knowing that Mukyan would have a special trust in her from the very beginning. This made the betrayal plan perfect, to use his affection to stab him in the back. Pointing his sword at the wounded hero, the alliance leader addressed the hero with cold gratitude. He noted that thanks to Mukyan, even the illegitimate daughter from the concubine, Okaryun, was able to serve the interests of the clan. These words caused uncontrollable rage in Mukyan. Despite his bleeding body, he remembered how he taught Okaryun his art, how he cared for her, and how disgustingly her own relatives treated her. During the training, he remembered his threat to harm the pursuers after taking her hostage. But now he realized that no one was truly looking for Okaryun to begin with. This didn't surprise her, because for the clan she was just the daughter of a concubine, a bargaining chip. If her older sister had been kidnapped, the reaction would have been completely different. Mukyan remembered that at first, Okaryun didn't seem too upset about her situation. But now he understood the reason. Deep inside, she was tormented by resentment and the hope that, having become stronger and having knowledge, she could be useful to the clan, despite her origin. The hero bitterly realized the full depth of the tragedy. With her current level of power, She would have to grow old before she would deserve even a drop of respect. These thoughts filled him with incredible rage, and he vowed to destroy the leader of the Alliance, even if it was the last act of his life. Chrysanthemum, seeing his master's desperate determination, tried to calm him down. Using more force in his current state could be fatal. Suddenly, he attached a special amulet to Mukyan, which threw the hero into the air, and he himself rushed into battle against the leader of the Alliance. The shocked Mukyan did not understand what was happening, but his faithful assistant only begged him to do everything possible to survive. But the leader of the Alliance understood that such a warrior would never be able to confront him. The fight was short. The Alliance leader dealt Chrysanthemum a mortal wound to the neck. As he lay dying, the devoted servant wondered if the founder's deputy would ever understand the true reason for his betrayal of the demonic cult. In his final moments, Chrysanthemum revealed the truth. Every killer in this world revered Mukyan as a deity. Unlike everyone else who was forced to follow a predetermined path and exist in a world of murder, Mukyan always walked his own path, acting of his own free will. He did not even suspect what a huge significance this had for ordinary killers. With his last breath, Chrysanthemum asked for forgiveness for coming to his aid too late, and begged his master to survive at any cost. Mukyan, watching the death of his most loyal assistant, sank into despair. His body, as if filled with lead, began to slowly sink to the bottom of the deep river. Slowly sinking into the dark waters, his lifeless body suddenly became illuminated with light. Although the hero had not regained consciousness by this point, he was lucky to be saved. Like the souls of the dead, Okaryun and Hwansu protected their master to the very end. The doctor, carefully examining the patient lying in bed, checked his vital signs and noted with relief that the young man's heartbeat was stable. High General Oka Chongyun expressed his sincere gratitude to the doctor, realizing that without his skilled healing skills, the treatment would have been much more difficult. The worried doctor decided to find out the identity of the rescued man and the reason for such close attention from Oka Chongyun. The general explained that he had never met the young man before. He had been discovered by chance while drifting downstream. The doctor was puzzled as to why the general was showing such honor to a stranger, but soon realized that this was no ordinary man. Oka Chongyun took out a shining jade tablet from his pocket and asked the doctor if he had ever seen anything like it. Having assessed the item, the doctor immediately determined its incredible value, which suggested the high status of the owner. The general also realized that a random person could not possess such a precious thing. Judging from the marks on the body of the man found and the presence of a jade tablet, Oka Chongyun concluded that they were dealing with a martial artist of the highest level. The doctor understood that if this was truly a master of such rank, they were incredibly lucky that he survived. However, the only one who escaped from the clutches of death paid a terrible price. His meridians and internal channels were completely destroyed. The doctor doubted whether the young man would ever be able to even hold a sword, let alone use martial arts. Oka Chongyun suggested keeping the circumstances a secret for now and continuing to observe the find, hoping to learn more details about his identity over time. Half a year had passed since that memorable day. Autumn had come, and Mukyan, who was now called Gugwan, looked after the horses, cleaning them, feeding, and watering them. One such day, a little gentleman approached him, bringing some treats with him. The hero, stuttering and mixing up his words, sincerely thanked the boy, promising to definitely try them after work. But it turned out that the boy had brought something special, a chrysanthemum, the hero's favorite flower. The young gentleman said that these flowers had just blossomed in his inner garden. Looking at the beautiful flower, the hero felt deep gratitude towards the boy who always showed exceptional care towards him. Oka Chongyun, watching Mukyan, thought that half a year had already passed since his appearance. The doctor was surprised that the boy could now walk, considering the severity of the injury to his leg. Oka Chongyun was more concerned about why the young man still didn't remember anything, although the doctor assumed that the memory loss was related to a severe head injury. After putting together all his observations over the months, Oka Chongyun realized that all he could learn about the young man was his love for chrysanthemums and kaoliang liqueur. The general was particularly intrigued by the significance of chrysanthemums in the life of the rescued man, so he asked the doctor to conduct another examination. When the hero was brought into the room, he stuttered as he tried to find out the reason for the summons, as he was about to go to bed. Oka Chongyun reassured him, promising that the procedure would take very little time. It was at this moment that the doctor discovered something incredible. If earlier he was convinced that the guy's meridians were completely destroyed, now he felt completely new flows of energy. The doctor immediately informed the gentleman that the patient's internal energy had been completely restored, and that power was once again circulating freely throughout the body. Oka Chongyun could not believe that such a restoration was possible only through inner strength. The doctor himself knew that such a thing was considered practically impossible. If it were that easy, martial artists wouldn't have so much trouble replenishing their internal energy. Understanding that the return of energy flows could mean the restoration of the ability to master martial arts. A doctor who had once practiced them himself decided to conduct a test. He suddenly attacked the hero, and the boy's expression instantly changed. There followed a lightning-fast counterblow of such force that the doctor found himself pressed into the wall. Rubbing his bruised head, the doctor realized his recklessness. The man in front of them, although he had lost his memory and was considered disabled, his body instinctively reacted with absolute precision. Oka Chongyun was shocked by the doctor's words about a subconscious reaction. But now, looking at the boy, he could confidently say that this young man was a master who had reached at least the level of the limitless realm. This discovery shocked Oka Chongyun. He always suspected that the rescued man was unusual, but this level of skill exceeded all expectations. Meanwhile, the guy himself, as if nothing had happened, was perplexed as to why the doctor had tried to hit him, and began to reproach him for it. The bewildered doctor turned to the gentleman for advice. The young man's incredible skill was obvious, but Oka Chongyun was worried that in his current state they could not trust him with any serious tasks. Suddenly it dawned on the doctor. The knowledge of martial arts, like the rest of his memories, was probably sealed in the subconscious. If he continued to stimulate this knowledge naturally, perhaps it would gradually emerge along with the boy's true identity. When Oka Chongyun questioned whether the doctor was proposing to continue the physical tests, he explained that he had in mind a completely different approach. Soon the hero was taken to a field strewn with chrysanthemums, where he watched with sincere joy as the petals floated in the air. Having picked a single flower, perhaps subconsciously reminding him of Hwansu, he carefully held it in his hands, examining it carefully. At that moment, the sound of clashing swords reached his ears, and turning around, he saw a training duel between the doctor and the young master. The doctor's premonition turned out to be correct. He understood from the very beginning that observing the young master's training would arouse interest in the eyes of the mysterious guest. So they continued training, and the doctor gave instructions to the young master, advising him to speed up his sword movements, trying to drive his opponent into a corner. The doctor explained to the boy the principles of swordsmanship, emphasizing the importance of relaxed movements that should become a natural extension of the body. At that moment, the long-forgotten instructions of his teacher began to emerge in the hero's mind, the same ones that he later passed on to Oka Ryun. Movements should not be limited to a single form. True strength comes only when all forms merge into one. He recalled the importance of movement techniques and methods of developing internal energy through breathing practices. It was necessary to use special breathing techniques to improve the natural energy circulating in the body. Gradually, painful memories began to appear in the hero's head. The death of the Eye of Ryun, the betrayal of the founder and leader of the Murim Alliance, his determination not to allow the enemy to triumph, and the most painful thing was the memory of Hwansu sacrificing his life to save him. His friend's last plea for him to survive echoed in his mind. Unable to bear the onslaught of memories, the hero grabbed his head, and his body began to radiate ominous energy. The young gentleman, afraid for his friend, tried to rush to him, but the doctor intercepted the boy in time, realizing the mortal danger of the situation. Having hidden the child, the doctor watched in amazement as the transformation took place before him. At that moment, in the head of the hero, whose body seemed to be burning from within, the only thought was about natural energy and ways to master it. There was a powerful surge of energy, and when the transformation was complete, the charred skin began to crumble, revealing to those present a completely new, transformed body. After such a dramatic transformation, the hero lost consciousness, and the young gentleman rushed to him. The doctor, shocked by what he saw, realized that he had witnessed a legendary technique of total body transformation, the very one that was legendary, the highest goal of all martial artists, achieved only once in all of history. He couldn't believe his eyes, even though everything was happening right in front of him. Now it was safe to say that this man had truly reached heights that surpassed the sky itself. Time passed as usual. And then one day, at the gates of the lands of the Eye of Chongyong, the guards were excitedly whispering about the upcoming return of the master. Time flew by unnoticed, and no one was surprised by the fuss of the Eye of Chongyong on the eve of an important event. Suddenly the earth trembled, announcing the approach of the army, and the guards hastened to spread the good news. Finally, General Yongjin-ok, the father of Ok Chongyun, appeared at the head of his army. Upon seeing his army, the soldiers immediately gave the order to open the gates. Oka Chongyun reminded his men to show due respect, not forgetting the etiquette of greeting a general. When the general rode into the courtyard, his son was already waiting for him, bowing respectfully, and he could not even imagine how difficult his father's journey had been. After the traditional greeting, Yongjin Ok, understanding his son's busy schedule, expressed gratitude for his son finding the time to meet him in person. Oka Chongyun suggested that his father dismount and rest, but suddenly the general noticed an unfamiliar face behind his son. Oka Chongyun immediately expressed his intention to tell about this man, after which the hero bowed respectfully. The son introduced the youth as Gugwan. Soon, Oka Chongyun, Yongjin Ok and Gugwan gathered together, and the son told his father in detail the entire known story about the mysterious guest. The general thoughtfully noted the changes that had occurred in his absence. When he asked Gugwan to introduce himself, he gave the same name that everyone knew him by. Yongjin Ok noted his son's reaction, explaining that it was just a nickname, since the boy's real name remained unknown. Although his martial arts abilities had been restored thanks to the total body transformation technique, his memories still hadn't returned, so they continued to use the nickname given to him. The general realized that the man standing before him was a master who had been fatally wounded by his own sword and had lost his memories. A man who loved to drink, had a special affection for chrysanthemums, but had an inexplicable aversion to plum blossoms. He became interested in the origin of this hostility, and soon an alarming guess arose in his mind. At the general's request, they brought the sword with which the man was found. Looking at the blade, even without picking it up, the general noted its unusualness. Despite its rough appearance, it was engraved with noble symbols that made Yongjin Ok wary. When asked about possible memories associated with the sword, Gugwan responded vaguely. He admitted that, despite the stories about what happened, he was not even sure that the sword belonged to him. The only sensation when looking at the blade was piercing cold. Yongjin Ok, understanding the need for time to restore his memory, offered Gugwan to join the cult of the reflecting dark wind and help him. However, the young man refused, explaining his loyalty to Jangung Sang who had saved him, and expressing satisfaction with his current role in caring for the horses and his youngest son. Unexpectedly for everyone, Yongjin Ok responded to the refusal with laughter, clearly appreciating the hero's straightforwardness. Oka Chongyun, showing concern, advised him to be more careful in his expressions. The son then explained to Gugwan the greater need for his help to his father, presenting his service to Yongjin Ok as an opportunity. Having no other choice and respecting the opinion of Ok Chongyun, the hero agreed, but put forward the condition of the length of service, limited to the life of Yongjin Ok. He also indicated his intention to act at his own discretion after that date, inquiring about possible objections. Having appreciated the honesty of the young man, the general ordered new clothes for him. After expressing gratitude, the hero left, citing a need for fresh air. In the private conversation that followed, Oka Chongyun asked his father about the results of his observations of the guest. The general responded with a grin, hinting at the obvious parallels. The combination of martial arts mastery and a connection with plum blossoms inevitably led to one thought. Thoughts about the Murim Alliance leader and his White Stream plum blossom sword technique. Yongjin Ok shared these suspicions, despite the unknown circumstances of the conflict between Gugwan and the Murim Alliance leader. The possible revelation of Gugwan's presence to the Alliance and Oka Ryun threatened serious complications. However, the question of the true identity of the mysterious young man remained open. When evening came, the spies attempted to enter the house where the hero lived. However, they were surprised to notice that he, completely ignoring them, was calmly drinking alcohol. Noticing the spies, he said with a smile that they were perhaps spoiling the beauty of this dark night too much. The spies, greatly enraged by such impudence, immediately rushed to attack. But before they could even move, Mukhian had already managed to eliminate one of them. After this, he approached the second spy, who was trembling with fear, and made it clear that he did not care at all who they were or why they had come here. He said they could thank him for the fact that the sight of the beautiful moon had put him in a good enough mood to show mercy. However, he warned, if the warrior dared to appear here again with his pathetic intentions to kill him, then nothing would be left for him. He is mercilessly ready to tear him apart before he has time to do anything. Hearing this, the surviving spy ran away screaming. Despite what had happened, Mukhian, without even raising his voice, raised his bottle of wine, deciding to have another cup in the company of his interlocutors, Lady Luna. Soon the spies arrived at the Blue Brothel, a cult place in Basthenia, where, bowing before the mistress, the man reported his return from the mission. Having calmly let out the steam from her lungs, the woman readily decided to listen to the warrior's report about the meeting with that mysterious man. The spy, bowing before her, declared that this man was a master of incredible strength. All the first-rank assassins, including himself, were defeated with a single blow. With a smile, the woman realized that this was undoubtedly the very man they had been looking for so long. The second master of the Boundless Realm and former deputy to the founder of the demonic cult, Mukyan. Her assistant was puzzled as to why the demonic cult's deputy was working under Yongjin-ok. But she reminded him that a couple of years ago, he had been fatally wounded as a result of a conspiracy between the demonic cult and the leader of the Murim Alliance, after which he had disappeared without a trace. She thought that he was probably working for General Yongjin-ok to repay him for taking care of him after he lost his memory. Now that they were finally sure of his identity, the woman ordered the warrior to return to his brothers to have his wounds treated. She herself was thinking about how to get to Mukyan now. Would it be possible to use information about his past and hint that she could help take revenge? Or is it easier to just kill General Yongjin-ok so that Mukyan will join her? However, she quickly realized that she had been too hasty. In any case, news of his survival would surely soon reach the demonic cult. When that happened, Murim's entire world would shake. It would be best to get Mukyan before that moment, although she doubted the success of such an undertaking. The events moved to the inner courtyard of the palace, to the training ground where Mukyan trained warriors, improving their skills. His opponent was a warrior who used a blue castle attack, but the hero easily dodged each of his attacks. Choosing the right moment, the hero threw his opponent off balance and kicked him in the stomach, causing him to fall to the ground. The man, coughing awkwardly, was indignant that they were having sword training, and the use of martial arts was forbidden. However, the hero calmly explained that if he met an opponent armed with a sword, he must be prepared to do everything possible to survive. The man was angry, accusing the hero of cheating, but Gulwin explained that Yongjin-ok had asked him to teach him how to wield a sword, although it seemed to him that there was no progress in his skill yet. The man wondered how he could learn anything if he was always getting punched. The hero thought he was complaining too much, so he decided to ask what his student wanted. At this point, Yongjin-ok's grandson asked Gulwin to teach him the highest martial art, for example, sword techniques that can cut through anything, or techniques that can break boulders with a single blow of the fist, something that is spoken of in legends. Listening to him, the hero realized that this guy was clearly out of touch with reality and decided to explain something. He pointed to the palace library, located not far from them. This building contained countless scrolls describing secret techniques collected from all over the world. He wondered if the boy had any idea what the hero had learned from reading all those books. He could only say one thing. There was no absolute supreme martial art in the world. For example, if you imagine that two styles of martial arts are equal, then it becomes clear that all martial arts are related to each other like rock, paper, and scissors. Shield bearers are weak against spearmen, spearmen can't do anything against archers, and archers are not able to cope with shield bearers. Also, the hero explained that if he wanted to perform a blue castle sequential attack, he would have done it differently. He demonstrated this technique to the man, and he realized that although it was the same technique, when performed by Gulvan, it was much more effective. Seeing his mouth open in surprise, the hero explained that it is not so much the technique and method itself that is important, but the strength of the one who uses it. The man was outraged that the hero could have told him about this earlier before beating him all this time, but he calmly explained, if a person constantly gets hit, he begins to dodge so as not to get hurt, and then he wants to hit back. His skills naturally improve. The events moved to a remote part of the continent, where at that moment Mongol warriors were competing to choose a new leader. Soon it became obvious to everyone that one of them had won, so the losing fighters bowed before him and began to admit their defeat one by one. They recognized the victorious man named Jinchan Chol as their supreme Khan of Mongolia. Soon the news that Mongolia had chosen a new Khan reached Yongjin-ok, who shared this information with his friend, the deputy general of the Northeastern Army. This question had been troubling them both lately. They knew very well that the Mongol troops were usually busy with internecine strife, but once they unite, it becomes a serious problem. Therefore, it was decided to deal with them before they gathered all their tribes together. Yongjin-ok, realizing the urgency of the situation, decided to act without delay. He requested 200 disciples and 10,000 infantry, believing that the Great Dark Wind Imperial Army and the Major General could take care of the rest. His assistant expressed concern that the enemy army would greatly outnumber them, and was curious about the general's plan. He just laughed, explaining that the deputy general was worrying in vain. There was no point in thinking up a complex strategy when they were fighting a wolf pack. All that was required was to deal with their leader. Soon the general's troops were assembled, and their grandson also went with them to the operation. Looking at his teacher, the grandson asked Gulvan to make his expression more welcoming, because he had joined the great imperial army of the Dark Wind. However, the hero himself did not see this as a reason for joy. The young man spoke enthusiastically about how he would now be able to accomplish great feats, and his grandfather would finally be proud of him. Gulvan, having listened to these enthusiastic speeches, asked a simple question. Had this guy ever had to kill? After all, in order to perform the great feats he spoke of so enthusiastically, he would have to take the lives of others. Gulvan asked if he was ready for this. In war, much blood is shed, and to stay alive, one must have enough courage to kill the enemy as soon as one notices his weak point. If you hesitate, the enemy will kill you. When it comes time to take someone's life, the sword must not tremble. After this conversation, it seemed to the man that Gulvan was immersed in memories of his past. It wasn't just that, though. He realized that killing had apparently been a normal part of his previous life. His ability to unconsciously find his opponent's weak points was proof of that. He wondered what kind of person he had been before, why his martial arts skills were so honed, how many people he had taken. Could he have killed someone innocent? Did he have a family? These thoughts had been constantly occupying him lately, and his student felt sincerely sorry for his teacher. Soon, when they arrived at the place and pitched their tents, the hero sat among the flowers, carefully examining the plants he liked. At that moment, a girl approached him, addressing Gulwan as a newbie who had lost his memory. It was Frost Flower Lady Manhwa, the sister of the Eye of Ryun, who was perplexed as to how a person like Gulwan could obtain the position of Captain Centurion. Also watching this scene was a man named Lim Chung, a foreman, who felt genuinely sorry for the guy who had been taken over by this wayward girl. Gulvan, calmly looking at Manhwa who approached him, realized that she had some complaints. He did not want to get into an argument at all, so he suggested leaving him alone. These words angered the girl, who thought that the hero was arrogant, realizing that he was covered by General Youngjin Oak, and believed that he was allowed to do anything. But she absolutely did not care about his patronage. She tried to attack Gulvan, but he only had a moment to avoid the attack and strike back. After that, he calmly looked at the girl, who fell to her knees, and reminded her that he had asked not to disturb him, since he was not interested in all this. Lying on the ground, she still couldn't believe what she had just seen. His abilities were so incredible. Her defeat only fueled her rage even more, and rising to her feet, she swore that she would kill him without fail. Gulvan then realized that he had no choice. He could have ignored her attack in simple hostility, but now she had openly declared her intention to kill him. Taking out his sword, he only advised the girl not to regret her actions later, and began to slowly approach her. She immediately felt the sword technique emanating from him, the concentration of air energy. This technique was only usable by high-ranking masters, and she didn't understand how this man could master it. The girl had no choice, so she had to kneel. The hero calmly thanked her for realizing her defeat so quickly, and asked her to leave if she was not going to fight. However, these words only made her even more furious. Still on her knees, she demanded that Gulvan reveal his identity. He established a connection with her through thought transference, asking if she was really so interested in his identity. Unfortunately, he himself did not know her. He explained that he lost his memory after being betrayed by someone he trusted. He wondered who he was before he lost his memory, but now it didn't matter much whether he remembered his past or not. At the moment, he is simply a faithful servant of the master who saved his life. As he prepared to leave to do his business, he expressed the hope that he had managed to satisfy the girl's curiosity, and that she would not bother him anymore. At that moment, the captain, who was watching everything, approached the girl, advising her not to be upset and to be proud that she had managed to fight such a master at all. Then the girl thought that their captain turned out to be a much more amazing person than they had imagined. The man clearly didn't understand what she meant, but the girl herself wasn't entirely sure of her guesses. She only knew one thing. This war would end much faster thanks to their unusual captain. The story continued in the demonic cult, where its founder reported to her assistants that the deputy founder Mukyan was alive, which caused quite a stir among the listeners. The assistant reported that when Mukyan, mortally wounded, was on the verge of death, he was saved by General Youngjin Ok. Now he was called Gulwan, and he joined the great imperial army of the Dark Wind. One of the elders wondered why Mukyan had chosen the name Gulvan. The elder explained that he must have lost his memory of the events that had happened since he had joined the assassination squad. It became clear to everyone that in this case they needed to deal with Mukyan before his memories returned. Otherwise, he would definitely come for revenge. Yan Ingol thought that Mukyan's memory loss only made their task easier. Smiling slyly, he guessed that Mukyan must have forgotten the cultivation technique he knew before. If they used this as a weakness, it would be much easier to defeat him, like a defenseless bird. But the founder knew that it was not that simple. Considering that Mukyan had joined the Imperial Army, he wondered how they were going to face an entire army. The elder had a solution to this problem. They could conspire with someone in the Imperial Army who had a disagreement with General Yongjin-ok. If she did not target the general himself, she could deal with his subordinates, including Mukyang. The founder liked this idea. He couldn't wait for the moment when they would finally deal with the traitor once and for all. At this time, the hero was engaged in a battle against the Mongols who had attacked him. Looking at him, his warriors realized that the captain fought with extraordinary grace. Watching his measured, precise movements, they even began to doubt whether they would ever be able to fight at the same level, so as not to be a burden to him. At some point, when the confrontation between the armies continued, the warriors of the Mongol Khan saw Gulvan alone on the ground and considered him easy prey, but they were obviously mistaken. They tried to attack him from afar with arrows, but the hero calculated the trajectory of the arrow with amazing accuracy, then grabbed it and sent it back to the archer who fired it. Jin Chongchol calmly watched the killing of his warrior, and was truly amazed to have met such a strong warrior as Mukyang on the battlefield. He introduced himself to the hero by his name, saying that he was the great Khan of Mongolia, and demanded that Mukyang also identify himself. He introduced himself by the only name he knew, Gulvan. After this, Jin Chongchol, inspired by his impressive fighting spirit, proposed a duel. The rider immediately rushed into battle, wielding his huge sword. Even while deflecting the attack, the hero felt his bones trembling along with his sword. Jin Chongchol was only happy that the boy had managed to live up to his expectations and withstand such a powerful blow, so he decided to show something even more impressive. During this battle, the warriors led by Gulvan noticed how their commander was being pressed and decided to help. But the captain immediately ordered them not to move from their place. If they interfered, they would not only interfere with his fight, but also violate the honor of the duel. During the battle, the hero, although he failed to hit his opponent, managed to behead his horse. The sword of the Mongolian Khan was split in two, which is why Jin Chongchol had to quickly jump off his horse. Looking over his destroyed weapon, he admitted that he did not expect anyone to be able to cut his legendary sword, but explained to his opponent that this blade was not the only one in his arsenal. After this, he picked up another sword from the ground, and looking back at the weapons discarded by his fallen soldiers, called upon their souls for help in this attack. However, during the battle, the hero managed to choose the right moment and strike at the enemy's weak point, his heart. He thought that Jin Chongchol was a dead man, but he just smiled, spitting out blood, and explained that he would not let Gulwan win so easily. The Mongol Khan grabbed the boy by the shoulders with one hand, and holding him tightly, raised his blade right above his body. The hero did not allow himself to be wounded. He grabbed his blade more firmly and cut through the enemy's body. As he died, Jin Chongchol admitted that it was a truly worthy fight and bid farewell to the great warrior of Mongolia, wishing for his soul to find peace. As a result of this victory, the Mongolian invasion ended in their defeat. Although General Yongjin-ok ordered the extermination of every tribe so that they could never gather strength again, Mukyan nevertheless left one warrior alive, not wanting a senseless massacre. Soon he received a considerable sum as a reward for winning the war. Having bought himself some fine alcohol, he realized that nothing in this world could compare to a cup of good drink. Sitting on the mountain, he enjoyed the magnificent view of the moon, remembering the fight with the Mongol. According to the book he read in the Great Imperial Library, a person should feel guilty when taking someone's life, but he realized that he only felt a strange pleasure from the fight. So the hero came to the conclusion that in his past life he must have been a terrible person. Suddenly, the sound of a stringed musical instrument reached his ears. He became curious about who could be playing in such a remote place. The sound seemed surprisingly familiar, so he decided to follow its source. Deep in the forest, he discovered a small, secluded house and, standing there, began to listen carefully to the melody. It seemed strange to him that he recognized this melody, and he supposed that perhaps he had heard it before he lost his memory. He was curious to know the performer. Analyzing his feelings, he realized that there was only one person inside the building, but he could not determine who it was. He hoped that this mysterious musician might know something about his past. At this time, the general sat quietly in his residence, admiring the bright light of the moon, and rejoicing that the war had ended even faster than he expected. At that moment his maid arrived and announced that General Jilsuma and the captains had arrived. The man was surprised by such a late visit. He came out to them, and after answering their greetings, asked them to speak more quietly, since everyone was already asleep. Yongjin-ok asked what brought the general and the captains at such a late hour. The general recalled that Yongjin-ok had invited them to his place himself. As it turned out, this invitation was conveyed by a certain person who called himself a servant from his residence. He brought them a letter. But Yongjin-ok didn't call anyone, which made him feel extremely suspicious about the situation. After this, Yongjin-ok asked everyone to return to the army and told the soldiers to be on guard. But suddenly they heard a laughing male voice explaining that there was no need for this. Everyone immediately turned to the man who had spoken, who said that he had come on orders from his superiors. He greeted General Yongjin-ok, the commander of the great imperial army. He announced that from now on, Yongjin-ok was under arrest for rebellion against the great imperial family. The generals were indignant, not understanding what this man meant, considering his words absurd. Even Yongjin-ok himself doubted that His Majesty could give such an order. He only wondered if the man could bear full responsibility for his words. However, he confidently stated that His Majesty had definitely given such an order, and there could be no doubt about it. This finally drove the general mad. Drawing his sword, he made it clear to the newcomer that he had always gotten on his nerves, but this was the last straw. He intended to cut the impudent fellow in half and tell the emperor the whole truth. This only made the commander of the imperial army laugh, who, while arming himself, mockingly asked why the old general thought he still had a better command of martial arts than him. While a bloody battle was breaking out in the general's residence, the hero suspected nothing. He came to the girl playing the musical instrument and praised the beautiful performance of her music. She only asked the newcomer to introduce himself. Then the hero apologized for entering her house without permission, explaining that he followed the sound of a musical instrument because he wanted to ask something. The girl turned to him with interest, and the hero decided to find out if she had taught anyone to play the kumho. At that moment, he felt a sudden weakness throughout his body. The girl calmly explained that this was the effect of the magical composition of 1,000 songs. That was the name of the music he heard. She reminded him that she had taught him this music a long time ago, and then greeted Deputy Founder Mukhyun. At this point, it became obvious to the boy that the girl knew who he was. Coming closer, she explained that she knew him before she lost her memory, that he was the deputy founder of the demonic cult, and a master of the highest level, whose skills were based on the cultivation technique of chastity. Listening to her words, the hero gradually felt his consciousness leaving him. He understood that he needed to run, but the girl only praised the deputy for being able to resist the magical composition of 1,000 songs for so long. In her opinion, the deputy was as resilient as she expected. After this, she hugged Mukhyun and suggested that he renounce everything and surrender to the peace that his exhausted body deserved. Soon after, the hero managed to escape from the girl's embrace. As he hurried home, he recalled their conversation after they had shared a bed. Sol Yakbyok was indignant that the deputy founder had deceived them by lying about his cultivation technique being based on chastity. He made it clear that her information was incorrect, but he himself was interested in how true everything else she said was. He decided to ask how much of what she said was true, and whether he really was the Mukhyang she was talking about. There was no doubt. It was Sol Yakbyok who taught him to play the kumho. She revealed that he was the deputy founder of a demonic cult, but the cult betrayed him and for some reason he was still alive. Now the demonic cult, fearing the consequences, began to ruin his life. Mukhyun found it strange that Sol Yakbyok was telling him all this so easily, but she just laughed calmly and explained that she had already done her job. The rest was the cult's problem. Then the boy asked who else had arrived with her. She said with a smile that she was alone in this place, but in General Yongjin-ok's residence, a real massacre had most likely already begun. At this point, the general was indeed suffering a crushing defeat. Barely able to stand on his feet after a long battle, the captain of the imperial army, smiling, explained to the general the futility of further resistance and suggested that he simply surrender. But he clearly had no intention of doing that, especially after what the traitor had done. He could see very well that he had gotten involved with a demonic cult, but it seemed that this did not frighten the enemy at all, who only smiled after such an accusation. Yongjin, Okay, shouting his determination not to give up, declared that he wanted to at least take this traitor to the grave with him. He let out a desperate laugh at these thoughts. He honestly didn't expect the guy to ever get involved with a demonic cult, but he found it truly ironic, as if someone would decide to become a eunuch out of fear of living a full life. Smiling slyly, Youngjin Ok noticed that the opponent's sword moved so fast that he could barely parry the blows. He guessed that he was probably so fast because he got rid of what was hindering him below the waist. The enemy succumbed to the provocation and rushed into battle. The general, choosing the moment, threw the coins up, directing them straight into the attacker's face. He, fighting them off, only calmly noted that such tricks would not work on him. At that moment, the general assumed a fighting stance, and his sword began to sparkle with lightning. He declared that he would put all his remaining strength into his final blow, and challenged his opponent to try to cope with this attack. After that, he released a raging sword technique that slays evil. The enemy, looking at the approaching attack, only laughed, not believing that Youngjin Ok had hidden such a move until the last moment. But he had something to parry this blow with. The old man was amazed at how his opponent was going to parry his blow, until the enemy simply said goodbye to him and punched a huge hole in his body. As he died, the general could not understand how this was possible. The elder of the demonic cult praised the magnificent strength that the captain of the imperial troops possessed. He was glad that now even the greatest master of the imperial army turned out to be a worthy opponent for him. After these praises, the elder addressed his soldiers, ordering them to take care of the remaining soldiers inside the Dark Wind cult, so as not to leave any of them alive. The captain only smiled after the praise and thanked the elder, because thanks to his help, he was able to easily deal with Youngjin Ok. The captain knew that now, thanks to the commander, they also had no trouble completing their mission. He inquired about information about Gulvan, whom they had been looking for so long. The elder casually replied that this guy was not worth their attention. The commander had most likely already managed to take care of him. However, this turned out not to be the case. Cutting down the opponents who were preventing him from passing, the hero resolutely headed towards his enemies. The elder panicked, not understanding how he had ended up here. The captain only noted that the guy looked really dangerous. From the elder's reaction, he realized that he was looking for this man, although he himself was more worried about the fact that Sol Yakbiok had failed. When the hero noticed the lifeless body of Youngjin Ok, he began to be filled with uncontrollable rage. He didn't care at all whether these people were his sworn enemies in the past, or for some other reason were looking for his death. All that mattered was what was happening in the present. He wanted to enjoy life, but now they had killed the man he served, and had to be prepared to face the consequences. The elder ordered his men not to stand still, but to go into battle against the idiot who had lost his memory. He ordered all the forces of the demon clan to attack. They had to kill him today at any cost. All the forces rushed at the hero, but they were not worthy opponents. At that moment, the captain of the imperial army himself began to attack, but the hero easily repelled his attack and went on the counterattack. After that, the hero moved, dodging the blows. The captain asked the elder for permission to deal with the man himself. He did not object, but asked the man to be careful. Although weakened, the enemy was still a master who had reached the boundless realm. The captain believed that if he was really that strong, their fight would be even more interesting. The hero looked at the approaching enemy with bewilderment, not understanding why he decided to fight alone. But the enemy did not want to share this moment with others. It is not every day that one can find such a skilled master as Mukhian. Their blades clashed fiercely in battle. Reflecting the hero's attack, the captain only laughed, noticing that the guy was in too much of a hurry. However, this was not surprising. He did not come here to play games. After that, the hero threw the sword straight at the enemy and began to control it with the help of internal energy. The captain thought this move was effective, but he understood that effective does not mean effective. He parried the sword, directing it straight at the owner. At this point, the hero was already behind the enemy and explained that he had used this technique not to attack, but only to distract attention. Immediately after that, he hit his opponent in the back with a blow. The opponent flew back to the nearest wall and was clearly angry at the master, who had many such tricks in his arsenal. The enraged captain rushed into battle with determination. To counter him, the hero used the technique of swinging the blade that destroys the world. But the enemy was not so simple. He responded with his poisonous dance of the purple dragon. The two techniques collided, creating an explosion of incredible power. After this attack, the captain realized that the hero had noticeably weakened and asked him to stop resisting, promising in return to bring chrysanthemums to his grave. but the hero continued to fight, not intending to die. At that moment, an elder of the demonic cult approached him and slammed him into the ground with a blow to the head. The captain was extremely unhappy that the elder had interfered in his fight. He apologized and explained that he needed to make sure that Mukyan was dead. The captain thought the elder was overly concerned about possible defeat. The elder explained. Mukyan had mastered many strange arts of the demonic cult, and if the powers dormant within him were to break out, he would become invincible. The captain asked how strong Mukyan really was, and the elder admitted that they could not defeat him even in a joint fight. At this time, the hero was still not dead. His consciousness was wandering, his body was like a heavy stone, and his mind like flowing water. He was afraid of dying like this, because he had previously thought that his life was free from attachments, but now he felt such emptiness. He did not understand what he had been fighting for all this time, out of gratitude, for the honor of a martial artist, or to take revenge on those responsible. But soon he remembered what he really wanted. What was at the end of everything? It was his true goal. Suddenly, the hero managed to rise to his feet, his body enveloped in an unknown energy. The captain asked the elder of the demonic cult if he was sure that he had managed to kill this man. The elder tried to attack, but in that moment his body was cut in two. The captain standing next to him could not believe his eyes. Just a second ago, the man in front of him was almost dead. Even the aura of his internal energy had completely changed. He guessed that Gulvan must have used some kind of forbidden technique. The hero only asked again, not understanding why they were calling him by a different name. The captain didn't want to figure it out. He didn't understand what was happening anyway, but he knew for sure that the man in front of him couldn't have changed so much in an instant. He tried to attack, and looking at him, the hero immediately remembered the path of the flickering sword from the 3rd chapter of the first movement. Using the technique, he cut the opponent's sword and again asked why he called him Gulvan when his name was Mukyan. Not far from the general's residence, the remaining captains and generals of the demonic army stood, discussing whether everything had gone smoothly. They thought that they might have even overestimated the enemy, since he had already forgotten his techniques. However, they understood that everything still needed to be checked thoroughly. At that moment, as if to confirm their fears, a powerful explosion was heard. Both immediately recognized the flash from a sword strike, reinforced by internal energy. The two captains had no choice but to head to the site of the explosion to find out what happened. As a result, they witnessed a complete defeat. The entire army of the Imperial Palace and the elite forces of the demonic cult were completely destroyed. The captain of the Imperial Army was killed, as was their elder. It became clear that their plan had suffered a crushing defeat. At this tense moment, the hero, radiating calm confidence, greeted Thousand Miles Traveler and Flute Lord, whom he had not seen for a long time. He asked how they had been doing all this time. At the sight of him, both elders realized with genuine fear who was in front of them, unable to believe that the founder's deputy had regained his memory in all its fullness. The hero smiled thoughtfully, thinking about how long it had been since he had last seen their faces distorted with fear. And although they were enemies, he felt a strange satisfaction from this meeting. Noticing their burning interest in the state of his memory, he hastened to please them with the news that he had completely restored all his memories, suggesting that they not be shy and ask any questions that interested them. The situation for the elders was extremely unfavorable. It was practically impossible to defeat Mukyan, who had regained the memory of all his skills. Looking at their confused faces, the hero couldn't help but grin. They clearly didn't have the courage to even try to escape. At the same time, if they had decided to fight, their inevitable death was predetermined, which made him feel truly sorry for them. He suddenly announced loudly that as the deputy founder of the demon cult, he intended to completely rewrite its history. Seeing their blank looks, he explained his intentions to take over the demon cult. He gave them a clear choice: either die at his hand as loyal dogs of the current cult leaders, or join him in seizing power and becoming his loyal allies. They were given no other choice. After some hesitation, both men bowed deeply and decided to side with the deputy founder of the cult. The hero immediately ordered all the remaining people to be gathered to serve him, for he was determined to write a new history of the Murim with the blood of those who would stand in his way. Soon after, he met with the warriors with whom he had fought side by side, asking if their wounds had healed, and expressing his sincere gratitude for their invaluable assistance in capturing a strategically important position. However, the 1,000-man captain of the great Imperial Army of the Dark Wind understood that they should be grateful to the hero for saving their lives, because without his intervention, they would have inevitably died in that battle. The warriors were now at a loss as to whether to address their savior as Gulvan or as the founder's deputy. He sat down next to them and calmly explained that they could address him as they felt comfortable. At this point, one of the men dared to ask Deputy Founder Mukyang why he had decided to save them. Since now that his memory had returned, he was no longer bound to them by any obligations. The hero patiently explained that the memories of his time as Gulvan were still vivid in his mind, and assured them that they should not worry. He had not saved them for any benefit. He suggested that once their wounds were completely healed, they could go wherever they wanted. However, the man, soberly assessing the situation, understood that now that Yongjin Ok was dead, and the imperial court was making false accusations against them for various crimes, they simply had nowhere to go. So, bowing deeply, he announced that they had already discussed everything among themselves and had decided to serve under Mukyan. The hero expressed doubts about whether they were ready for this, given his position as deputy founder of the demonic cult. But the warriors explained that, serving in the imperial palace, they did not have a full understanding of the outside world. They simply trusted Mukyan. The hero realized that the help of these loyal warriors would be truly invaluable to his plans, and expressed his desire to count on their support in the future. At that moment, a girl approached him, respectfully asking him to spare some time for a private conversation, if it was not too burdensome for Mukyan. Soon they found themselves in a secluded gazebo surrounded by flowering trees. When the hero asked about the purpose of the conversation, the girl asked with genuine interest whether Mukyan really had memories of the time when he was Gulvan. He couldn't give a clear answer to this question. His answer was both affirmative and negative. It wasn't some kind of intricate riddle, but the pure truth. The memories remained, but they seemed like a dream to him, unreal and blurred. The girl asked whether this meant that the hero really remembered all the events of that period. She was also interested in what plans he was making for the future. His answer was simple and practical. He needed more warriors. Despite the forces he had, they were still not enough to withstand the full might of the demonic cult. He had already hired experienced mentors to train warriors and planned to further expand his sphere of influence. The hero thought that the girl invited him to a conversation to reproach him for something, but this was not so. She understood perfectly well that since the hero had planned such large-scale actions, he needed to approach the matter as thoughtfully and thoroughly as possible. The hero suddenly realized that the girl reminded him remarkably of an important person in his life. But she only calmly explained that she was following his own orders. He had no choice but to acknowledge the truth of her words, and he asked her to act as she saw fit. The girl then asked why Mukyan called his squad the Shaanxi Province Demon Cult Squad, since another name would be more appropriate for revenge. He calmly explained that it was the very nature of a demonic cult that the strong always dominated the weak. If he were to challenge a demonic cult as a representative of another organization, it would be considered a full-scale war. But if he challenged the founder as a deputy, it would only be an internal power struggle, and the founder's followers would have to choose whose side to take. She realized that such a clever plan would inevitably trap the founder, which was exactly what Mukyan wanted. At this very time, the cult founder continued his grueling training, but he did not feel any increase in his internal strength since he reached the level of the boundless demonic realm. He pondered his situation. After the failure of his plans, he had lost not only the Elder, but also the 1,000 Miles Traveler and the Flute Lord, whose servants now loyally served Mukyan. If he decided to gather all the remaining supporters, and they went over to the side of his enemy. The founder bitterly recalled how he had previously scoffed at the words that although Mukyan might be able to travel 1,000 miles alone, he was not capable of capturing the entire Murim. After a deep conversation with that insightful woman, the hero headed to the busy market, still pondering the reasons for her many questions. Deciding to distract himself from heavy thoughts, he was going to have a drink, but his attention was drawn to an unpleasant scene. 2 strong bandits surrounded a lonely guy, intending to teach him a lesson for daring to be rude to them. The young man desperately tried to explain that he had only responded to their appeal and wanted to go his way peacefully. The impending fight caused the hero to grin slightly. He decided that it would be a good show while he enjoyed his drink. At this point, the bandits, who would not tolerate any arguments, drew their swords, intending to cut off the hand of the impudent youth. He believed that it was he who should have done so, and since the opponents had now drawn their blades first, they could not have any claims against him. Suddenly, noticing the special sword of this young man, the hero immediately became wary. He resolutely headed towards him, which made the guy instinctively recoil. not understanding where this stranger had come from and whether he was in league with the bandits. After a lightning battle, having dealt with his opponents, the hero grabbed the young man firmly by the head and warned him that he would ask only one question, the answer to which he should think carefully about. The hero demanded that the guy confess where he got the sword that he was now holding in his hands. He even named the legendary weapon, the Sword of Shining Jade, which his teacher Yu Beck, the elusive swordsman, once fought with. The hero made it clear that if the boy had gotten this sword by some unworthy means, he was ready to kill him immediately. The young man, stuttering with excitement, could not believe his ears. The legendary Mukyan himself stood before him. Soon, having bought the guy a drink and seated him next to him, the hero made him swear to the truth of his words. The young man, having calmed down a little, said that he had received the sword from the teacher Yu Beck himself, who had taught him how to wield the blade and left this weapon as an inheritance after his death. Mukyan honestly admitted that he would not have believed these words if the boy had not named the teacher. As it turned out, Yu Beck often talked about Mukyan, calling him his most talented student. The hero became interested in how the young man met his mentor. It turned out that their meeting took place in a secluded cave on Mount Hua, where the teacher lived in voluntary seclusion due to certain circumstances. The hero suspected that such seclusion could be connected with the events of his own past. Perhaps the demonic clan was putting pressure on the teacher because of his closeness to Mukyan. With a heavy heart, he asked about the circumstances of his teacher's death. It turned out that Yu Beck had died in terrible agony. No medicine could ease his suffering. It was similar to a well-known phenomenon. After a certain amount of time, adepts of demonic arts begin to deplete their internal energy, which is accompanied by unbearable pain, the intensity of which depends on the amount of energy accumulated in their bodies. Usually, those who were nearby at such moments would grant them a quick death to spare them from suffering. Mukyan understood that this young man, being a supporter of the Justice faction, could hardly decide on such a step. As a parting shot, the hero reminded that it is necessary to train hard before entering the world of martial arts. He added that he would not like to hear about the death of Yu Beck's student in some random skirmish. As he walked far enough away from the young warrior, vivid fragments of memories of his time with his teacher began to surface in his mind. He could only hope that Yu Beck had found peace in the other world. Far from Mukyan's location, 3 experienced warriors discovered a mysterious cave guarded by a huge Zhang, a creature that terrifies the living. Realizing that they needed to defeat this monster to continue their journey, they launched an attack using the powerful Thousand Strikes technique. At first, they thought their efforts had been successful, and all that was left was to finish off the monster. However, their expectations were not met. There was not even the slightest scratch left on the creature's body. Suddenly, the Zhang launched a rapid attack on the 3 warriors, and soon they all fell to its supernatural power. This horrific scene was watched with undisguised pleasure by Zhang Yingol, who was triumphant at seeing how even the members of the prominent Murima clans could not compete with his Jiangshi heavenly spirit. This display of strength left a lasting impression on him. The advisor inquired about their future plans regarding the rest of the clan members, who were also planned to be sacrificed to the Jiangshi heavenly spirit. All preparations were completed. The cage swung open and a multitude of terrifying Jiangshi came out, accompanied by the joyful laughter of Zhang Yingol. He was willing to use any means necessary to achieve his goal of absolute power as the demon god of the demon clan. Unexpectedly, elders appeared to the hero, whose words at first seemed incredible to Mukyan. All of them, bowing deeply, explained the purpose of their arrival. The elders, along with their subordinates, who had previously served the founder of the demonic cult, now expressed their unconditional loyalty to the deputy founder Mukyan. The girl acting as Mukyan's advisor couldn't understand why the founder of the demonic clan sent his loyal people to his sworn enemy. The hero, clearly furious at the elders' insolence, awaited their explanations for such an unexpected visit with undisguised interest. He doubted that he could believe the founder's words. The bowed men admitted that they were well aware of their situation and were ready to accept any decision of the deputy, even if he decided to execute them. However, they explained that they had come only to carry out the last order of the cult's founder, to serve from now on only under the founder's deputy, despite their previous enmity. The hero could not understand the motives of such a strange order and the ultimate goal of the founder. As it turned out, the founder explained his decision simply. He is doing what he should have done a long time ago. Shortly after this, when the founder was alone, he met Jian Ingol and asked him what had brought him there at such a late hour. Jian Ingol just chuckled, realizing that the founder was still trying to pretend that he didn't understand what was happening. However, he was well aware that Jan Ingel had come to start a rebellion. The founder warned him that if he wanted to take the leadership, he would have to meet with Mukyan, and asked if the man who always hid behind the servants had the courage to do so. Jan Ingel just laughed, assuring the founder that he needn't worry about it. Seeing that he wasn't going to voluntarily give up power, he said he had no choice. At that very moment, the founder was attacked by his puppets, but he instantly destroyed them with streams of dark energy, explaining that even his skills were no match for those of Mukyan, who rightfully bore the title of the founder of the demonic cult. The founder mockingly noticed the disappointment on Jan Ingel's face, who had clearly been counting on an easy victory. He confirmed that his strength remained the same, but warned that it was too early to show off his full power, as they were completely surrounded by enemy puppets. Realizing that Jan Ingel still didn't realize who he was dealing with, the founder decided to use one of his most powerful techniques. After the deafening explosion, his body underwent an impressive transformation, and his appearance alone made it clear that mere Jiangshi would not be enough to withstand his power. Observing the founder's altered appearance, Jan Ingel realized that someone with such power could have simply fled, and wondered why he had decided to stay and fight. The founder explained that after much thought, he came to understand one thing. No matter whether it is Mukyan's rebellion or Jan Ingel's, all roads lead to his death and the transfer of power. If the outcome was inevitable, his choice was not so important. As the founder, he had to make a decision for the future of the demonic cult, following the law of the power of the strong over the weak. Therefore, he appointed Mukyan as his successor and sentenced Jan Ingel to death. To Jan Ingel, the whole thing seemed like a pathetic and stupid choice on the part of the founder. But now that there were no other options left, he commanded his lifeless dolls with a commanding voice to attack the still living enemy. Looking at the approaching Jiangshi, the founder realized with disdain the pitifulness of these creatures. Even to him, their appearance seemed unworthy of a real fight. Without wasting any time, he launched his counterattack using a devastating technique that strengthened the fingers of purple internal energy. His strikes hit his opponents with incredible precision, literally tearing their lifeless bodies apart. When the single Jiangshi began to become tiresome with their endless line, he decided to deal with them all at once, using the majestic waxing moon strike technique, which illuminated the battlefield with a dazzling glow. After the last puppets fell on the battlefield, the most loyal warrior, Jan Ingel, entered the battle with the founder. Watching their furious battle, Jan Ingel realized that it was time to implement the main part of their carefully thought-out plan. He quickly prepared his skilled archers and gave them the order to fire at the enemy. Looking at the arrows flying towards him, the founder at first did not understand the point of such a primitive tactic. After all, Jan Ingel knew very well that ordinary arrows were not capable of causing harm to a master of his level. Deciding not to be distracted by these seemingly pointless attacks, he focused on first dealing with the elder who had engaged him in close combat. However, unexpectedly, one of the arrows still reached its target, piercing his body. Looking with undisguised horror at the arrow sticking out of his stomach, he could not understand how it managed to penetrate his defense, strengthened by internal energy. At this moment, Jan Ingel, enjoying the enemy's confusion, spoke mockingly, explaining that indeed, ordinary arrows could not harm the founder. But when the arrow is fired by someone who is on the same level of the demonic boundless realm, the situation changes dramatically. Particularly enraged by this treachery, the founder immediately rushed to attack Jan Ingel. But his path was blocked by his former elder, who understood perfectly well that the founder's victory was now becoming practically impossible. Meanwhile, Jan Ingel continued to methodically, one after another, release his deadly arrows at the enemy, simultaneously thanking him for everything he had done in his position as the founder of the demonic cult. Soon after, the wounded man, resigned to the inevitable, resumed his former human form, and with a bitter smile congratulated Jan Ingel on having rightfully earned the place of founder. However, he added that he would not be able to hold this position for long, because very soon Mukyan, together with his loyal followers, would inevitably attack the usurper. After these prophetic words, the huge Jiangshi, obeying the silent command, attacked the fallen founder and with monstrous force, flattened his emaciated body on the ground. Jan Ingel, looking with disdain at the body of his former master, coldly remarked that he should not worry about Mukyan. Unlike the founder himself, who wasted his days in his chambers, he had already taken care of this threat by sending the legendary Dark Moon assassin after Mukyan, whose strength was certainly enough to deal with even such a dangerous opponent. The founder was shocked to the core that Jan Ingel had the audacity to associate with the infamous Dark Moon Society. He could not believe how far the influence of the once great demon clan had fallen. Jan Ingel merely grinned smugly, explaining that influence always went to the winner, and it didn't matter at all what methods were used to achieve that victory. After that, he gave orders to his assistants to deprive the defeated man of his energy center and tie him up so that he could not find salvation even in death. After all, even such a worthless person, in his opinion, could still bring some benefit. Jan Ingel was confident that if he could defeat Mukyan, he would be able to subjugate all the demon worshippers, becoming one step closer to uniting the entire martial arts world under his rule. At the same time, elsewhere, the Alliance leader was desperately fighting against the endless puppets of Jan Ingel. Watching the fight, it was obvious that the Alliance leader was already noticeably tired, while his opponent's supply of dolls seemed inexhaustible. The leader himself could not believe the audacity of Jan Ingel, wondering if he really expected to capture all the Murium in this way. However, Jan Ingel saw nothing impossible in his plans. After all, so far everything was developing exactly as he had planned. In the end, he had almost forced the Alliance leader to bend the knee to him, which would mean control over the entire Marima Alliance. Being an extremely impatient man, Jan Ingel decided that he was wasting his time on empty talk and ordered his puppets to immediately get rid of the enemy. At this very time, Mukyan struck down another leader of the local clan, depriving him of his weapon, and asked if he wanted to continue their unequal fight. The defeated man wondered what crime his clan had committed to deserve such cruel treatment from Mukyan, and demanded to know the true intentions of the conqueror. The hero calmly explained that he intended to temporarily use their clan as a source of resources. It became obvious to the man that Mukyan was preparing to unleash a large-scale war. But he objected that the war between the demon worshippers had already begun, and he was not the one who initiated it. After this confrontation was over, the hero went to the spruce forest, whose majestic appearance always had a calming effect on him. He never tired of simply standing and admiring this beautiful sight. By this time, he had already subjugated all the clans in the region, and preparations for the upcoming war were going exactly according to plan. However, his soul was uneasy. He knew that the reason for his confusion was probably the founder's actions. Mukyan couldn't understand why he had betrayed him in the first place if he was going to do that in the end. If the founder had shown hostility until the very end, Mukyan would have sought revenge without hesitation. In the end, these obsessive thoughts completely tormented the hero. The more he thought about it, the more his mental turmoil became. Having decided to go down to the ground, he intended to go get a drink to at least slightly drown out the thoughts tormenting him. However, as soon as his feet touched the ground, he felt several arrows approaching and managed to jump aside in time, hiding from the attack. Alert, he rushed into battle against the enemy, whose presence he sensed in a skillfully arranged ambush. It turned out that his enemy was not only strong, but also cunning. He tied explosives to the arrows he fired, which detonated dangerously close to the hero's face. Managing to jump away at the last moment, Mukyan avoided serious injuries and calmly addressed the hidden mercenary. He admitted that he did not know who sent him, but assured that such cheap tricks would not work against him. However, he soon realized that he was not dealing with simple explosives. It was a sleeping gas insidiously mixed into a smoke bomb. However, this trick did not become a serious problem for him. He simply spread his internal energy, dispelling the poisonous smell. Mentally preparing himself for a tiring confrontation with this resourceful opponent, he could clearly see him hiding behind the trees. Mukyan was not at all against such tactics. If necessary, he could cut down the enemy, along with the entire surrounding forest. The mercenary recalled that according to intelligence, Mukyan was considered the master of the boundless realm, so such incredible power should not have come as a surprise. However, the reality surpassed all rumors about him. He turned out to be much more powerful than anyone could have imagined. The assassin began to realize that even his careful preparation did not give him a real chance to deal with such an opponent. It seemed to him that Jan Ingel had deliberately wanted to get rid of him by sending him on this suicidal mission. However, since he had taken on this case as a professional killer, he could not simply run away. His duty required him to make every effort to complete the task. Having spotted the enemy, the hero quickly rushed into the attack. The mercenary was well aware that even despite the effects of the sleeping gas, a formidable master of the boundless kingdom still stood before him. If he was allowed to approach within striking distance, death would be inevitable. In such a situation, the only option left was to resort to the last resort, carefully prepared traps. With a lightning-fast movement, he pulled out a large sword and slammed it into the ground. A deafening explosion of incredible power followed, literally splitting the mountain itself. The hero, whose reactions were significantly slowed by the effect of the sleeping gas, did not have time to react and flew down into the resulting abyss. Watching the enemy fall, the mercenary was sure that even the master of the boundless realm would not be able to remain unharmed after such a crushing fall. However, his confidence was premature. A lightning attack with truly incredible power rushed towards him. The mercenary could not believe his eyes, not understanding how the hero managed to get him from such a depth. Mukyan, covered in dust and scratches, only smiled ominously, declaring that he would not allow some mercenary to decide his fate. After these words, he nevertheless fell into the depths of the huge pit that had formed. Soon, all of Mukyan's assistants and followers gathered at the scene, desperately trying to find any trace of their leader. The scale of the destruction was truly colossal. The trap created a huge hole in the ground, which would take a lot of time to thoroughly examine. Despite this, one of the commanders continued to persistently urge the search parties, demanding that they not stop searching. They had to find the deputy founder as soon as possible. The captured mercenary, watching their futile efforts, knew full well that they were wasting their time. This trap was specifically designed to destroy Mukyan, and left almost no chance of survival. The warriors holding the prisoner immediately ordered him to be silent, but he only continued to mockingly laugh at the naivety of the warriors, who thought that someone could survive under tons of falling rocks. At this tense moment, Mukyan's advisor intervened, commanding the mercenary to immediately shut up in a commanding voice. She made it clear that if anyone dared to continue such speeches, she would not forgive them. The man only laughed even louder, mocking the fact that they didn't even have the courage to avenge their fallen master. An experienced old man approached them and motioned for the prisoner to stop talking. He calmly explained that they were sparing the mercenary's life, solely to find out who was behind this daring assassination attempt. The elder warned them not to confuse their restraint with mercy. They were in no hurry. The mercenary's head would part with his body at the right time anyway. He suggested that the prisoner was perhaps behaving so defiantly only because he could not come to terms with the shame of his captivity. The mercenary only sneered contemptuously, hinting at the naivety of the warriors who thought he would reveal some secrets to them. He added mysteriously that the time would come, and they would see everything for themselves. Unable to bear his impudence, the enraged girl dealt a powerful blow to the captive's stomach. The old man only wearily asked two warriors to make sure that the killer did not do anything rash. Meanwhile, several more assassins were lurking nearby, and they were pleased to note that their comrade had not been eliminated. The enemy had not been stupid enough to do that. However, it no longer mattered much, since the main goal had been achieved. They needed to buy time for Jan Ingol to fully seize control of the demonic clan. If they destroyed Mukyan's allies, then even if he somehow survived, he alone would be powerless to oppose the new order. The events moved to the territory of the 100,000 Great Mountains, the main base of the demonic clan. When the assassins arrived to report to Jan Ingol, he generously praised them for a job well done. He remarked that it would have been even better if Mukyan had actually died this time. But perhaps he had simply wanted too much. However, it no longer mattered. Now nothing could stand in the way of his ascent to absolute power. Soon he visited his captives, among whom were now not only the former founder of the demonic cult, but also the leader of the Murama Alliance himself. After this, a fateful meeting took place with the supreme leader of the demonic clan, who expressed bewilderment at Jan Ingol's sudden indecision, as if he had doubted or changed his mind. Jan Ingol explained that his apparent hesitation was merely out of sympathy for the pitiful state of one of the clan's sons, a reference to the fallen founder. The supreme leader reminded him of the core value of the demon clan. The strongest ruled here, and he could not consider someone who had lost the decisive battle as a leader. Such wisdom from the supreme leader clearly pleased Jan Ingol. However, the elder explained that Jin Ingol was in the same precarious position, until he dealt with Mukyan. Appointing him as the new leader of the demonic clan would be extremely unwise. He laughed, unable to believe that this was the only reason why the supreme leader refused to acknowledge his authority. With a snap of his fingers, he summoned an impressive army that appeared behind him and confidently declared that all doubts and fears were in vain. The squad of the demonic bloodsword would soon destroy the last of Mukyan's forces. The supreme leader merely replied calmly that he would wait and see if Jan Ingol could truly rise to the level of power he desired. After these words, he disappeared without a trace, leaving the disappointed pretender to the throne alone. Enraged by this reaction, Jan Ingol immediately ordered his elder to launch an attack on Mukyan's forces. There was very little time left before he took up his new position, and then this drawn-out game would finally end with his triumphant victory. At the same time, many worried leaders gathered at the clan council, who heatedly discussed the situation. Many insisted on no longer considering themselves part of Muram's army. One of the men present tried to reason with the crowd, explaining that the entry of government forces into the world of martial arts was the greatest folly. His words were harsh, but fair. After all, they had all gathered here today of their own free will, even after the situation had changed dramatically thanks to Deputy Founder Mukyan saving them all. One of the leaders noted with suspicion that the man's speech sounded as if he had already decided to side with Mukyan. He calmly retorted that he was only telling the truth. The Demon Clan army would undoubtedly take advantage of the deputy's absence to strike. Therefore, they had to abandon their previous connections and leave immediately. The heated argument that had flared up was interrupted by a determined girl who slammed her fist down on the table. She angrily reminded the assembled group of their past. They had once been proud soldiers defending their country. Now that the situation had become complicated, their first thought was to flee in disgrace. She couldn't understand how they dared to call themselves martial artists, because if the deputy founder were here now, he would surely consider those he personally saved less trustworthy. After these fiery words, the girl resolutely left the meeting, and the remaining participants understood that such an emotional reaction was entirely expected. If those gathered had behaved more restrainedly and thoughtfully, such an acute conflict could have been avoided. Soon the same girl came to the deputy founder, who was at that moment talking with one of his trusted warriors. She asked with obvious irony whether the fuss that was currently happening was enough. Mukyan praised her for her excellent work, noting that she had indeed done a great job of deceiving everyone. The captured assassins could not understand how the hero managed to survive after falling into their carefully prepared trap. Mukyan only condescendingly explained that he had simply skillfully pretended to fall. He would never have fallen into such a primitive trap. The girl, looking closely at one of the elders present, tried to understand the depth of their plan, and asked how long they had been planning this operation. As it turned out, the deputy founder and the elder had discussed all the details of the plan a few days ago. Then Mukyan called him for an important conversation and informed him that he was being closely followed by Jan Ingol's servant. He was absolutely sure of this, as he had encountered such spies before. At the same time, the hero noted that the spies did not even suspect that he had already figured out their true identities, and asked the old man's opinion on further actions. After some thought, the elder suggested using these spies to skillfully deceive Jan Ingol himself. Upon hearing this proposal, the hero immediately realized that the wise advisor had truly hatched an excellent plan. The elder suggested that Mukyan intentionally appear alone in a secluded place, but not too far from their base. He was sure that the enemy would not miss such a tempting opportunity to strike when Mukyan was alone. If he skillfully pretended to be dead, this false information would certainly reach the ears of Jan Ingol. The hero immediately grasped the essence of this cunning strategy. The old man added that such a situation would allow them to catch the arrogant Jan Ingol by surprise. The captured spy bitterly realized that he had simply been masterfully tricked. However, the hero honestly admitted that he had not expected to meet such a skilled opponent. He was sure that if his target had been someone less experienced, the success of the operation would have been practically guaranteed. At this point, the spy, unable to bear the tension, lost his temper and demanded that Mukyan stop mocking him and just finish him off. However, the hero calmly explained that his words were not mockery. He really considered this man a skilled warrior. Moreover, he decided to take advantage of this situation and offered the man an unexpected chance to join his army. The spy was completely confused, not understanding how the hero could accept into his ranks a man who had just attempted to kill him. He understood the mercenary's position perfectly well. After the mission failed, it would be extremely difficult for him to continue his career as an assassin. Moreover, since he had failed his employers, they might well decide to deal with him harshly. By serving Mukyan, he would always be able to keep the option open to trying to kill him again. If he succeeded in this task and did not fail, he would gain fame as an unrivaled killer who persistently tracked his target. Mukyan believed that such a situation, beneficial for both parties, should please the mercenary. Besides, the hero admitted that he hadn't experienced such intense pleasure from a fight in a long time. so he needed someone like this skilled spy to keep him from relaxing too much. After deep thought, the killer realized that he really had no other choice. He accepted Mukyan's unexpected offer and agreed to follow all his instructions without question. The hero was pleased with this outcome, realizing that the incident between them could now be considered completely resolved. He needed to focus on preparing for the next stage of his grand plan. He turned to his loyal assistants, explaining that they would soon have a decisive meeting with those who had attempted on his life, and asked them to hurry with their preparations. At the same time, Jan Ingol's warriors finally reached Mukyan's base. Their leader immediately ordered to break through the defense with all available forces, after which the troops rushed to attack. However, to their great surprise, when they arrived at the site, the entire area was completely empty. They assumed that the defenders had probably fled in panic when they learned of their approach. However, their leader knew that something was drastically wrong here. If Mukyan was truly dead, the area should have been overrun with people from the Great Dark Wind Imperial Army and the Demon Clan. The absence of representatives from both groups seemed extremely suspicious. Even stranger was the fact that they did not seem to have even begun to fight among themselves for control of the territory. Meanwhile, the events moved to the majestic 100,000 Great Mountains, where the warriors of Jan Ingol were on night duty. Suddenly, one of the sentries felt a strange uneasiness. It seemed to him that the ground beneath his feet was shaking slightly. Turning his attention to the torches, he noticed that their flames were flickering in an unusual way. His partner tried to calm his comrade, suggesting that he was simply too tired from staying awake for so long, and that the strange behavior of the fire was explained by the usual wind. He expressed concern about a possible attack by enemies, but his interlocutor dismissed these fears as unfounded, noting that if they were the Justice faction, they would be attacked daily. He reminded them that no one had ever dared to break through the impregnable 100,000 Great Mountains. The warrior asked to stop talking nonsense and to concentrate on guard duty. But at that very moment, his partner was struck by an arrow that suddenly flew in. He tried to raise the alarm, but it was too late. The arrow had cut his life short. The squad leader noted with satisfaction that the last line of defense of the 100,000 Great Mountains had weakened to such an extent that the guards standing guard definitely deserved to be severely punished for their carelessness. After this, he decisively ordered his warriors to destroy all enemies they encountered, and ordered the archer to release a special sound arrow. As the arrow soared into the night sky, everyone saw the agreed signal. The warriors, following a prearranged plan, moved around to suddenly burst right into the heart of the Demon Clan. At this time, Jan Ingol was questioning his servant about the state of affairs in the Clan of Justice. He reported that they were completely powerless when they learned that they were holding Chongak Ok hostage. Therefore, he was absolutely sure that the complete conquest of the Murim alliance was only a matter of time. Jan Ingol, with a haughty smile, mocked the indecisiveness of the Justice Clan, believing that in such turbulent times it was necessary to act much more decisively. However, his self-confidence was suddenly disturbed by a strange noise. Turning around, they realized that the alarming sounds were coming from the direction of the guard post. At this tense moment, the supreme leader of the demonic clan appeared, who, with obvious irony, pointed out to Jan Ingol that instead of panicking at the first sign of an attack, he should take concrete action. He explained that he had come personally to find out the reason for such an unusual noise in the middle of the night, and wanted to hear from Jan Ingol himself an explanation of what was happening. Everything pointed to the incredible. Someone had managed to break through the 100,000 Great Mountains, considered impregnable for 1,000 years. The supreme leader asked with undisguised interest whether Jan Ingol realized the full significance of this event. He understood perfectly well that the old man had come only to mock him. But he had no choice. He bowed down, asking forgiveness from the supreme leader, and decided to personally sort out the situation. However, at this dramatic moment, Mukyan appeared, feigning surprise that Jan Ingol considered himself worthy of resolving this situation. Looking at the assembled people, he only calmly greeted the man he had not seen for so long. At this time, the fierce battles were already raging in full force. The warriors understood that if they managed to break through the inner fortress, they would gain direct access to the main hall of the demonic clan. They needed to join forces with the Sky Wolf squad and help the deputy founder. When they reached the massive gate, they were met by a wise old man who immediately sent his warriors into a decisive attack. All the clan's forces fought desperately, striving to capture the main hall at any cost. Watching the battle unfold, the hero realized with bitterness that his loyal people would fight right before their eyes, sharing a common fate. Descending from the platform, he explained to Jan Ingel that they had to resolve their differences in a special way. Jan Ingel himself, despite his outward calm, was painfully pondering the reasons for their meeting at that particular moment. The Supreme Leader greeted Mukyan, whom he had not seen for several long years, with genuine interest, expressing surprise that he was the one leading this daring invasion. The hero, remaining unperturbed, inquired about his affairs and explained that he had accumulated several urgent questions for the deputy founder, which was why he had to create all this commotion so early in the morning. Jan Ingel, realizing the gravity of the situation, knew that if Mukyan decided to act by force, it would be almost impossible to stop him. He felt it necessary to appeal to the Supreme Leader to intervene. Addressing the elder, he pointed out with feigned calm that Mukyan was using armies associated with the government, which was in direct contradiction to the ancient rules of the clan, which forbade the use of outside forces. The Supreme Leader approached the hero for clarification of these serious charges. Mukyan calmly explained that he had taken under his command those abandoned by the state, and did not see this as a violation of tradition. The Supreme Leader, after listening carefully to both sides, concluded that Mukyan's actions did not contradict the rules, and remained an internal matter of the clan. Although he was a member of the Council of Elders, he had no right to interfere in their duel. Approaching Jan Ingel, he made it clear that he would only be an observer of their fight, and wished his deputy good luck. Following the ancient law of power, he solemnly announced that the members of the demonic clan would have to recognize the winner of this fateful duel as their new leader. Realizing the inevitability of a fight, Jan Ingel's assistant quickly tried to switch to Mukyan's side, trying to justify himself by saying that he was only following orders and could not go against the hierarchy of the demonic clan. Enraged by this betrayal, Jan Ingel did not hesitate to use the deadly black demonic palm of death technique. A powerful explosion followed, instantly destroying the traitor. Taking advantage of the confusion, Jan Ingel tried to hide, and the hero only sneered contemptuously at his pathetic attempts to save his life. As he fled, Jan Ingel was painfully aware that although he had expected Mukyan to still be alive, he had not expected to meet him so soon. He couldn't just give up. It was a matter of honor for the demon clan, and he still had a few aces up his sleeve. At that moment, Mukyan caught up with him. Jan Ingel grinned maliciously, believing that the enemy had fallen into a trap, having rashly appeared without a well-thought-out plan. Suddenly, a thrown axe whistled through the air, and his loyal Jiang Shi materialized next to Jiang Yingol. He proudly intended to show the hero his perfect creations, which he had worked on for decades. These monsters were created from the bodies of the fallen martial artists who once ruled these lands. Jan Ingel poured all his vast knowledge into creating what he believed to be the ultimate masterpieces. However, when he sent the Jiang Shi to attack, the hero dealt with them with astonishing ease, sarcastically remarking that it was a pity to waste decades of research on creating such useless nonsense. At that moment, Jan Ingel felt real fear for the first time, realizing that even his most powerful puppets were unable to stop Mukyan. The hero, without wasting time, went on a rapid attack, simultaneously asking the enemy what it was like to feel completely useless. He asked if Jan Ingel felt the same despair and helplessness that Mukyan himself had felt when he was treacherously cast into obscurity. These words literally drove Jan Ingel crazy. He could not accept the fact that after decades of intrigue, after he had ruthlessly eliminated everyone who sought to become stronger, it was Mukyan who should become the leader. A man who seemed to be interested in nothing but the art of fighting itself, who was indifferent to power over the world. Mukyan cut him off abruptly, ordering him to stop his endless whining. He reminded him that all of Jan Ingel's accomplishments had been intrigues behind others' backs and black magic, and that he was now nothing more than a pathetic third-rate villain. Having finally lost his composure, Jan Ingel made a desperate final attack, but the hero reacted with lightning speed. His crushing blow threw the enemy off the high cliff. As he fell into the abyss, Jan Ingel was in complete despair, unable to accept the thought that he could die here and now, without ever achieving his dream and ultimate goal. The hero witnessed how the body of his enemy disappeared with a loud splash into the dark waters below. In the last moments before leaving the scene of the final battle, he thoughtfully recalled all the people who played an important role in his life. Those who betrayed him in difficult times, and those who extended a helping hand in a moment of despair. He felt deep satisfaction that he had finally managed to restore justice and avenge all the evil that had been done, completing this long journey of restoring his good name and honor. Soon, Thousand Miles Man joined the hero, genuinely happy that he had finally found the founder's deputy. Mukyan inquired about the outcome of their battle. As it turned out, the victory came relatively easily to them. The surprise of the attack played a decisive role. During the operation, they also discovered the location of an important prisoner languishing in an underground prison. Without delay, the hero headed into the gloomy dungeon, where he met a gray-haired man who was sincerely surprised by his appearance. The prisoner wondered if Mukyan had come in person to complete his revenge. It was none other than the former founder of the devil cult himself. The hero thoughtfully noted how much the man's appearance had changed since their last meeting. However, this was not surprising. After the loss of internal energy, all the years he had lived had fallen upon him, turning the once powerful leader into a decrepit old man. Although his current pitiful state could evoke sympathy, Mukyan was only interested in one thing: the reason for the betrayal. The former founder smiled bitterly, explaining that none of this would have happened if Mukyan had simply stayed away. He admitted that he could not come to terms with the unpredictable nature of his deputy. However, the hero felt that there was something more behind these words. The founder, as if reading his thoughts, understood that Mukyan would hardly believe in banal envy as the reason for betrayal. However, it was envy that was the root of all troubles. Before becoming the leader of the cult, he was an outstanding martial artist, and the existence of someone more powerful tormented his soul with unbearable envy. Over time, he realized the enormity of his act. Betrayal brought him only an oppressive emptiness that could not be filled with anything. That's why he gave all his powers to Mukyan and confronted John Ingol. Now his only desire was to find peace from the blade of his former student. He prayed for the same thing for the leader of the Murim Alliance, that their suffering would finally end. Mukyan was struck by this desire for death, but he understood its nature. The once proud tiger could not come to terms with life in a cage. Seeing the sincere repentance and firm determination of his former mentor, the hero decided to fulfill his last request. With one easy swing of his sword, he decapitated the man, giving him a quick and honorable death. Following this fateful event, a large-scale council of the demonic clan was held. Addressing the assembled members, Mukyan recalled the rivers of blood that had been spilled for this historic moment. Now that they were finally united under a single demonic clan, it was time for the sacred ritual of unification. Following ancient hierarchical records, a special drink was prepared: ash water, symbolizing the fusion of their destinies and energies. Each of those present, having drunk their cup, bowed before the new great demonic lord, begging him to fill the world with the light of his power. Mukyan watched with satisfaction this magnificent ceremony, marking the beginning of a new era. Meanwhile, sinister events were taking place within the dark walls of the Asu blood cult base. The blood cult's deputy leader, Sama Yon, was conducting horrific experiments on a captured tiger. He soon turned his attention to the awakened Jan Ingol, expressing satisfaction that the incredible healing had been successful. He noted that Jan Ingol was incredibly lucky to be at the bottom of the river. In any other place, his wounds would have been fatal. Jan Ingol, still weakened from his defeat, was perplexed as to why the blood cult had decided to save his life. Sama Yon calmly explained his motives. He wanted Jan Ingol to join them, since they were united by their common hatred for Mukyan. However, Jan Ingol understood that even if they joined forces, they would hardly be able to resist Mukyan's power. Killing him seemed impossible. Sama Yon smiled mysteriously, hinting that if direct murder was impossible, there were other ways to get rid of the enemy. On his orders, the warriors began to carry out a sinister ritual of punishing souls. As they began to chant the ancient incantations, the caged tiger let out a heart-rending roar, as if struck by lightning, and then disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed. Jan Ingol, who was watching this, froze in shock, unable to believe his eyes. Sama Yon, without giving any explanation, again proposed that they join forces to destroy the common enemy. One of the following days, the master's devoted assistant approached his chambers to remind him of the morning meeting that had begun long ago. Not understanding the reason for his absence, she cautiously peered into the room and, finding it empty, almost fainted from the horror that gripped her. An immediate commotion arose. The gentleman had mysteriously disappeared. At the same time, two random travelers were having a leisurely conversation about the strange events taking place on Mount Stillscent, where the grave of Li Guhui was located. According to them, every night eerie screams were heard from there, and local residents noticed mysterious people in dark robes. One of the interlocutors suggested that they could be eccentric martial artists looking for ancient treasures or secret manuscripts near the tomb. However, both agreed that it was better not to interfere in such matters. Their conversation was listened to attentively by Mukyan, who had long been looking for news about what was happening in the region. After receiving the information, he immediately went to the mountain in question. As soon as he stepped onto its slope, he immediately felt the powerful presence of dark demonic energy. This was clearly not an ordinary place. The hero literally felt with his skin the approach of something sinister, not noticing that his every move was being watched by a small rabbit, on which a special spy spell had been cast. Through the eyes of this creature, a completely different person was watching Mukyang, who immediately reported to the leader Samayon about the target approaching the prepared place. Samayon only laughed, noting the enemy's eternal weakness, excessive confidence in his own strength. So far, everything was going exactly according to their plan, which played into their hands. Jan Ingel, watching what was happening, could not believe that Samayon had prepared such a complex operation just to eliminate one person. Samayon calmly explained that the time had come to implement their plan. Either they would finish off Mukyang once and for all now, or such a chance might not come again. At that very moment, a hail of swords fell from the dark sky, which, piercing the ground around the hero, formed a mystical protective barrier. Then came the sinister figures in scarlet cloaks, members of the bloody cult, whom Mukyan instantly recognized. They began to activate the ancient and terrible technique of the Great Devouring Blood Field, one of the most powerful curses of the blood cult. Along the perimeter, eerie Zhongshi heavenly spirits appeared, adopting a characteristic anti-demonic stance. The hero instantly realized that this complex trap had been prepared especially for him, but considered such tactics naive. Having dealt with the monsters with lightning speed, he mockingly noted the good attempt to strengthen the Zhongshi with an anti-demon stance, but reminded him that he himself also uses demonic energy, which only makes him stronger. Deciding to dispel the magical barrier, he touched the mystical wall, but was surprised to discover that the spell was much more powerful than he had imagined. His sword bounced off the barrier without leaving even a scratch on it. This was further proof that his captors had prepared thoroughly for this moment. At this critical moment, Samayon materialized next to Zhang Ingol, eager to see how Mukyang's face would change as despair overwhelmed him. The hero expressed obvious displeasure at seeing both of his enemies alive, but Samayon solemnly declared that this time Mukyang would not leave alive, and began the sinister ritual of punishing the souls. Looking around, the hero realized with alarm that he had never encountered such magic before, and he definitely did not like it. He understood the need to quickly end the fight and escape the trap, but at that moment, Jan Ingol intervened, binding him with his mystical power. He laughed maliciously, advising Mukyan not to resist his inevitable fate. However, the hero understood that his opponents underestimated his abilities. He managed to break free from the binding spell, and at the last moment, when he was about to throw away his blade, something incredible happened. His body suddenly dissolved into thin air. At that very moment, the hero's consciousness fell into the unknown. He fell from a dizzying height, not understanding what was happening and why he ended up in the sky. He didn't have a second to process the situation before his body crashed onto the hard ground. Looking around, he realized with amazement that he was in some incredible world, created by a powerful curse or a clever illusion. Majestic dragons and other legendary creatures thought to be long gone floated in this mysterious dimension. As Mukyan gazed at these incredible visions, he tried to understand what mysterious place fate had thrown him into.